4 5 hours and do a larger deep cleaning or a home cleaning for the entire home, which actually has been very successful and well accepted. So we are learning as times grow, and we are, you know, the followers of the developers and try to provide whatever best seamless service we can.
No, this is interesting. I think we had a uh, uh, great perspective on the property management services side and how things are moving on this side, and so much of innovation that is happening, I'm sure, both to survive and increase the profitability. Um, um, Great panel, because we had Naveen from the financing side, Pradeep from the property management services side. I represent a development company. Uh, Overall, some of the aspects that Naveen touched upon is that price increase is not an increase but a correction. I kind of am getting a little worried that if this price increase is a correction, then what will happen if the price increases? And how are people going to afford homes? But when you look at NCR and you look at some of the prices and, apartments selling for 100 crores and all, anything is possible, but then anything is possible. What is possible in NCR actually is not reflective of the country. But this is for the first time that Hyderabad has shown a capital value increase of 20%, and number two is Bangalore. So the southern states are actually kind of leading the way in terms of capital appreciation. Uh, let's see what all lot of fundamental aspects discussed with Naveen on making real estate far more stronger, becoming an industry, so on and so forth. Pradeep, very interesting things that you discussed, especially the use of IoT in chillers, etc. So overall, a great conversation. Uh, I thank both of you for your time and in-depth answers, and I'm sure the audience would have benefited from it. And in the interest of time, so that we kind of have a very productive day, I conclude this session here, and I wish Reality Plus all the best. And I wish everybody having a great, insightful day, understanding real estate with all the, thought leaders and seniors from the Indian real estate, many of them who are my friends around. I'm sure you would be eager to listen to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brilliant. I love those inputs on the fact, the numbers that you put for Bangalore, for Mumbai, for Pune, and say that we are doing well. We don't know how much Bangalore is going to stop at. And I also love the inputs on those customized villas that you're creating. You just create 4 walls and give it to me, and I'm going to be very happy. I'll do everything inside on my own. And then maybe someday I'll get the servants to work for me as well. But can we give it out to all of them, please? Fantastic. I'm going to now request Sapna to kindly come forward and to present a token of gratitude to our esteemed stalwarts. Let me not put it as guests, because you're all stalwarts and a part of our real estate family, right? Someday, when I don't have a house to live, I'm going to come to you. Yeah? Let's give it out to them, please. Thank you. Sapna, thank you. Okay, Tripti is doing the honors. Yeah, Tripti, thank you, Tripti. Can we all clap? Can we all give it out to them? The morning couldn't have started in a much better way than the way they have set the tone for the day. And more importantly, they are on time. There's more to say. Thank you for respecting everyone's time as well.
About real estate becoming an industry, that is one thing we need to develop if we want to become an industry.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, real estate becoming an industry. And I thought it was already a booming industry, right? See the difference between amateurs and the established. Thank you. Thank you. Aap photo lena bhul gaye. All of you together, please. Yeah. And the applause. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you, Tripti. Thank you so much for being kind. And thank you to each one of you. So yeah, let's continue to be on time and to talk more about the real estate. And this time the speakers will discuss Bengaluru residential market, presenting the emerging trends and year-end analysis. The session will be moderated by Mayank Saxena, Managing Director, Land Transaction and Rock Property Consultants Private Limited. With over 2 decades of expertise in the real estate industry, Mayank brings a wealth of experience, holds a master degree in urban planning from the School of Planning, Ahmedabad, Throughout his career, Mayank has successfully spearheaded and established multiple ventures in retail, residential land, and capital markets operating on a national scale. Can we give it out for Mayank Saxena, please? And our speakers in alphabetical order, please. I would like to welcome Farooq Mahmood, CMD, Silver Line Group, Chairman Emeritus and Founder, President, FIABCHI India, who's been in the real estate business for over 43 years and was the world president, FIABCHI, that represents 70 countries covering all four verticals of real estate. Let's give it out for Farooq Mahmood, please. Our next speaker, let's give it out for Kishore Jain, Managing Director, Jain Heights. And Kishore is the brain behind the company and has been in the industry since 1994. I was still studying, having more than 25 years of business expertise in the field of real estate construction and development of residential, luxurious apartments and commercial projects to his credit. We welcome you, sir. Let's also put our hands together for Malana Sasalu, CEO, Provident Housing. Malana, the dynamic CEO of Provident Housing Limited, helms operation across 9 cities, overseeing an impressive portfolio of 12 million plus square feet of residential development. Welcome, welcome. It's amazing to have you over here. And also let's keep clapping for Rajendra Joshi, CEO, Bangalore Lodha Group. Rajendra has over 30 years experience in FMCG and real estate. His expertise lies in developing team systems and processes for improving business efficiency in delivering business results. 2 more speakers, and that means we have to all put our hands together twice. Let's give it out for Srinivasan Gopalan, Chairman, Aris Uniton Real Estate Solutions. Srinivasan has more than 25 years of experience, of which over 15 years is in the real estate sector. His roles as CEO, COO, and CFO of leading real estate developers in Bangalore and Mumbai has been at the forefront of leading the real estate development business across all asset classes. We welcome you. And let's put our hands together for the last speaker in this panel, Sudhir Madamaya, partner, Khaitan and Company. Sudhir is a partner in the real estate group in the Bengaluru office, specializes in advising clients on all real estate transactions, development contracts, title verification, and advisory on RERA. I now request our moderator to please take over the proceedings. Yeah, and to all of you, to give it out to them to have a wonderful session over here, please. Thank you.
I should say good morning, everyone. And I was just hoping that we start with good morning and not with afternoon. So luckily we're 2 minutes before that. Thank you, Tripti, Sapna, and Reality Plus for organizing such an amazing event. I'm surprised to see that, we are house full, which is great. When I was going through the session, I realized that, I'll have to do a lot of work before I come on this dais to moderate the session, because everybody over here from the panelists probably have more number of experience than, so when I was going through each one of them, I realized that the amount of years that they put in the industry is amazing, because I was probably in school and not even able to imagine that I will be coming and, getting a session to do with them. So hats off to each one of you for, transforming and working in this industry for more or less over 30 years, in this space. And then secondly, when I, was attending the session done by Shwinder, I realized he's made my job all the more difficult by doing such a great session to start the day with. So with that, I understand we are probably in the best times, for the industry, because housing sales in India has not been ever so good. So probably in 15 years, first time we are seeing such a huge amount of volume being transacted, year on year, which is amazing. And I think so what a long relief, because we had a long, huge lull before COVID. And after COVID, we saw a transformation and the residential boom started picking up in our country, and which is now, resulting. And I think so a great moment for all of us. But with that, also the problem comes, because I think so in our industry, while you start designing and planning, and when you deliver your product, it almost takes 3 to 4 years. And then you have to do crystal ball gazing to ensure that whatever you are delivering at that moment has to be appropriate from the client's perspective and their client's demand, which I feel is a very unique thing that happens in industry, which is not so much for the other industries, making it more and more important for people in this industry to go back and work and at least be right on their fundamentals so that whatever is getting delivered is more time appropriate. With that, I would like to probably, start with my panel and, ask each of the panelists few questions to kickstart with, uh, and ensure that, we deliver close our session on the time so that we all can catch up our lunch. I would like to start with Srinivas because Srini, when I was seeing your profile, uh, I realized that, you have been wearing various hats over last 30, 35 years. And then suddenly you decided to change the gears and start a business which was probably never done in this industry. And first time you and Naveen got together to, put a foundation for something very new, something very different, and something which probably you people would definitely have believed, but maybe industry must be thinking what is up to these guys. So, with that, if you can help us understand.
So, uh, good morning, all of you, and thanks for inviting me. My good words from you. I'm happy to hear those. I don't know how true these are. However, Mayank, everything happens by an accident. Uh, what do you call? COVID was the time when everyone was introspecting and enough of working for someone else, and that's where we started. And we saw this huge gap that there needs to be a professional setup for a developer to take care of every aspect of business. Even if it is approval, there is a professional way of doing it, and there is a way where we can bring in technology into each one of these and resolve issues. So that was the spark where we said that, and during that time, there were so many projects which were stuck projects. So we believed that we have the ability to analyze these stuck projects and take it to the logical conclusion. So this was the spark, and that's where we believed that we have the ability and we will build the ability to get there. And 3.5 years down, we are working on 14 projects. We have delivered 4 projects. And I think our belief is coming true. So thanks to Almighty. Yeah.
I think so. Everybody in this room would like and wish for such an accident, Srini. So we start, from such a great start and build an organization in such a short span. You guys have done wonders. Yeah. My second question is to Mr. Farooq. Probably when I was reading about you, I realized that, you had come into this industry when this industry was probably, especially the broking side of the industry was like quite an untouchable industry. But still you chose, you made so much of difference in this industry over a period of 30, 35 years. Uh, and you have been all along working in Bangalore. So probably nobody knows Bangalore better than you because you would have the ability to see the city from various sides at various timelines. How do you see the demographic shift? Because, Bangalore probably the most youngest city in the country with the highest immigration. So what, according to you, has been the demographic shift in the city? And how does it influence the type of residential properties, which are there in demand and, probably going to be?
Thank you, Mayank, for making me feel so old. Thanks, Tripti and Sapna, for doing a wonderful job as usual. You guys have been really great. Coming to your question, I joined this business 1979. So I don't think some of you were even born then, I guess. And it's been a real transformation because at that point of time, broking was not seen to be the best of professions to be in. People would look at it as, an inferior kind of a profession to be in. But by God's grace, I think no profession is inferior as long as you can carry yourself with dignity, be honest about what you're doing, and transparent, and make sure that you deliver quality and client satisfaction. That's the most important thing at the end of the day that changes this transformation. A friend of mine was telling me then, in a matrimonial thing, when he said that he's a real estate broker, it wasn't very encouraging to see the amount of girls that were willing to marry him. And so I guess we're the bankers when they look at you but I think at the end of the day, this transformation has happened where you see the new age broker or the realtor or the channel partner or the estate agent. I mean, we called in different names. And the most important thing is honesty, integrity, and services that we provide, which, you get to formulate a part of, you become an extension of families that you initially deal with. I'm dealing with the third generation in some businesses where they've come in and we've helped them. I still remember a case where a lady migrated from Bombay. We got her a house. We got her kids school and admission in a school. And one of them is now a surgeon in a leading hospital here. And they started a couple of retail outlets. The kids have now migrated overseas. So you build relationships over years, and these relationships, I think, get you more business, get you more value. And talking about the growth of the city, I would say, the couple of transactions that I've done, 15 rupees a square foot on 100 feet road, Indiranagar. I mean, you don't even get rentals at that. I've sold it myself. Pinny Crescent, I've sold for about 25 rupees a square foot. That's in Benson Town, Jai Mahal. And I've sold off MG Road, Rest House Road for about 35 rupees a square foot, 10,000 square feet bungalow for 3.5 lakhs. So, I mean, these are all figures that one can't even dream of or think that this guy's, talking from another age. But we've seen these numbers. Talking about what your question is about how it's evolved. I think I would say, one of the better cities in India from a point of view of development. The developers here are more quality conscious. They're more conscious of what amenities that they provide. And they're doing this with a reason, because if developer X is developing a swimming pool, the developer Y is adding a heated swimming pool, and somebody is putting a jogging track. The customer here is very, very careful. He's very, very educated, and he knows what he wants. So you can't just go and sell ice cream to the Eskimos here. They know what they want, and they're willing to pay the price. And I think it's value for money, even at today's prices that Bangalore is selling for, the kind of construction quality that's coming in. If you take a project from the inception, from the plan stand, I would say from the RERA clearances to the completion, you generally pass 3 to 4 budgets, and the cost increase in that is phenomenal. And the developer has to bear that. And at the end of the day, I know, because I've been affiliated with many projects in different capacities. And in certain projects, you don't make that much of money that you anticipate making at the end of the day because of the cost overruns. The COVID, I call it the period of BC and AC. BC is before COVID and AC is after COVID. People have now begun to look at things and treating life with a different perspective. They feel that leaving that money or wanting to make much more money, they're wanting to live better lives. People are upgrading from a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom, a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. People are buying second homes, third homes, holiday homes. People have now realized that life is so short, and they want to live well, and they want to enjoy their money. And tomorrow is another story. I'm not saying they're careless, but what I'm trying to say is the difference of being conservative and the difference today of being more liberal on spending, because you believe that you have one life and you need to live well to make sure that you take care of everything well. The costs have shot up. I can give as the numbers that I've showed you. The maximum sales that we have done in the past couple of months have been high-end homes. And this has been something phenomenal. There's an insatiable appetite for people wanting to buy extremely high-end homes. And when I'm talking high-end homes, I'm talking about certain buildings going up to 40 crores. Okay, this is one of a kind building, but what I'm saying is one never thought that one would spend 40 crores on a residential apartment in a building like Bangalore. But this is true. These are happening, and this is here to stay, and the prices are still going to go up because previously, I think one of the speakers mentioned that, there was markets corrected itself to the positive, and like they say, water always find its own level. So if something's going to be pushed down the throat of the market, it's not going to adapt. But then the flip side of it you've got to see is the affordability factor. How many people are there who can afford 40 crores or even 4 crores for that matter. I mean, the average home buyer is looking for something between 25 to 65 lakhs. And, I think here what makes all the difference is the logistics, like the metro line moving in to this path, and people will be able to afford if you're in Whitefield and if it's costing you about 80 lakhs, and if you move 4 kilometers away and it's costing you 45 lakhs, I think that person wouldn't mind sitting down on that metro for another 7 minutes or 10 minutes to buy a home for a lesser price. With the same amount of amenities, same amount of, the same quality of construction. So I think it's evolving day to day, and the developers are doing a marvelous job of upgrading their facilities. They're trying to see what the customer wants, and they're giving it to him more than what he can kind of digest at the moment. And each one is trying to outdo the other to give better amenities so that they get the customer retention. And the future of this particular market, I think I see a 10-year horizon. People said that, how can you crystal gaze? But I think the whole world is in shambles right now, and India is the only economy that's growing at the pace that we are going. We've got other internal issues. We've got elections. We've got stability factors. We've got so many other issues. But I think this decade is the decade of India, and it will remain so.
Amazing, Mr. Farooq. I genuinely would love that whatever you said should come true, so that let the decade be the decade for India. And interestingly, while you were giving your thoughts, you suddenly brought smile to both the developer friends on the panel. So one side, Mr. Joshi, was shining to know that, 40 crore apartments are being bought in Bangalore, and probably they are, they are the guys who work in luxury. So definitely for them, the clientele is there. And on the other side, Mr. Kishore, and probably somehow you strategically made both of them sit next to you. So probably Mr. Kishore was also excited, saying that fantastic, because his organization has always been focusing on design and what the client needs and the client changes. And probably he was pretty excited to hear from you that, this market is cognizant of, such things. With that, Mr. Kishore, probably a question to you, that in this time when the clients keeps on changing their preferences, and architecture design and landscaping and amenities and facilities become such important part from a product, what are your views that your product, how you can keep on making more and more appealing to the Bangalore market, and what are some of the elements which are like the basic foundation that one has to keep in mind while delivering a product for today's client?
So good morning to all of you. Thank you, Sapna, Trupti. I was just seeing even the consistent conclave which you are doing, including the COVID period, congratulations to Realty Plus. And for a change, next time probably Mayank can be part of panel rather than every time he become a moderator. Sometimes we love to listen from him also. Right. The real estate run has started post 2000. If you see Bangalore before 2000, it was typical brick and mortar building, G+3, and probably the highest would be like G+10, 12 or so. And 22 decades later, what you could see Bangalore, the skyline of Bangalore has been completely changed. The kind of glazed building, the tall building, those are the significant and visible changes you could see in the skyline of Bangalore. I realized, I remember in 2008, we were designing a 24-story residential tower. And the question which we had in mind, because at the time we were probably the first or second tallest building in the whole Bangalore. So the main question was whether the customer will accept, the market will accept this kind of tall structure. And somehow we took that plunge with the faith and conviction and started the project of 24-story. And the market is received well. So historically, the Bangalore market has always accepted any kind of novelty, any kind of innovative thoughts, and always looking for experimenting. So this is what was the market potential and the market demand and acceptance level, adaptability to the new thing. One more change which we could see in last 2 decades, which is a Vastu principle. Earlier, nobody was there to believe what is Vastu, and I could hear a lot of things ki Vastu is a BS. So nobody used to take care of it. And now the millennials, if you could see the sales demography, 40% of the sales will be to the millennials who won't believe in Vastu, but still, when they come for purchase, not even they look at the main door entry of north and east, even the commode position also they look. So, so commode position, sleeping side. When we ask them, when we confront them, they says ki whether I believe or not, but I realize this is the law of nature. It's like law of gravity. Whether you believe or not, this law exists. The same thing is with the Vastu. I think majorly every major development at design level are thinking how to align with the magnetic forces of the earth. There's nothing belief or anything. It's a pure science, how you can be aligned. Even I could see from last 1 decade and above, even the designers, they are at design level only seeing how the sun will be moving, how is the lights, how the ventilation will be happening in those buildings, and how from southwest to northeast, the wind movement, how the ventilation in terms of air will be taken care. So those kind of intricacies were involved at the design level itself. This is one big change we could see in last 2 decades. And of course, Bangalore has always said no to any kind of compact homes. Even the global or even the cities like Mumbai or Chennai, you have a full AC, centralized AC homes. In fact, that has been really negated by the Bangalore market, except one or two. Otherwise, nobody is looking for development of complete fully AC homes. That has been experimented and failed drastically in the Bangalore real estate market. And of course, post-COVID, or as Mr. Farooq said, after COVID, AC. I think everybody is looking for more green, more openness, and larger spaces rather than being just in the pigeonhole. So they are looking for a more larger spaces. In fact, for the first time in the country, the affordable housing, the compact houses, the demand of those has been reduced. The mid segment and the luxury segment, in fact, the mid segment has surpassed. Historically, always we see the affordable housing was always in demand in higher percentage. But for the first time, we could see the mid segment is crossed the demand. And there is scope for luxury, ultra luxury, and whatnot. In terms of amenities, 2 decades before, having a swimming pool was the ultra luxury. And that used to happen in only the large complexes. Now we could see even a G+3 apartment will have a rooftop swimming pool. And the list of amenities, it's exhaustive, like whatever you want, everything is available. In fact, there are layout projects where you have a football ground. I'm just waiting to see someone build up a cricket stadium in their large development. That also is a possibility. So those kind of amenities are there, and developer is continuously working. What else, what more I can give it to customer, how I can pamper them, how I can meet their aspirations. Those are the great changes which has been witnessed. A decade before, we didn't know the meaning of sustainability. What is sustainability? Nobody was aware as such. Thanks to COP and the awareness and the pledge from the government, I think every developer, the new design, everybody is focusing more on the how to make it net zero, what can be done, how we can be more responsible towards the environment or the planet Earth where we all live. So those significant mindset changes has come in. And the space planning, being more efficient. In fact, the Bangalore real estate market has always been very, very highly efficient in terms of utilization value. Always we were at 21, 22%, unlike those other metros, which has got efficiency of 35%, and somewhere it can reach up to 50%. So which is not the case in Bangalore. Like even customer is more literate, well informed. I remember in one of my project, one of the architects first checked. For 7 days, she took time and checked all the aspect, how the efficiency we have arrived to 21%. And the good thing is, when she was convinced, she was become our evangelist and convinced more than 300 customers. This is the most efficient building in terms of space utilization. There's no scope for any kind of negative spaces. And customers of late are looking not only horizontal, even the vertical space. There was a demand also. How we can have a double height duplex. Even in some of the apartment, there is maybe demand for triplex, triplex penthouses also. So those kind of experimentation and new thing is coming to the Bangalore market.
Thank you, Kishorji, for such, important insights in the demand side. And thank you for, recommendation to Sapna for getting me included into the moderator, instead of moderator being the panelist. I was actually requesting the same thing to Sapna, but then she told me that I think so I'm short of 1 decade of more experience. So probably I'll have to, for 1 more decade, I have to be a moderator and then come and become a panelist. Thank you for the kindness. So with that, Kishori, what I was realizing that, what you just said are so relevant and probably makes the job of a friend on the panel, Mr. Mandla, more and more difficult because he represents affordable. And imagine, in affordable housing for Malna to ensure that, he balances affordability, luxury, amenities, facilities. I don't know, Malna, how you are able to do all this. Probably we would request to hear from you that what is this secret spice and how you're able to manage that. Still Provident does such great work in terms of product, in terms of delivery, in terms of sales, in terms of, ensuring that the flag on affordability housing is really up high.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Tripti and Sapna, for this opportunity. And first of all, this affordable housing, let's get this one out of the window. That is the myth and the reality of the affordable housing. So as Provident started in 2006 to build affordable housing, and probably that was the term coined by Puravankara, and it continued till 2013. If you look back at the history of this, in 2013, the BJP government came in and our Honorable Prime Minister came up with the idea of affordable housing. That affordable housing went on attracting a couple of other terminologies like economically weaker section, that is your EWS, lower income group, which is LIG, and mid-income group, MIG, and also came up with the idea of credit link subsidy schemes and many other schemes which for the developers, for the government bodies to develop affordable housing. So the affordable housing definition which Puravankara Provident had got completely diluted by the middle of 2015, that we didn't know whether we were going or we were coming. So it's very important to understand and define what is affordable housing as of today. So in 2007, 2008, Provident started this project called Wellworth. It's a 3,000 units on the Balapur Road. I was an outsider then. I thought that this is a sure way of going bankrupt because who's going to buy an apartment in Doddaballapur? Mind you, the infrastructure as of today was not it was in 2006. In fact, 2006, 2007, Bangalore opened the international airport without having proper access to international airport from the city. So those were the times. But Provident did extremely well against everybody's notion that it may fail. So from there on, in 2012 to 2013, 2014, the company had to take another turn and understand and define what is affordable housing. In 2007, it was sold for two-bedroom apartment was sold at 18 to 19 lakhs rupees. And today, if you really look at it, after 16 years, the affordable housing must have moved up to 60 to 65 lakhs rupees. Even if even if you apply normal rate of inflation, that is what would be the affordable housing around 65 lakhs. What is happening in the industry, happening everywhere, is we continue to think that affordable housing means should be less than 45 lakhs. It's impossible. It is not going to happen. So while that we were egging and going against, again, doing about the affordable housing, the developers, the entire developer community who were looking at higher segment and the luxury segment, they all came down to this segment of mid-income group housing or the affordable housing today. To be looking at affordable housing, I would define that from somewhere between 45 lakhs rupees to 1.10 crore rupees in all metropolitan cities in the country. You should call them affordable housing. If that is the affordable housing, if 45 lakhs to 1.10 crore rupees is affordable housing, then there are no affordable developers in the country at all. Or you can also say that all developers are in the affordable housing category. So this whole idea of this affordable housing, and I think we need to redefine and we need to look at it. The question here is, why Provident? We have the tag of affordable housing. Yes, our concentration is only from that 45 lakhs rupees to 1.10, 1.20 crore bracket. 95 to 98% of our all stocks are built within that. And our average goes from somewhere between 70 to 75 lakhs rupees per unit, and that's our average. So how do we go forward? How do we differentiate ourselves? The question here is about, we cannot go back and now reduce and build the small sized units and which are not acceptable. We have to build a livable house. Just to make it affordable, continuously reduce the size of the apartment will not give us any kind of market or market share with that kind of product. We have to build livable house. We have to give value to the customers in a measurable way. And that's where Provident is heading. For every rupee that a customer spends, our idea is we should be the greatest value providers in affordable housing. With regards to the growth, so if you really look at the numbers, what has happened is from 2020 to now, that is what was in affordable housing that was considered affordable housing, that is below 50 lakhs, it's gone down from around 40% to around 21%. It's not gone down. It is just that the market has moved upwards. And if you look at from 50 lakhs rupees to 1 crore rupee, the market has now expanded from around 39% to 50%. And if you look at from 1 crore rupee to 2 crore rupees, it's gone up from around 40% or 35% to around 45%, where most of the sales are happening between 1 and 1.3 crores. And overall, the addressable market for affordable housing, that is 45 lakhs rupees to 1.2, is around 55 to 58% in the entire country. And most developers are participating in this.
Amazing, amazing, Malan. It's really great to hear that, the affordability numbers are changing so drastically. Imagine hearing that probably an apartment which is worth 1 crore is still, an affordable apartment. It's stunning. With that, I would like to probably ask Mr. Joshi, because he is just on the opposite side of the spectrum. Guys, when it comes to luxury in India, probably Lodha is one group which easily defines what luxury is. I had the pleasure of seeing some of their projects in Bombay. Amazing work done by them. And Mr. Joshi decided to wear the hat for the group in Bangalore and decided to take it head on. Mr. Joshi, I would request to understand from your side that, what does luxury real estate probably in Bangalore, what is the meaning of it? Like what Malna said, that 1 crore probably for affordable. So now, I used to always think 1 crore is luxury in Bangalore, but then, I have been corrected. And he's made it affordable. And then what are the luxury residential, amenities or the features or the trends that people are actually expecting from you people? Because now you people have to do luxury. So probably, you people definitely must be doing something much, much more or different from what affordable is doing.
So thanks, Mayank. I think the reason why Sapna gets you to moderate is that you make people speak the way you make people spend on lands. So that's why I think you are the moderator always.
Thank you.
Thanks for that introduction. Yes, Lodha is known for luxury. But I think one side that is not known really is that we have a large mid and affordable housing segment. Almost 35–40% of our business does come from the segment that Malana was talking about. That segment will continue and will continue to prosper. I don't think that's ever going to change in our growing economy. Coming to Bangalore market, something that I have worked for the last 4.5 years. I think the market has evolved substantially. And if you look at data, the average price in Bangalore has moved up by about 50%, from about 5,000 to about 7,500 rupees over the last 4 or 5 years. Market size is nearly doubled. So therefore, we believe that there is a strong market, there is a strong segment for what we would call as the higher end segment, not necessarily luxury. We believe that Bangalore as a market has a great room for, say, 2 crores upwards, correct? That's a segment that we think we would be able to play strongly, because that's something that we are very, very good at. The customer in this segment, particularly in Bangalore, as Farooqji rightly said, is very discerning. He is highly educated, and most of our customers come from the ITES sector. They know what they are paying for. And therefore, if you are looking to sell such customer a product which is 2 crores upwards, first, obviously, he will look for quality, delivery, all of that, which many Bangalore developers do. In fact, I would concur with Farooqji that Bangalore probably is one of the most evolved markets. I've had the fortune of working in almost all major metro cities in the country. He would look for service levels. I think what customer today looks for, and people like Amazon and everybody else have spoiled them, is the levels of service that you will deliver at the time you book a product, at the time that the construction goes on, and most importantly, post handing it over. I think the customer in the premium segment looks for a good quality product, all the amenities that my co-panelists did talk about. But I think more important is, how is the product maintained post delivery? I think that's something that is very important, and that's something that we at Lodha take special pride on. We are good in designing, we are good in building. We've built probably India's tallest residential tower. We sell probably the most expensive units. We sold a unit for about 250 crores in the Malabar Hills. All that is true, but I think what will differentiate us will be the service levels. Service levels at all steps of the customer's journey, and most important, post delivery, and which is what we have built a large, what we call as a hospitality and property management team, headed by an ex-general manager from the Taj. It's a 550 member strong team. We run our own restaurants. We have a brand called Saint Amand, which has its own restaurants where the customers can come and have food. And we build and maintain amenities of world-class standards. For example, Palava City, where we have mix of affordable and mid-segment housing. We have Olympic-size 4 swimming pools. We have badminton courts. We have all sports amenities, which customers would like to use, but also are maintained well. I think what customer would look for, today's customer, is a great house, built well, but equally maintained well for all the amenities. That's because it is not only he or she who's going to live there, his family, but the children and their future generations. I think that's very important.
So true. Interestingly, what Mr. Joshi was referring to, a 250 crore worth apartment, in which was a bare apartment minded. So you won't get anything, you have to go and then you do your interiors. The funny part was you have to also change the front door. So the front door was also a temporary front door. So we had the delight of, probably doing this transaction, and we realized that amazing. And, every time when, this question comes in meeting, people ask us, how can somebody go and pay 250 crore for a bare apartment where the door is also not there? But what probably, you just said is so true. It's a service. It's not just what you're buying today, because what you're buying is, for next, your generation to the next, and probably the service element and the whole, ecosystem to ensure that your kids also get the best of home. I think so is much more than just buying a house, So interesting with, views. With that, Sudhir, probably changing gears, because luckily we had you on a panel. And I realize that probably legal is becoming more and more important part of our daily lives. The pendulum, in my opinion, if you look at between the home buyers and the developers, the pendulum keeps on moving. So pre-RERA, it was here. Developers had their say. Post-RERA, it's there. I think so probably one of the biggest challenges that all the developers have is to ensure that post-completion, post-delivery, to ensure that how minimum amount of legal cases that, they will be facing from their customers and how happy their customers are. So with this ever evolving landscape, on the legal side in real estate industry, how do you see the challenges that your clients face and they should be mindful of, while going ahead and doing development under the new regulatory regime? Because now the regulatory regime is also changing. And I think so it's important for our industry, or probably to be an industry in what is, still to become an industry.
Thanks, Mank. Thanks, Reality Plus, for having me here. Uh, Before I delve into your specific query, we both were working on a transaction pre-COVID uh, for a property in Whitefield, and I think it got closed only a couple of months back.
Right.
So this is the timeline which we are looking, almost 5 to 6 years to close a transaction, which shouldn't have happened because there are several reasons. It's not only dependent on the landowner, there are regulatory issues, there are approvals issues, there are government bodies like KIDB involved, there are corporations involved for mutation process. All this will delay the process. See, what has happened now and what was before, we need to understand. Let me specifically talk about Karnataka or Bangalore. There are certain restrictions under land law. Take example of the SCST land. In 1978, the enactment came into force, and that has been strengthened now, which will restrict the developer to freely buy land which is owned by SCST. So if there is a sale deed which has been executed in 1979, where the property was sold by a person belonging to SCST for whom it was granted, and there is an amendment which is brought today, this year, even that sale deed can be challenged. So you're talking about a transaction which has happened several decades ago. This will definitely not help a developer. Now, the latest news is that the Land Reforms Acts, repealing 79 AB, which is going to be brought back again, which will again restrict a developer, a company, an individual, a non-agriculturalist to buy the land. So I think on the one hand, we are evolving with RERA, SEZ policies, FEMA regulations, relaxing investments in real estate, new FDI policies. But on the other hand, we have these restrictions still causing an impediment for having a clear land. And though everything has been digitalized, say, for example, if you want to get the kata, they say, okay, everything is online. You apply and get it. Do you really get it? I don't think so. You have to go meet the officials and, follow up and get it done. So I think what we expect, I mean, if I have to talk from the developer's point of view, is there should be few changes brought in, which will smoothen the process of acquiring a clear land, and even after acquisition, you can, comfortably develop it without any hindrance. And when you give it to the customers, they have a clear property. That's very important.
Thank you, Sudhir. I wish if that, comes true, we will have good night's sleep, I think so every time when anyone, talks about land, and probably first thing that come to our mind is litigations. Because of the paucity of time, though I had, I wanted to ask all of you guys multiple more questions. Probably I will ask one question, and I would request, from the house, if somebody would like to ask a question to the panelists. The question that I would like to ask is that, amazing time for all of us in 2023, and, probably a time for crystal ball gazing for 2024. So what are the few emerging trends that you people think that one will see in 2024, and the market shift that, may happen, and we should all be prepared for it, or maybe working towards it? So I would request if any one of you would like to, answer that.
I believe that, the trend of that upswing that what we have in the residential market will continue. Very simply to say that we are in the infancy of urbanization. Many people have talked about it, and there is always a comparison with country like China. China, if they want to build 500,000 houses, it is just a thought, and the business happens at the speed of their thought. But in India, it doesn't work like that. We are starved for housing even today. So what's going to happen, as I see, is that the difficulties that we have in land acquisition and getting the approval, getting the project, and getting them completed, the challenge will make the delivery of the homes only keep it at this level, that whatever this growth rate that we have, which is great in one way, simply because we will have a sustained growth over the next 15, 20, 25 years. And also bad simply because most of the people will have to wait for the 10, 15, 20 years to get their housing. So that's what I believe. And this market will continue. And maybe there is a little bit of, the price being, it's the speed at which the price have gone up, they get more moderated, but they will definitely be beating the inflation of around 6.5% or 5.4% is what we have now. It will continue to increase more than 6% on the housing side. And that would be the trend, I believe.
Interesting.
So I think all of us have been extremely positive about real estate, and we should be. Some of us are service providers, some of us are real estate developers. I think the place, I'm going to touch upon the place where the next few years are going to be is the technology part, right? Today, when you buy a pizza, you want to know कि 5 minutes में आ रहा है, 7 minutes में आ रहा है, but that's not the case when you buy a house. You have complete opaqueness there. So it's very important that we build technology on the CRM side and make the customer comfortable that today there is a slab that has been cast for you, right? This is where we are. There is a problem. It's better that I tell him today rather than he realizing about it. Very, very important that we put money into technology on that side. So when I was small, I'm 51 today, right? When I was small, we used to have these yellow pages, right? We used to find कि वो लड़की का नाम का, girlfriend का नाम का number वहाँ से. The property listing is a phenomenon which is like 5-6 years old. So we are so medieval as far as technology is concerned. So I think the next few years, it's very, very important that we spend time on getting this in place, starting from the customer side. And once the customers are so demanding, especially where I'm sure the challenges that Malana faces is he has to sell at 1.1, whereas his cost is at 90-95, right? Very, very important that we bring in technology there, get the cost down, ensure that every process is at its optimum. So I think the next 5 years, I request every developer to invest in that, because you will be left out, because the price rises are never going to be here. I hear so many words that I've participated in panels in 2007, where I've heard all this saying that next 20 years are ours, next 100 years are ours. And to 2008-9, we saw what happened. The same thing happened from 2014 to 2008. Not that I'm a pessimist, I am a born optimist. But the first 2 years when a government changes are always going to be where the regulations will come in, because they have 3 more years to cope up with that. So let's all be very, very clear that let's do the basics right. Buy the land or do JDAs so that the landowner is your partner, and keep the costs low, bring in as much as technology as much as possible, keep the customer with you, because he is the real equity, everything else has a cost.
Point that I would add is that while today it's fashionable to be called sustainable, I think sustainability is another factor which by the real estate industry has not been so widely practiced. I think that's something that will take a key role in the real estate industry, as it has done in many other industries like the energy, etc. Happy to tell you that Lodha leads this sustainability drive in the country. We recently have been listed on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. We are number 1 in India in the Dow Jones Index. There are other developers who are there, and we are number 3 in the world. So we want to be net carbon neutral by 2050 by scope 3, and by 24 in scope 1 and 2. So I think sustainability is something that we all will have to work on. It will be very, very important.
So true. Kishorji, you would like to add something?
Yeah. I'll follow up on what Mr. Joshi has said. If a CREDAI at national level, or I would say the Honorable Minister, Prime Minister Modi has pledged India will become net zero by 2070. But CREDAI has gone forward and said all CREDAI developers will become net zero by 2050. And sustainability is the future. Like this will be the emerging trend. One of the largest, biggest challenges and opportunities I could see, as we know, today we are in a state of euphoria. And Bangalore market, the price correction or price increase, hike, whatever you call terminology, but it was very due because last 5 years, the prices in Bangalore real estate market was stagnant. And this is the time where, in fact, Hyderabad has hiked more. Price increase was higher in Hyderabad rather than Bangalore. And the lowest was in MMR because their price used to hike. The next challenge, when you are in a state of euphoria, somewhere in the business, you forget to innovate. When things are selling well, you don't focus on the cost control measures or what else, what new things can be added up, how to meet the growing demand of customer aspiration. Today's customer base is all millennial, who are globetrotter, and the aspiration will be evolving and keep changing. So that will be one big challenge where the developer, in a very responsible manner, still focus more on the cost control and not rely more on the price increase. This will be one point. At the same time, the increased construction cost, the regulatory cost, the land cost has increased. All our input costs has really gone up. With this, despite a price hike, still we'll be left with a very thin margin. And somewhere it has impacted. When you see the Bangalore market, the supplies were very, very less. I think post-COVID only the supplies have come into the market, the new launches has surged. But again, when you see at India level, the Bangalore launches are not at par with the India level launches. So still in future, the challenge will always remain. When I see the inventory, unsold inventory 8%, or the inventory hangover, like it's around 12 to 15 months, this is the kind of supply challenge which Bangalore market will witness. So it will be a both challenge as well as an opportunity. How to do the business in the most efficient and the right manner. And again, back to basics.
So true.
Thank you. I think all the panelists were very true in their observations of what they felt. Jain sir felt was sustainability, and I'm sorry, Mr. Joshi felt it was sustainability. He was talking about going back to basics. Mr. Murli spoke about innovation and so on and so forth. But the most important factor that you will all have to remember is all these put together is the human factor. As far as technology is concerned, it's the human factor that creates this technology. And I'm speaking from a realtor or an estate agent or a channel partner's perspective. You might have all the websites, you might have all the digital artificial intelligence and everything going on there. But unless there's no hand-holding on the ground to kind of facilitate this transaction, whether it's from a developer's office or an estate agent's office or a channel partner's office who's got multiple operations or a mom and pop operation. At the end of the day, I think it's the human factor that counts, and the comfort level of what you tell him or her, the buyer, to say that, okay, this is what you're getting into. They're well educated, they're well informed, they can teach you and write manuals on. But the most important factor on this whole thing is the confidence, the trust, the factor where they need that confidence to say, yes, we are taking the right decision, we're doing the right thing. And I think in today's market, it's still cheap to buy a property in Bangalore than what it would be if you take the inflation index. I think we are still far better off buying properties in Bangalore at this value also, because the years to come, it's going to be much more expensive. And the cost of construction, if you take it, there's been an increment beyond the imagination. I mean, there's so many factors that have been, if you take your sand, for instance, river sand is not accessible now. People are getting other methods of doing this and using it for plastering and things like. So I think it's going to be a win-win situation for the industry. And I'm a born optimist from a perspective that the prices will go up. It's cheaper to buy today than tomorrow. So if anybody is looking at buying homes, don't wait for that decision tomorrow. Do it today because it's going to be more expensive tomorrow. And make sure that you buy the right home because everybody is good today on the pan. I mean, in the industry, there are no fraudulent developers because I think it's already separated the boys from the men. People know that whoever is there in the business today are people of genuine people who are there to deliver, and each is trying to outdo the other. So I think as a discerning customer, you've got to decide which is the pedigree of horse you want to back on, which is the stable you want to run it from, and who's going to win the race. Everybody is going to complete the race. But the question is, you've got to see who the winner is. We've got a lot of winners here in this room and out of this room. And I think it's been a wonderful panel. And I personally feel this is a very, very positive time for India and the Bangalore market. So not just Bangalore, I think all of India for that perspective. I think if you've seen some of the listed companies and their balance sheets, it's tremendous. I mean, it's gone up 3 times. So this itself speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I think some very important key takeaways that, anybody who's doing development, he has to do sustainable. He has to have customer engagement. And what Srini said was so true, boss. You want update on a pizza delivery, you don't get update on your house. How can it work? So probably the future is that, every slab cast, the buyer needs to know. With this, I would open up for anybody in the house if they want to ask any questions to the panelist. Yes, please.
Yeah, so this was just a one-off project. So we were also a little getting bored with doing the same thing. And so we decided that, let's see, how our creative juices work. No, this was a land that was owned by us at some point of time, owned by Providence. So at some point of time, we thought that what was the best way to monetize this land parcel. So that area, we thought that it was not ready for developing a multi-storied building. At the same time, to monetize the land, that we had to have a specific product. It only represents 5% of my total portfolio. So I call that as bridge to luxury, if that you like it.
Good. Thank you, everyone, for taking time out. And, thank you, everyone, for patiently, listening. I would request if you could, connect, post this, because our time is already out. So I'm sorry, we can't, take more questions now. Thank you. You want to allow one more? Okay, fine.
Yeah, we can
the
do one
boss
more.
is one more.
Suddenly there are so many launches have come and ready to move in apartment is not available in a gated community in Bangalore. Won't you think suddenly the supply will be there more than what is required 3 years down the lane, because all the project will take 3 to 4 years to complete?
See, before COVID, from 2017 onwards, there was decline in the new launches in the Bangalore real estate market. Post-COVID, the sentiments for buying home has been changed drastically, and it has resulted in a very short supply of the inventory. And during COVID, everybody was looking for ready to move. So whatever the ready to move inventory was there, it was almost absorbed. So the obvious thing to go next is to go for the new launches. And those new launches were holded by many of the developers from last 2, 3, 4 years. And when we see the number of launches, still it will not be sufficient. When I said the inventory what we have, if I can put it in numbers, like last quarter, Bangalore sold 16,000 apartments, 16,000 units, including villa and all type of residential units. Before the COVID, every year we used to sell around 42,000 units. Right now, it has been increased by 50%, 60%, almost 65,000 per annum. And when you see the new launches, it's not enough. So there won't be, in fact, the other challenge will be still the residential market. The residential unit will be in great demand. There are no enough supply in the Bangalore real estate market. The inventory, which will be getting absorbed in the market, is by 25, 26. When I see the unsold inventory, it is less than 1 month of demand, 1 year of demand. So that way, the dynamics, more challenge is towards supply rather than the other way.
Kichorji, I thought you would like to probably, you would say that switch off the camera and then I can say that the approval time got crunched to 1 week instead of 1 year.
So those numbers were 60,000 in a quarter or in a year? The numbers that you just mentioned? 60, 16, okay.
Yeah.
And 60 in the year, 64 in the year. Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. So yeah, with this, let's give a huge round of applause to this panel. They spoke about technology. They spoke about innovation on how the aspirations of the millennials will change. They gave us some numbers which were very heartwarming. They gave us reasons on what happened during COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID, and what's going to happen in the future. They have predicted everything, and I'm sure it's bang on. And we're all looking forward to a prosperous future because the stalwarts said so, right? There was this WWE thing, Stone Cold said so, but the stalwart said so. So thank you so much, and special mention to the yellow pages thing where everyone had a smile. It means everyone belongs to that era where they actually chased down someone looking at yellow pages before Tinder and Instagram came in, right? So let's give it out for the stalwarts out here. Thank you for being so kind, for sharing your insights and your experience. And to felicitate them, I would request Ashish Kumar, LIC Housing Finance Limited Area Manager, Corporate Loans, to kindly come forward along with Akshay Singh Chauhan, Area Manager, Whitefield Branch, LIC Housing Finance. And yeah, all of you, yes, you deserve a big round of applause and a big thank you from all of us. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. I wish it was yellow in color for you. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, audience. Let's be generous. Let's give it out to each one of them. They've all been fantastic, enthusiastic, energetic in sharing their invaluable experience with all of us. And it's going to take our industry forward, propel all of us in the right direction. So big, big, big thank you. Yeah. Thank you. All of you together. And one final time, one big beaming smile. And yes, that's the one which is going to be captured for all those who's going to look at it down the memory lane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now it's time to break for lunch. I would request all of you to move towards the pre-function area, which is just outside the gate we all entered in from. And join us here back sharp. It's about to be 1. We're going to all come back over here at 1:30. Yeah, 1:30 on your watches. 35 minutes time for a quick lunch, for some quick networking, to say a quick hello and a big thank you for being on time. That's one thing we all want to take forward for the rest of the day. So 1:30 sharp. Please do look at your watches, put alarms if required. But I'm going to see you on the other side. Thank you for being so wonderful.
what time it was? Yeah, should be. Right.
So yeah, for all those who are outside in the pre-function area, I request all of you kindly move inside the hall, Trinity Hall, where we are about to begin with the second half, which is much more exciting than ever. So all of you, please move inside. We are about to begin in the next few seconds, not even minutes. Yeah, please. Thank you for being kind. Requesting all of you to kindly move inside from the pre-function area. We're about to begin with the proceedings shortly. Thank you. So last and final boarding call for all those who are outside in the pre-function area. This flight is about to take off. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all those who have settled down. This is the final call for all those who are still walking in. And a humble request to all of you to please settle down as well. We are starting right away. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back to all of you. And thank you for being on time and letting us be on time. And we are going to continue to talk about real estate. And to help us understand a little better, let's have a look at this informative AV, right? It's right here. And we're going to play it for you. The R-AV. Fantastic. Thank you so much, R-Dash, for that wonderful insight. Moving on, we have this panel discussion on commercial and flex spaces, understanding the occupier demands and market dynamics. And leading this talk will be Arpit Mehrotra, Managing Director, Office Services South India and Head of Flex India Colliers. With over 18 plus years of experience, Arpit is responsible for the overall direction, strategy, and growth of the firm. I welcome you, Arpit, on stage, and all of you join me in welcoming him, please. A bigger round of applause just to let us know that lunch was not so heavy. Yeah, and also introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. Let's welcome Amit Goenka, MD and CEO, Nisus Finance. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, Amit is a visionary leader and a professional responsible for over $7 billion of investments globally with a focus on Middle East and Asia. Let's put our hands together for Amit Goenka, please. Yeah, all of you together. Let's also join in to welcome Fancy George, CEO, Thomas Workplace Design, with over 3 decades of experience with large-scale multinational corporate office campuses to sustainable projects that follow the philosophy of circular design in retrofit refurbishment projects. Fancy George has always had a deep appreciation for workplaces from a people perspective. We welcome you. It's amazing to have you over here. And joining them on the panel would be Mahesh Khaitan, Director, Satwa Group. Mahesh has been at the helm of strategic planning and key implementation of projects since the group's inception. His sharp business acumen and exemplary planning has resulted in over 25 million square feet of world-class sustainable structures and counting forward. I would now request our moderator to kindly take over the proceedings and request all of you to give them a big round of applause as we look forward to this session, please. Thank you. Hello.
So firstly, post-lunch sessions are always heavy. Heavy without a black coffee is difficult. So in case you want to carry your black coffees in the room, please do that. But I can tell you one thing for sure. We'll make it very interesting. And what we will do here is, while we have a session and we will be talking about what's going to happen, but I think I had been speaking with the panelists and the speakers here, talking about the experience. I think that's where the story is going to come in, because I think the amount of experience sitting along with me in this panel is huge. Approximately around 100 years experience we are talking about sitting here. While we are not so old, but coming back, I think it will be very interactive. what I also have a request in case if there is some question you wanted to pick it in between, please do that. Otherwise, what we will do is that last 10 minutes, I will keep it from Q&A perspective and request for a lot of questions to come in because I think the experience needs to come back. That's the thought I have it. Coming back, I think introductions have been done, but I will still say that my name is Arpit. I'm from Colliers and I manage the South India business and the flex business of the country. And I would request the panel in case if they can have a quick introduction about themselves. Amit?
Good afternoon, Amit Goenka, Managing Director at Nices Finance, a real estate private equity fund based out of Mumbai.
Good afternoon. I'm Fancy George. I take care of workplace for Thomas Workplace. 30 years of experience. So yeah, hopefully I have a lot to share.
Hello, everyone. Myself, Mahesh Ketan. I'm just part of Salar Priya Sattva Group.
I think thank you so much for coming in and having a good introductions about yourself. While the topic has been commercial and the flex spaces, occupier demands and the market dynamics, Maheshji, my first question will come towards you. We have seen the slowdown which came in COVID year. We saw something about a bounce back which was coming in last year. We are seeing from the trends I see till November, I think we will have a much better year from 2022 to 2023. What's your thought? Why it's coming back? And what's your thought? What's going to happen in 2024? Both
Well-
in conventional and flex office. Sorry.
Well, good question. We remember that in 2008, there was one recession.
Yes.
And there was in the original Andhra, being parted Andhra and Telangana. That been happened in 2012, if I'm right.
2012. Yes.
2012. And afterwards, what I've seen the growth of, especially in the kind of Hyderabad, I'm saying right now, we can set the example from there. So almost we can see that those days used to be 1.5 million, 2 million square feet of Hyderabad, which touched to 9 million to 10 million square feet. Similar way, this is the what is a always when we're going to one same speed, and if you don't have any brake, and then we won't be able to just speed up our car. So similar way, that's a 2019 or 2020, whatever the COVID, whatever it is there, it gave them a good break to us. And I'm seeing that right now. Last year it was okay. I am seeing that 2023, almost we are touching the pre-COVID 2019. Almost, I think so this year we will be in all throughout India, approximately like a 52 million, 55 million might be gross. And similar way, like the city-wise, all the cities are doing good. That's a good part. So I'm seeing that as a demands are concerned, if you have good supply in good location, we no need to go back. And another thing, what I'm seeing right now, 2023 is almost we have completed now. In the Bangalore, I can say the always 15 million square feet plus. And this year also we crossed 2019. So it's like a good sign. And I'm seeing that first H1, I can say may not be first quarter, because generally last quarter as well as beginning of the first quarter, nothing moved forward. So I can say H1 will break all the record of whatever we had in country today. That's what my feeling.
In fact, I will add it here. My experience on that has been, there has always been a cycle. When it comes to both residential and office. Office, we see a dip, but office come back, and when it come back, it will be there for 7 years term. Last 3.5 years, I think there has been a slowness in the market, but I think the right opportunities, people have moved on with the right opportunities. And where I see is that I think we are in a mode that whoever will have a good supply at a good location next year.
Yeah.
We will see a traction. We are already seeing traction. People previously were not even visiting. Then people started visiting. Then they were not making decisions. Now I see people started making decisions. I think that's important. And that's where, Amit, I am trying to come back to you, because while we see office market going up, what do you think about, because there has been core assets and people have been talking about from a core asset perspective. What do you think where we see alternative asset moving forward? Also, I know you have been a big follower of investments in flexible market altogether. What's your experience has been from a firm perspective? You put on an investment in a flex market in an organization, and then How do you see the entire journey from there also?
That's a lot of questions, but I'll try and take it as it comes. So, we're in Bangalore, and of course, this is the tech city of India, and office space is obviously the core of our living, being, working out of Bangalore. So, I'm assuming everybody here is interested in office spaces in a big way. I think Bangalore has led from the front, whether it's core assets, flex offices, operators, and the paradigm shifts that have happened post-COVID in the commercial working spaces have all largely originated from Bangalore. Therefore, clearly the demand parameters, both for occupiers as well as for capital, have been very Bangalore centric. We're seeing a lot of trends now also looking at other cities very favorably. And obviously, investors are following that trend very carefully. So when you look at from a global standpoint, I think the CRE story is obviously very, very different from the India CRE story. There has been a contraction of demand. There has been a reduction of rents, and the vacancy levels have continued to persist post-COVID, which is clearly not the case for us in India and a few Asian and emerging economies where we're close to 70% occupancy, if not higher, in most parks. We've seen one of the highest 14-quarter absorptions ending last quarter in September, where we saw gross absorption of 16 million, net absorption of 10 million, which means we're going to cross again 40 odd million square feet of absorption pan-India this year as well. The outlook for the next 10 years for India, as I would say from a global capital allocator, would be close to about 400 million square feet addition over the next 10 years. So that's the outlook. 400 to 500 million square feet will get set up in India come what may. Now, I'm sure Ketanji will take bulk of that, but I'm certain of that, and again, given the centers that are coming up with NCR being a very large driver of demand today, as was Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Mumbai, and of course, Flex now adding to that heft. We have a growth of 28% in Flex spaces over the last 5 years, annualized growth. Today, we are looking at close to 2,500 centers with 6.5 lakh seats, which is likely to go to 10 lakh seats or a million seats over the next 3 years. So you can imagine a 20% plus annualized growth, which means the share of the Flex space, which is today at 10, 11, 12%, would be significantly larger. And of course, Arpit, you can help us with better numbers. But clearly, I think this whole demand for a environment which is capable of meeting the contemporary needs of working, which is close to one's workplace, home place, place of stay, place of work, walk to work concepts. I think that is here to stay. People definitely want to go out and they want to work in another location, not necessarily work from home all the time. So I think there is clearly a very dramatic shift in that need, and capital is following very rapidly with that. So to answer your question on alternatives, just the India alternative market today is going to be maybe as large as the mutual fund market in the next 7 years. We're talking of a very large number. Okay, so that is the speed at which today we are already at close to 2 lakh, we are already close to some 2 lakh crore rupees of AIF formation over the last 3 years. So, just the sheer amount of money that is coming in every year, we're looking to be close to some 6 lakh crore rupees of additional AIF over the next 3 years. So just the sheer amount of money that is coming into AIF is obviously finding its way into alternatives. For example, we're looking at co-working very closely. We've invested in the past, and we think that's a very active space. Alternatives are looking at private REITs or private REITs, which can effectively enable the creation of these spaces in the flex space, which is not necessarily happening by the big investors in the world. So I think there's a lot of action on the ground to cater to this burgeoning demand from a capital standpoint.
I think too much of stats also, Amit.
I'd like to add, here, I agree with you, just what you said rightly regarding the flex office and all. As you said rightly, that's what we are seeing, around 9 to 10% of total area, but around 55 million square feet. Maybe as you say, by 2030, definitely we have to, globally, we can say around 25, 26%, always average it is there. So you can see that today we might be having around 700 to 750 million total area, whatever we have total in India. So by 2030, we'll be touching almost 25% of that. Right. You can understand the what level of the influx of its growth will be there. So always, I can say that Y to Y, definitely more than 20%, and 20% more than GDP, whatever the percentage any growth is there, you can see that we will go different level. So definitely your flags office, you and whatever you say, the kind of so many billions going beyond by brain actually, and definitely we also might have some bite of it, if I'm right. Correct?
Thank
It's
you.
a good.
Thank you on that. I think it's very insightful, and that's where I think my next question will come down to Fancy on it, because while we have heard from a developer perspective, from a finance perspective, I wanted to understand from an occupier perspective also, which was pre-pandemic, and the world has changed after post-pandemic. And from a design perspective, environment perspective, sustainable perspective, what do you see a difference?
Yeah, I want to start with this story, right?
Yeah.
So I actually went to pitch in one of these projects, and I went in an Uber, okay? And I reached the park, and I was asked to get out of the Uber and walk about a kilometer inside because Ubers were not allowed inside. And then I just walk all the way in, and I'm wearing like really high heels, higher than this even, right? So that was my experience. So I think bottom line is, like, after the pandemic, we've all realized that we need to be focusing a lot more on what that experiential design is, right? That was like, honestly, not very pleasant. I went in and then we had like a big discussion. So at the end of the day, it's got to be a collaborative effort, not just with the architect alone. It's got to be something that is collaborative with the developer, the financier, the person who's deciding on the budgets, like the architect. And before the space is even picked up, I think the conversation has to happen at that level. Because I believe like a lot of times the occupiers are just given something without a lot of discussion, and they just take it and say, okay, here it is. Here is the budget. You know, so now what I'm seeing as a big change is that everybody is almost demanding that we look at a neurodiverse kind of workplaces. We look at workplaces that take into account harmonized guidelines, the ESG aspect of it. Sustainability is huge. Everybody has these 2030 goals that they have to meet. What are the materials being used? So there's a lot more like deeper focused effort on making it happen. It wasn't there before. It was like, oh, it's good to have. Good to have, but now it's like a must have. So there's a little bit more of a focus there, and which is really good to see. Things have changed.
I think interesting perspective altogether from a design, but Maheshji, you have been doing a lot of construction and you have been pouring more concrete than anyone which I know about it, all the cities which you have been doing together, right? And I know the amount of quantum of concrete you pour in. So from a design, building construction perspective, because you have been in construction from the longest time. Now, last 5 years, and I will not say pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, but I think evolution on construction part, if you can put down some thoughts on that also.
Yeah, is a good question for as an industry. Definitely, there is a lot of change has come in the industry, and the technology completely what we used to do before and today. I can see today more or less all the kind of there are designs are in the stage. I'm just carrying on from the fancy, like sustainability is the most important part. So like definitely there's a first part key house. We have to see that all the building has to be the green certified building, either maybe USGBC gold, like IGBC platinum, and definitely we have to see the each and every activity how we have to take up. So that's a technology concern today. I can see that today time is money.
Correct.
So we have to see the technology today, steel structure buildings. I can say that today it's not much popular in Bangalore, but in Hyderabad, I'm seeing that almost 30 to 40% IT buildings are being built as a steel structure building. And another thing, like what we used to see that 5 year or 7 year before, construction kit design and quality and all. Today's technology quality at totally is a different level. As Fancy said, when we are entering in the premises or when we are entering in the office, it's a totally experience, totally different. And earlier, today, definitely the sustainability is the most important part. And when we are entering, it's not like earlier we used to see the stop the car and all together. Everything has to be seamless. You have to feel that. So that's today's, we are working together. And next future is technology.
Correct.
And all, I can say not only we only, I won't say, but all developer prospective, all they are started adopting that artificial intelligences and sustainability become like a common. If you don't do that, you won't be able to sustain market. So that's a definitely.
But does it add some cost towards your construction?
It's
All these
add,
parameters.
it's add something, but it's not like the where we used to say that definitely the marketing point of view, I can say, yes, we are doing IGBC gold, platinum, USGBC gold, but definitely add the value to the customers.
Correct.
And definitely customers also give the most importance. And that definitely if I spend $500 extra on that, definitely outcome will come to me. So
Correct.
it's not like I'm spending from my pocket. It's a good for the experience for the
Right.
end user. So nowadays, whatever the building also we are designing, constructing, planning and all, it's earlier we used to do the client client is looking. Today, not B2B, we are looking at B2C, end of the, who is the end user. So keeping in that mind, who is an associate will be coming and working there, he should enjoy when he come to the premises. So what I'm seeing that right now also, which are the good park which has been built, there is a lot of today's occupancies are more.
Yes.
And I'm seeing that work from home, work from office, people won't mind to go to those offices where they feel like, yes, experience, there is a lot of collaboration area, a lot of F&B's areas are there. So you'll get a good number of presence there actually compared to that standalone buildings and all.
Exactly.
So there's a time now, we have to see that how we can arrange for the sustainability, single point where we can have a kind of F&B's, retails, all everything. Those kind of parks are doing really good now.
So community experience and fancy, that's my question which is coming out, because what Maheshji has been talking about, whether it is return to office or anything, but if you are making a sustainable, good community of an office, the return to office is much better. So what's your thought and how do you see from a seamless employee experience, what needs to be done more?
I think it's all about choice, you know, because we 30 years back, we were given these 6x8 cubicles, 6x6. And then, and everybody's just running, working. And then this 2018, 19, 20, and then that's when everybody just paused, okay, to think about what they wanted. And they don't want to be sitting tied down to a desk anymore, right? So everything, those amenity spaces you're talking about, those little gaming areas outside meeting, all of them should be workable zones. If they can work from a beach, they can work from, the park outside as well. So, that's the way we need to be planning it at the end of the day. And the other thing I feel is like everything you were talking about, you need to also look at the circularity aspect of it.
Correct.
How reusable is anything and everything that we're designing? That's great about the steel structures because those things, you can reuse all those materials. Pretty much everything that we do now has to be thought of. What is that end use cycle of what we're designing? It should not go back into the landfill. We need to understand how it goes back into manufacturing. That has to be the question we ask, and we're not asking that enough.
I think very interesting perspective, because I think the thought process has to be long. The thought process cannot be the short, because I think as a community, whether we talk about office or any community, I think that's where we need to have a vision on this. And I think, Amit, my question is towards you on this itself, because now financing cost. The financing cost, the rise of RBI, repo rate, and also while from an office perspective also, like there was a time that everything is getting institutional, it's still getting institutional, but we see alternative asset where the starter ownership is coming in. What's your thought? How do you see that?
So cost of construction has definitely gone up, and obviously one of the determining factors is the cost of capital itself. And it's not only limited to India, it's a global phenomenon. Having said that, it hasn't necessarily dented the yields too much. In fact, I think yields continue to be persistent with the rents in some pockets also having gone up over the last 12 to 24 months. I've seen rents in Delhi, Gurgaon go up. I've seen some rents in Bangalore go up. Rents in Mumbai go up. So I think to that extent, the output has also kept pace with the input for grade A assets. And therefore, I think net, I don't think the developers or the investors are necessarily worse off. Having said that, clearly there is now a democratization of investments, which is clearly happening in the CRE space with fractionalization. And I think a lot of capital is getting raised. So various platforms on the fractional model, which will necessarily look at not the grade A assets, but look at maybe the grade B assets, look at the flex assets, look at something which is slightly smaller and more palatable to the retail investor. But that's a growing tsunami, I think, in favor of the smaller and the flex assets for sure. And I think on the back of that, clearly the SEBI nod for the MSME REIT is clearly a large capital formation in that direction, because the whole intent of MSME REITs is to take smaller assets and make it available to a very wide audience of investors, investors who can put a very small amount of money, maybe a lakh of rupees. And that allows them to obviously start earning yields from these spaces and contribute a very large amount of capital. So I think this whole democratization of investments and assets is very rapidly forming shape. We're seeing a lot of platforms very active in Bangalore for even under development buildings. So they're not necessarily doing it only for ready assets, but there's a lot of capital also getting created for under construction developments and fractional ownership of that, where there is a lot of confidence in the absorption and the yields that will emanate from them. So I think that is obviously lowering the cost to some extent, where the outlook is obviously very bright and people have a very significant view on the outlook. I think that's one part. Having said that, I think there's enough equity also pouring in for RE. I think there are a lot of platforms which are already existing in conjunction with large developers who continue to pour in a lot of equity money to be able to develop grade A assets, which is why we're building almost 60 million square feet of assets a year. And all that money is obviously not debt fueled. It's a combination of private equity, developer capital, or land and some debt. So clearly, I think there is enough and more coming our way, clearly because of the demand drivers, which are very clearly seen. And I think one of the biggest demand drivers I'm seeing is this whole creation of GCCs in India. I was just reading yesterday that there are 5,000 Indian CEOs who manage GCCs. And by 2030, the number of Indian CEOs will rise to 30,000. Now, if you have 30,000 Indian CEOs, which means additional 25,000 GCCs getting created in India with Indian CEOs. Imagine the entire amount of footprint that will be required to accommodate these centers. So I think that itself is a very clear indication of where the world wants its people and its technology and its processes to operate from a continuity standpoint. And it's clearly not in the West. And within the Eastern markets, India's clearly continue to find a lot of favor, not just because of the spaces, but also because of the talent. So I think there's a lot of money coming just from those corporate occupiers themselves to do build to suit. So we don't necessarily need to do, just market demand based.
No, I think very valid point, especially from a GCC perspective, because the amount of return to office, India will be the second highest after China. The return to office, while the US, Europe, return to office has been the lowest. The cost, which you said, Amit, classic example from someone who is there from a West Coast, right? 10 years back, the dollar price was 45 rupees, $1, right? Today is 80, 85, right? Still a $1 cost. So from someone who has pumped down the money, it's still a dollar market. It's not a $2 and $3 market. And that's where I think the opportunities are high. Quality of talent, because India was seen always like a low quality talent market, which is not there anymore. Because it's a high quality market.
Talent cost has gone up.
Yeah.
And that might be a challenge for India. So we definitely might be a challenge for that.
Abhi bhi bahut kam hai, sir. It's still lesser than compared to more.
As long as the real estates are concerned, definitely we always work under $1.
Yeah.
And still we are there, same like
Yeah.
these are the major cities are there.
Yes.
But might be in Mumbai, that's a hardly small market. So
Yes.
we don't have much impact on that.
Correct. So I think from a cost arbitrage perspective, Maheshji, because the cost of your capital going up and rentals are still at $1, from a landlord perspective, how do you see that?
Yeah, definitely there's a pressure on the developer's prospect point of view, and there's a margins are very thin, and we can see that there are a lot of developers and all just going on back foot. And we see that we expecting maybe next quarter kind of rate of interest should come down. But yesterday, the RBI said maybe may not be 2 quarters. So that might be a challenge. But there, as Amit said, there are a lot of private equity and all they are supporting. And definitely without partnership, because it's like huge investments what we require.
Correct.
And without having the partnership, we won't be able. And definitely there's REITs and all which are right now is a place, and maybe 3-4 REITs are in pipeline right now. We don't know what's the kind of future, but right now 3-4 REITs are in pipeline. I can say that today maybe next 4 quarters, around 75% to 80% area will be with the REIT, if I'm right.
Correct.
So definitely that's really investor driven. And REIT is like the where even small investor also can invest. So definitely everybody will have the bite of it.
I think very interesting again a point now. Mahesh, maybe I'll come back towards the flex market now because uh, I think from this industry mushroomed when the uncertainty came in, right? And like you and everyone said, this industry is going to boom till the time there will be uncertainty. Previously, business plan on occupier used to plan for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, which is not anymore because there is still uncertainty. Now, from a landlord perspective, again, you thought that because you used to amortize your capex over a lock-in period, right? But there is someone else who has come in and say valuation is important, amortization does not matter. What happens? Maybe that's where the game is. So your thought on that also from a developer perspective, pan India, because now we see you were always building asset, which is building. Plus you were always doing sometimes the capex part of it. You were only not doing the OPEX side. You are losing out to someone. How do you see that? Do you see many landlords in the country will say that we will come back, why to let go that margin and we'll do it on our own?
Yeah, I agree with you. See, like it's, said that a lot of GCCs are just getting in India and everybody are just also want to see the trial run actually. Yeah. So definitely the flag soap is the best solution for them. And I'm seeing right now that last 2 quarters, almost I have seen that one of the sector which is doing really good in coming up actually. Those are mostly they're going through all the GCC like pharma sectors. Pharma sectors and I can say today, I don't know about others, but we are almost today this year, almost 50% our relationship grown with the pharma sectors. Another sector, what I'm seeing right now is the BFSI companies. BFSI companies also they're doing. And another thing, work from office and BFSI companies are percentage point of view much higher. I have seen that some of our companies almost 100% they are in the work from office. So they are also adding a lot of kind of demand for the commercial spaces. And most of new companies who are just likely to be set up in India, they want to for 2-3 years for the trial run in India. So they need all flexibility in the sense of they want to start with 1,000 seats. They need for another 6 months to adding for 500,000 seats. They definitely, the flag shop is only the choice, those they can support them. Because being a developer, I can't keep holding the space for the long and all. So, but flex office is there, they can accommodate them, and whenever their future growth is there. So that's a best solution for flex office, only the solution for them. So we'd see that we'd like a different level of the growth for flex office.
So Fancy, now question is coming about I'm just thinking about it and the thought is coming about employee well-being. Because there's a lot people have talked about employee well-being and saying one of the reason the return to office has to be thoughtful from an employee well-being perspective, that what we can do more to bring back employee. So if you can just put down some thought on employee well-being and from a design perspective, how do you see it's moving forward?
So, there is this terminology that we hear a lot. I don't know if we heard neurodiverse workplaces, right? So neurodiverse, what is neurodiversity in the workplace? And every time I've thrown this at a lot of my clients, they'll be like, okay, that's not my topic. Yeah, it is your topic. So what happens is I think this is something that's totally ignored a lot. The fact that, it's not about the age group of 20 to 50 to 60 anymore. It's like you can be a 20-year-old, you can be hypersensitive, neurodiverse. It happens flat across the age groups. So how do we cater to people who are that kind of, different kind of neurodiversity? That comes with choice. So you take care of that part of it. Then there are things like, people with who are differently abled. So inclusive workplaces. This is another terminology that we hear a lot about. And nowadays we have inclusive workplace, inclusive consultants that we need to hire on board because we don't know enough. And there are many there. There are many there who can advise and you can talk to them about this, but how do we take care of that kind of it's not, I was corrected. I was actually doing this panel just about a month back, and then I was saying disabled people. It's not disabled people, it's people with different abilities. We need to get the terminology right. There are people, we're all humans. How do we take care of people with different abilities? That's what we need to understand. And there are, you need, and then another person just came up to me and said, just thank you so much for bringing this up. I have a son. He's like considered disabled. So it just feels good to know that he's normal like everybody else. And how do we take care of design in the workplace that takes care of all of these differently abled people? That terminology we need to understand. And then there are things like, this is another thing that we don't even understand. There's like temporary disability. You can fall, break a leg, and all of a sudden you realize it's so difficult to walk up the steps, and there's no ramp provided. There are so many things, and that's when you start thinking. So I think these things have to be brought up front as a must-have, because I'm asked this question all the time. Is it a must-have or is it a good to have? Is there is there something that we need to take care of? Is it a government mandate? Is it a mandate? No, I think as providers, this has to be the baseline for us.
I've seen one surprisingly also. It's definitely that design made a lot of value for the flex office and all. But you know that some of companies, when I've seen today's, what is day? Well, today's beer day. It's that also is attracting to the people come from work from office. So it's it's a trial and run. So some of company that's inviting the families, some of company they are inviting today. We have special days. Some they are arranging some kind of events in the office and music dance programs and all. So they're all the way. Design is one part. Other sides today we'll have we call that this kind of gala dinners and all. So that's over will be percent. So some of cases I have seen the 100% presence when they invited beer day.
Beer day.
Yeah, it's so that itself is fundas are going on.
That's like trust in the workplace.
Correct. And
taking care of your well-being, belonging in the workplace. I mean, you can
I
go
think
on.
again, we are coming back from my thoughts that this is a community living.
community
People are
living.
talking about community living only in the residential market. I think there is a community living coming up in office market also. And the more the amount of amenities, the more the better the employees are feeling to return back to office. That's my thought on that. Before we go back towards the questions to everyone here, maybe the last comments, Maheshji, what do you see in 2024? What will change in 2024?
2024, I can say that definitely will supersede to the 2023. I'm seeing that right now. Definitely last quarter of that, basically, I can say beyond of 15th November to up to January and all, nothing moves out. But I'm seeing the overall H1 next first 2 quarter of that. It'll definitely the big market for India. I'm seeing right now that few RFEs are in place right now. Whatever the available space in Bangalore, the ready space in Bangalore, I think so will go. That's kind of demands are there. I'm seeing that 2 kind of e-commerce market, which is the top leading companies are there right now. They all are talking the million square feet, millions plus millions plus millions. So their plannings are right now that I'm seeing that next 3 years of time, they're looking 3 million square. It means like 3 million, means 30,000 they are hiring within the one city. And that's not only only in Bangalore, other city also the way that they're looking at space. So definitely H1 will be the big market for 2024.
Thank you. Fancy your
And
thoughts.
one thing I would like to add here also, it's like it's not only that commercial space. When every 100 square feet, generally we consider 100 square feet, 1 seat and all. That equivalent to 10 square feet, 1 square feet equivalent to 10 square feet, my residential growth is also there simultaneously. So that also add the value to the real estate. So it's we are in both the sectors, commercial as well as residential.
Correct.
So both the sectors, of course, logistics and all those are doing good. Flex office is doing good. Other verticals are getting open, like a kind of co-live. Co-live is also today's, because most probably like a nuclear families who are setting up the new city, they also wants to today in our language we call like a PG, small way. But it's that also is coming very organized way now. So that also will be good demand in market.
Fancy your thoughts on that. From your thoughts, how do you see what needs to be done more from 2024?
So other than the choice and all of those things that we just spoke about, neurodrivers, inclusive workplaces, I think the bigger thing also, as you have to look at the younger generation now, there's a big focus on recycling, and there's a big focus on sustainability. There are a lot of students, and just recently we had this event where we called an architect. He goes into the dump yards to pick up like dump material garbage, and he builds out of garbage. I think that's going to be a big deal going forward. Other than everything else I'm talking about, I'm saying, it's like zero to landfill, and how sustainable in thought and how circular can you be as, anyone, everybody.
I think interesting because I think circular is the right word because the
Yes.
world will be moving towards that direction itself.
It's already moving in
Yeah.
that direction.
Amit, while we have seen around $2.9 billion investment in commercial real estate till September this year, I'm sure while we have another 15 days to close for this year. But what's your thought? What will be the commercial market investment you see coming in 2024?
Honestly, I think there are certain headwinds in terms of new capital. While we talked about demand, we talked about the positive outlook for CRE and Flex. But from a global standpoint, there are certain headwinds. First of all, because of the challenges that global investors are facing with their home portfolios, especially in Europe and the US. They're seeing large occupancy. They're seeing a debt overhang on their portfolios. Their serviceability of their own leverage is becoming a problem. And in that scenario, in a falling life market, to allocate new capital to a new economy becomes slightly more challenging because the home issues are far many. So we're now talking to a Middle Eastern sovereign fund, and they've got large exposure to their own home country as well as to US markets. And they're also in a salvage mode. So saying our first diktat is to actually recover our invested capital before we employ new money. So I think that is a little bit of a challenge because especially in a high interest rate environment, the expectation of yields is also gone up, as is the cost of capital. So clearly there is now an emerging negative spread between the yields being generated and the cost of capital that has to be forked out for it, which is not a great situation for a fund manager. So from that perspective, especially the Western economy, I think that continues to be a challenge. Plus, there are certain geopolitical issues also with certain nations where large capital was coming, where there's been a pause. Unless we sort out that political or geopolitical issue, that will continue to be in a pause. As far as Asian money is concerned, again, I think there are a lot of emerging opportunities in Taiwan, in Philippines, in Malaysia, and several other emerging markets of Asia, which are also showing reasonable promise for the money available in Asia. Having said that, because I think now APAC is ex-China, or India is looking at China +1 or China +2. So I think there is certainly a propensity to allocate some capital within the APAC region for Indian real estate, but it's going to be slightly more cautious and wait for the 24 political outcome. It'll wait for some reversal of the interest rate regime and wait for some more stability and predictability. We just saw a change in the SEZ policy.
Correct.
So in a changing policy and regulatory environment, it makes investors slightly more nervous. Should I allocate capital now, or should I wait for the next regime to come, play its cards out, and then let me put my capital to work?
Amit, one interesting thing you picked about was the SEZ policy. And I think very interesting point. Before I wanted to go back to the audience, Maheshji, I wanted to have your inputs on that because it's still some time while the notification has come in, but it's still confusing. And what's going to happen?
I think a final circular more or less has come. It has to be notified. And I can say it will add the lot of basically whatever the vacancy what we had actually and in SEZ area and all. It will definitely help to each and everyone for the developer prospect point of view and to clear their vacancy. You might have seen some of REIT has gone almost 10% up last 7 days.
Correct.
So that's an indication. Basically, they had a huge area of SEZ and those areas be getting clear. So that's the indications are there. So definitely it will help. When help developer, it will help back to the banks also.
Yes. I think market dynamics, this will be very, very important thing, which we will have to see it much more closely from 2024 perspective. I now would like to open this.
But just for the audience here, I would say that this business is now not limited to the big few. I think let me be very clear about that. In the last 12 months, the number of proposals for financing that have come to us for small developments have been many and very interesting. The SME absorption of small space to own, to occupy has gone up dramatically. The footprint required by large corporates has shrunk in one location, which means today they are not necessarily required to be in a million square feet box. They can be in a 300,000 square feet box or a 400,000 square feet box and taking, 30, 40, 50% of that as well. So I think there again is a very wide opening opportunity, both from a consumption standpoint as well as from a capital standpoint. It's very easy for me to say, okay, why don't I put 100 crore rupees? Why don't we go and develop this 1 lakh square feet or 2 lakh square feet box? And why don't you offer it to the SMEs in that micro market? Because there's no quality grade A asset supply, which has come up in the last several decades in many, many cities, especially in the core market areas. So I think that's a very large emerging opportunity where I'm seeing a lot more people getting in and actually tapping that very aggressively, which is clearly an opportunity for Anwar. And likewise, we're seeing the emergence of the new operators on the core, on the flex and the co-working side, which is again is now fueled by new money. Now that's again a very large opportunity for a very large number of people here.
600 operators, my last count was pan-India. Trust me, it's only increasing from a day-to-day perspective.
Create one more thing here. Basically, though, most of who are working only for valuation game, I think that might be challenge. But as a business prospect point of view, you have to see from every bite, we have to get something that. So it's a basically who are looking only just for valuation game, they might have to some challenge in that.
Correct. And
We should run as a business.
correct.
And as long as we are running our business, we no need to look back.
I think Amit is not going to fund anyone who is on negative EBITDA. Trust me.
Amit is can fund. It's okay. He has a lot of surplus money, so so somewhere you have to pump it. And like so many developers are there, huh? And who doesn't go to that Lakshmi? We all every day when we get up in the morning, we just always pray to Lakshmi. Actually, okay, let's get there.
Thank you, Meji. On this, I am opening this forum now for the questions. In case anyone has question, we have the right panel. Yes, ma'am. Can someone help with the mic?
Hi, Fancy, and good afternoon, gentlemen. I have a question. Now, everybody talks about sustainability, right, in construction, and so my question is, what do you look at, and how do you kind of start using sustainable materials in construction? Because there are a lot of players now, a lot of startups who've got some amazing materials. And I'm one of them too. So, so what does it take for you guys to, I mean, sorry about using terms like this, but you all to start accepting such material? Because in India, we have this thing, mindset that concrete is the best. Whereas, in the US, they construct with just, what is
Drywall, right?
Drywall, yeah. So where you can literally punch a hole, in the wall.
So I'm assuming the question is for
yeah,
PG.
yes, I guess it's more for him. So what does it take for developers like you to do this? Because we have materials which are, which reduce embodied carbon, which reduce operational carbon, where the end of life, waste doesn't go into landfills, stuff like that. So I'm Sangeeta Menon, and I manufacture composite panels for construction. So I would like some feedback,
Good.
feedback.
And I say that not sustainability, not only this basically that's to building the construction, it has to start from the design point of view.
Correct.
Once how you're designing your product and all. So start with the designing and what kind of, I'll say that right now today, whatever the green building and all what we are planning right now. So everything, even every wall has to be designed in such a way where I can save somewhat my cost. So that's a kind of start with the designing. So, and the product is concerned today, whatever, if I'm going to build any kind of, say, example, IGBC platinum certificate building. So where the product what I'm procuring has to be within the some areas, and what maximum local product, what I can use it. That's I start with that. And definitely when EHS comes, sustainability both together comes. Say example, today, we used to have a HUs and all today. Today, my quality of HU, I mean, has gone different level. I'm just started looking at.
Time is up.
It's all right. So it's a good, interesting topic, which is my favorite also. So it's definitely we have to start design, construction materials, and how we are being executed. So that's everything has to be worked together. And as we are discussing, it's a sustainability means like once you get in the park, you should take your bread packet while going back from there only. You should not stop your car back. So it's like a combo where you're just going there, where all amenities, facilities are available. And of course, that the product has to be today's kind of A grade product. So don't expect anything like, suppose I used to building before, like, okay, concrete building and covered with the wall and covered with the glass, to whatever quality of the glass, whatever you're using it today, it won't work. I'm just giving most of people are like, I think CRE people are here right now. Earlier, we used to talk power consumption. Am I right? Earlier, 1 kVA for every 100 square feet, 1.2 kVA. Are you aware today we are working less than 0.35 kVA for every 100 square feet? So you can understand 1/3 power has come down. So why? Because we are whatever the product, what we are using it, even the inside, even the whatever my client who are lights point of view, say like a system point of view, whatever the in the design point of view, also all products are being designed in such a way that the power requirement has come down. HUs being designed in such a way that the, say like MERV 13. First, there was no smart HU before. Today, most of, I can say 85-90% buildings being built with a smart HU. And after that, thanks to COVID also, whatever happened, so that also teach a lot of lesson to us. So the quality of air, we can provide even the better quality than the whatever we are using anywhere in the hill station also. But we are restricting ourselves. Once we come out from office, tomorrow you should not get infection outside. So that we are just extent of that what we are maintaining today.
Thank
That's
you,
what-
Sangeeta.
Thanks.
Any other question? Anyone has it, please? Yes. Yes, sir.
This question is to Arpit.
Oh, good question.
I don't allow you to be anchor only.
Yes, sir.
See, earlier the occupiers used to sign leases for a long duration because
Correct.
everyone used to think the life of an office which we are going to set up should be at least 10 years. Post-pandemic, do you think the occupiers' mindset have changed in terms of life of an office? Is it reduced or is it remain same? What's the mindset?
So the mindset definitely has come because it has come down because the uncertainty there till the time there is uncertainty. Previously, like you rightly said, people used to plan their offices for 10-15 years. So that's where the leases were 5 + 5 + 5 or 5 + 5. Now today, post pandemic, while the leases are still at 5 + 5, but when the business plan has been done these days, business plan has not been planned for 10 years. Now we see probably thought processes for 3 years. That's where we see it, that the entire thought process from a business investment and how low we can keep our investment. Design wise, definitely there is always a thought in the push which comes in from an occupier that we need to give more and more. But from a business and the finance perspective, how we can reduce the cost because we don't know where the world is moving ahead.
Okay, it's since fancy is a propeller of sustainability everywhere, I have a recommendation. Going forward, every day I see LinkedIn, I see all nice photos of new offices done. But the outcome, what I'm correlating is that each offices is done on a competitive basis and a much better offices, but they're consuming a lot of material. They're becoming more and more consumer oriented, even though life of office has reduced. Hence, my recommendation through Fancy to initiate a award for an office which consumes least amount of material to set up.
Thank
I mean,
you.
that need to be
Great
done.
point. Yeah, Rudresh, we've had this conversation before. We're always constantly going and building new. How about going and looking at what's existing, retrofitting it? That's a circular design, and that's what we were talking about. And we've had this conversation. There's not enough push for this, and I think there should be. And you're right, absolutely right.
I think very valid point, Rudresh, and I see that's where possibly 2024 will be different than 2023 because the thought, at least now people are talking about it. Previously, people were not even talking about it. It was in a closed room talks. That's where it was
I
happening.
think previously it used to be, I can't do it. Now it's like, oh, we probably can do it. Now we should do it, you know?
Any further question, please?
Yeah, in the interest of time, please, I'll have to just request, and I'm sure you can always connect one-on-one. Love the point which you mentioned about the specially abled, right? And from the fact that we can't, to the belief that we can, and surely we'll reach a point where we'll definitely be able to do it. Let's put our hands together for all of them, please. They've kept us awake, alive, and kicking post-lunch, and so should all of you with your applause. And to say a big thank you to them, may I request Dr. Architect Pony Kansasao and Architect Oscar Kansasao, the founders of Oscar and Pony Architects, to kindly come forward to felicitate them and say a big thank you on behalf of all of us. Yes, sir, ma'am, if you could please come forward and all of you put your hands together. Give them a roaring, thunderous round of applause as they come down here to say a big, big thank you to our eminent panel, please. Yeah.
Meantime, I'd like to thanks to Realty Plus also to whatever they just called us for such a wonderful program. Thank you, Realty Plus.
So Realty Plus would have been incomplete without your kind presence. So thank you for joining us today. Yeah. Thank you. Let's give it out to the gentleman, please. Very kind, very thoughtful, very endearing. Oh, he's the main sponsor as well. Absolutely. You know, this wasn't biased at all. Trust me. This is unbiased.
Finally, we take out money from your pocket only.
Thank you. Next time I'm going to be a little careful. Thank you. Thank you for being so kind. Yeah. Now, literally, I mean it. It would have been incomplete, impossible without you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we all give them a big round of applause, please? And thank them for their presence. Thank you. And thank you for doing the honors. Can we have a group photograph, please? Yeah, one on the mobile as well. Ensure the one on the mobile comes out perfect. Yes, please. So we wanted smiles and we have laughter on stage. That makes it better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to present a discussion on real estate investments comprising of residential, commercials, and opportunistic investments. So let's welcome the moderator on stage, Hetal Kotak, Director, South Mango Advisors. Let's put our hands together for Hetal, who's an astute retail brand and business management professional with over 25 years of industry experience. We welcome you over here, and it's amazing to have you over here. Along with Hetal, we'll have the speakers in alphabetical order. Let's put our hands together and join in to welcome Abhijit Banerjee, co-founder and partner, Upvisory. Abhijit is the co-founder and partner at Upvisory, a multidisciplinary professional advisory and financial services firm with $1 billion funds raised across various asset classes in real estate. We welcome you, Abhijit. It's good to have you here. Joining Abhijit on the speaker panel, let's put our hands together for Adarsh Narahari, Managing Director, Primus Senior Living, is a pioneer in conceptualizing and creating luxury communities for seniors in India. Brainchild of Adarsh, Primus represents his entrepreneurial spirit and passion. Welcome. It's amazing to have you here as well. And to join them on the panel would be Adil Engineer, Managing Partner, Kredberg Advisors India Private Limited. Adil is an experienced partner with a demonstrated history of working in the investment banking industry, skilled in negotiation, valuation, corporate finance, due diligence, and business development. Let's put our hands together for Adil Engineer. Also, let's make some noise and welcome C. Lakshmipati, Managing Partner, South ASK Property Investment Advisors. Lakshmipati joined ASK in 2009, that's some time back, and is part of the core team. He spearheads fundraising, deployment, and investment management of the real estate funds in South India and currently manages a portfolio of INR 6 billion across 8 million square feet, including 6,700 residential units across South India. That's massive. Lakshmipati, good to see you. Good to have you here. Joining them would be ST Prasanta Kumar, Senior Panel, Fox and Mandal. With over 20 years of legal expertise, Prasanta has steered the firm's real estate and infrastructure practice in Bengaluru, Mumbai, and Pune. He has extensive experience in structuring the acquisition of rights, titles, and interests in immovable properties, including commercial, residential, and plantation or agricultural land. Prasanta, let's get going because all of us are here and I'm sure it's going to be insightful and amazing. Thank you. Have a great one.
Good afternoon, guys. I guess post-lunch session, the difficult part was done by the panel before us. We are going to make some noise. Yeah, so it's going to be sound of money. It's about investments, an esteemed panel here. So just getting started. So first question, just for us to warm it up. Thereafter, it's all up to the people to make it engaging. All of us need to engage. That's the idea. So which is the most exciting space which the panelists see, which is whether it's residential, commercial, or is it opportunistic? What are the views on that? Maybe just to hear from people.
I think we are in an era where everything about real estate is exciting. So in the next 10 years, we were just discussing that we are at a cusp where the Indian economy is going to triple. This is something not our previous generation has seen, not the next generation will see. So we are at a cusp where every asset class within real estate will go berserk. Just to give you a very small example, at the max, what we are selling in India today is about 5 lakhs units, residential units. This means about 20 lakhs people we are trying to house every year, which is the highest we have achieved so far. Even if it continue doing this for the next 50 years, we are going to house not more than 8-10 crores, which is just 8% of our country. So the size of the opportunity and the excitement is way higher. So, and that of course will have an impact on the commercial and other asset classes as well.
So I have a huge bias to answer this question, right? Because I do senior living and elder care for a living. So obviously, everything.
I can rephrase the question if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, so
Let's
that
hear
includes the emerging segment like senior living and co-living also. Happy to have those views.
So I have all my eggs in the senior living basket. So needless to say, I think that holds great promise and potential to grow. Just the fact that there's this huge upper middle class, elderly with disposable income whose kids may or may not be living with them and who's now choosing themselves as the priority as opposed to choosing somebody else. So that large base of people with good disposable income, I think, is a great opportunity. And of course, real estate on a whole is a great opportunity, which my esteemed colleagues are in a better position to answer.
Hello, everyone. I think right now, real estate in India is at its absolute zenith. I don't think there are more exciting times in the real estate industry. The real estate industry by 2030 is supposed to touch $1 trillion, which is fantastic. We are actually in a stage today for the first time, or after a very long time, where residential and commercial real estate are booming together. Normally, it used to always be counter-cyclical. One would boom while the other would go down. This is the first time in a long time that we are seeing both really booming at the same time. And I think this bull run is going to run for at least another 5-7 years, if not more.
Thank you. I've been in Indian real estate for last 25 years. In a cycle of real estate, which typically lasts 4 to 5 years, this is one excellent cycle where we are seeing 4 important events: highest supply, highest absorption, lowest inventory at highest prices. These 4 things falling in one place is a very, very difficult event which has never happened in the past. So we strongly feel that Indian real estate will go into a level of $1 trillion. Not only that, Indian reality index, which was X, say, let's say X 7 years back, is already 3X. And the top 30 developers are already contributing 28% in this current market. The consolidation will help them to grow to a level of 50 to 60%. So in terms of foreign inflows or the total private equity investments in this country, we would put about $40 billion is already invested in the real estate space, say 15% in resi and 65% in office, and the rest of the asset class would contribute 20-25%. We expect this flow to go to a level of $100 billion in next 5 years. So we are in a very amazing sphere of growth. I think it's a collectively with structural reforms, structural changes, regulations falling in place. We are at an excellent time And this is a very opportunistic place to be in. We are extremely excited to be in this market.
Hi, uh, good afternoon. Very beautiful question from the moderator. Opportunity, real estate, India, money. Today, aren't we in a most vibrant times? I always compare real estate with human evolution. Human started. If you see that, the aspect of real estate lies in the entire human cycle. When we take a birth, you take a birth in a hospital where there is an element of real estate. You study from your play school to college, school, there is an element of real estate. Once you are done with your studies, you will go to office, there is an element of real estate. Okay, you will get married, there is an element of real estate. But anyway, you will get married in a convention center or a hotel or wherever you are. And thereafter, you are leaving. Till entire human cycle, there is an element of real estate. And the times where we are living today, and Indian market, as you know that actually we have 1.4 billion economy, the most vibrant population in the world, the most vibrant. And the amount of companies, especially from the other sectors, who are trying to get into Indian economy and do business. If that is the scenario, why not real estate? I was recently speaking with some of the industrial leaders. When Hindustan Unilever, when they wanted to actually excel or the penetrate more, they come up with the concept of, these shampoo, soaps, everything. They reduce the size. They started coming up with small sachet and all. And their penetration into the Indian market today, see where they are. See, that's what actually the fortunes lies at the bottom of the pyramid. Today in Indian industry, when it comes to the real estate industry, I feel there is an absolutely a superb market that's going to be there. To serve 1.4 billion population is not a joke. And you have a greatest of great opportunity. It's a gold rush as far the Indian real estate markets are concerned.
That was a very buoyant one. While you're talking about bottom of pyramid, I'm sure we all have been consuming the data across multiple medias. That premium is roaring right now across all segments, right? Luxury and premium is roaring in every segment in the country. And that's been an exciting journey also. These days, premium is selling more than the value segment. That's what it is. Coming back to the space of investments, there is, you have family offices, you have equity players, you have institutional investors overall. Question maybe, Pati, to you. Prashant, you may chip in. Where do you see equity coming in? There has been debt as a funding model, as an investment model available, but the equity play in real estate, where do you see that?
See, there are two opportunities, things. Domestically, the money comes from the ultra HNIs and family offices. The domestic institutional investors are yet to join the play. They are largely into the pure debt side. The private equity funds, which you can classify as the Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3 AFs or the erstwhile PMS, VCF, all put together are the only opportunities available for the land acquisition stage play. Even they are quite holding back pure vanilla play because of the new emergence of the multiple opportunistic play which is available in the market. The foreign players, the foreign institutions which are entering in the market are looking at land opportunities, but they have become very smart, thanks to their past experiences where they have taken significant haircuts. Now they have changed the structure into a pure debt model. They are saying that the foreign institutions who are investing in Indian real estate purely on the residential side, the non-residential side is a yield play. So they are very comfortable there, 6, 7% or 8% yield. They are very comfortable on that portion. If you are looking at resi play, the money for pure vanilla is not going to come. It's going to take a lot of time to go back to that stage. Today, I'll give you an example. Why should a private equity will not put in money at a pure land play? Roughly about 800 odd cases are in insolvency. I'm talking only real estate. I'm sure Prashant will subscribe to these numbers. So if you put a ballpark number, so this 800 thing is an opportunity of $10 to $15 billion. So a 10 to $15 billion money is required to revive these real estate projects. What are these projects? These projects are fully approved, some sale done, construction established, price markets established. So when you have an opportunity to play around 10, $15 billion, so this is a play which people are looking at. So the domestic money will continue to be raised from domestic institutional investors will not enter. They are still in debt market. Ultra HNI and family offices monies. That's what we have been raising money from. And in the offshore money will come again from family offices and significant pension funds, institutional investors, but they will focus more on the identified asset or a mandate of managed asset or an office play. I think this is the trend which will continue for some more time.
Adil, if I can step in here. The equity money that you see will come in only predominantly in office. Because like Pati said, it's the yield chasers that are coming in and putting in equity to buy core. Build to core strategies are also there where again, equity is coming in, but with tie-ups with developers. So large sovereigns, large fund houses from across the world are putting money in with large developers to go out and build to core together. That's where the equity is coming in. Also, you're seeing equity now coming in the new age industries like data centers, etc., where capital intensity is huge. And India being a completely booming market right now in data, you're finding a lot of these people coming in and putting in equity even at land stage to buy data center plots. And 2-3 places in the country are predominant for that, which is basically Chennai and Mumbai to a certain extent, where there's landfall of cables. But you're also finding that a large number of data centers are coming up for cloud. And here again, it's the large institutions who are in cloud, who are willing to put in equity to buy land and develop their data centers right out from land stage itself.
Prashant has a view.
Yeah, in addition to whatever my designated panelists said, yes, one is an equity, second one is a segment. When it comes to the equity, I do agree that a lot of equity, either from the foreign and as for the domestic. So we are today is the equity sufficient. We don't have any deficit equity. We have actually a surplus capital as far the domestic capital is concerned. Second thing is equity. As I said that when I said that from the bottom of pyramids. See, I want to say here the prop tech. Today, if you see how the prop tech is working is, you create some LLP structure. You call for some of the equity players who will come and join you as a partners. You have this platform and that platform will start investing. Here it is actually how you are consolidating your domestic equity. The money which was not earlier available, today it is available for the investments. Here, in the name of PropTech, I think we are able to consolidate and invite good amount of money, which was never called for real estate investments.
Yeah, Vijay.
Yeah, so I fully agree. So most of the equity money that has come in from the big sovereign funds and others, about 29 to 30 billion has come in since 2019. And of which about 70% has been in commercial office spaces. And these are not greenfield projects. Many times they are pre-tenanted, already built and leased properties. And a small part of it has also come into warehouses. And today the situation is such that there's more money waiting, but there are not that many quality assets to be taken. So that's the situation.
Thank you. The other thing was about opportunistic as a segment of real estate investments. And how are we all seeing the segment in terms of, to me, opportunistic is the typical high growth, high risk wala model. Yeah. Which space is emerging, which city, which location, what's been your observation on that? And is investment available for that kind of segment in terms of our investors really interested? What's been your observations? Anyone who wants to go on?
Can I start with this?
Yes, please.
Because when you come down, I wanted to discuss, tell you a lot about the segments are concerned. As I told you that real estate, it has evolved with human evolution. But of late, what I see is there is a lack of innovation as for the real estate segments and the real estate products are concerned. I will take you the classic example of Bangalore. I have been telling past 1 decade, I have been telling a lot of people, can you think something different? See, we are going ahead with the same stereoscopic development. Apartments are hybrid structure, commercial come apartments we are going. Now, slowly people started actually going beyond that comfort zone and started doing something new, resort come plotted development. And I will give some, but what I need is we as a Bangalore, if you see that Bangalore is an organically grown city and it is known for its green and weather. Beyond that, we don't have a beach here. How to attract the people here? The one is. The second one is what kind of a products that we have to give so that the most of the talents will stay at Bangalore. Today, everybody think of global mobility, and once they are educated, they want to go out of India, out of Bangalore. So many things are there. What is that Bangalore has so that it will attract other people and come, they stay here, other than the natural thing that is weather. When you ask people say that we love Bangalore weather, we love Bangalore culture, and we hate Bangalore traffic, but still we love to be here. So weather and the culture. Beyond that, as a product, what is that something new? Are we thinking of some downtowns, creation of downtowns in Bangalore? The answer is still we need to search for it. No such proposals are there. Are we thinking of some destination mall? Answer is not there. Are we thinking of some entertainment cities, sports cities? What is that we are thinking? Here, one is the business call. Second one is the risk. Whether anybody is take that kind of a calculated risk, because I suggested most of the people with whom I work, why don't you think of some destination malls, sir, where people will go in the weekend, stay there, have everything. You can have cinemas, you can have pubs, you can have some brewing companies, plus some activities, theme park and all. So far, Bangalore has not got the best theme park. So far. So there is a lot of potential and lot of innovation need to be there. That's what I believe.
So I'll take the liberty to a little bit rephrase your question.
Yes,
itself.
please.
So I think the opportunity is so large that we don't need to be opportunistic in the sense, if you see last year in the entire 12 months, India absorbed about 38 million square feet grade A office spaces. This year, in the last 9 months, I think we have already close to crossing it. Bangalore last year sold 49,000 of residential units. Today, we are already at 47 in 9 months. Hyderabad is at 24,000 square feet. So the opportunity is so much. And coming to the population, I mean, though we have a large population, but the purchasing power is kind of limited to that 8-10% who are above the $15,000 income. So about the 8-10% people control half the size of the India's economy. And they are living in the 10-15 cities of India. So if we are able as developers, as lenders, as middlemen, are able to cater to just this 15%, 15 cities of India, we are catering to half the India's population. And those are the cities where the office spaces, residential malls, everything that you state is coming up. So it's a very concentrated opportunity, I believe.
So the thought is not debating at all on the opportunity available, but it's about the opportunistic segment. And my understanding, that's the high risk segment. Now, what are the opportunities we are seeing in a high risk segment? The opportunity in general, grade A office spaces, etc., continues to be a large proven opportunity.
Absolutely.
I'm saying. But have we seen an emergence of larger high risk opportunities where, let's say, it's a project which is looking like, it's dead, and then somebody comes in, redoes it, takes it to the next level, and it builds a sustainable business model out of it?
We completely see this in the resi play. I think last 5 years, we have seen this is a very important one, particularly after introduction of RERA. The industry, RERA has helped consolidating the industry. And if you see our typical play, we look at two critical opportunities for investments. One is recapitalization. After the NBFC crisis, the monies available to the real estate side are very less, in the sense that the erstwhile NBFCs who had lent money for the land acquisition at a 2022's range are not able to fuel in additional money to complete the project. The project is stuck. For some reason, projects approvals have delayed. So these projects, to recapitalize, the existing lender needs to be moved out because he's under pressure, his timelines are over. So we look at that opportunity very strong to replace the existing lender, to put in adequate money in the project, ensure financial closure, and complete the project. Today, the developer post RERA wants to secure his brand. Okay, this consolidation is helping them to ensure that to complete the project, So we provide that solution capital. The second opportunity, what you say, which is again emerging because of the consolidation, is the acquisition of distress assets. A low-run developer who has lost the project, is defaulted with a lender, is going through the court settlements, and we are able to acquire these assets. We have acquired multiple assets with the new developer partner, which is our developer partners. The fund and the developer partner go and acquire the asset. Today, I'm saying that the opportunistic play for us is only that we are not compulsive investors. We have never been a compulsive investors because we do not have annual targets, because it's not my money. It's a fiduciary responsibility I'm carrying for the investors' money. So I need to be sure about, and I slightly say it is an opportunity, but one has to be an opportunistic also to determine where I should invest the money. Just because I want to be in resi play, I don't have to do a land acquisition all the time, though I love doing it. Because land acquisition is a very interesting play. You can come out with a theory of development, architecture, planning, etc. But the end investors who's given me money is least bothered. He's saying at the end of the day, when are you going to return my money at what rate? That's the simplest question. You can give n number of data, you can play around with n number of data. You're a data master, but he is not really interested on any of the things. So at the end of the day, as a fund manager, my responsibility lies to the investor who has given me that penny to return that money back to him with the identified targeted return. So we clearly see in RESI recapitalization of the projects and the acquisition of value assets from the emerging because of the weak developers surrendering to the stronger developers is a big play. Just to give you things, year on year, we have been investing and divesting both at a record numbers. We are beating our annual figures every year for the last 3 years. We deployed close to 1,000 crores in the last year. That's the current financial year. The fund which was closed in March 23. So deployment is very strong. So appetite in the market is very good. The opportunity is very strong. So I think it is an exciting time to be there.
Thank you. So just from a commercial asset point of view, there is an opportunistic play that will be coming up probably you'll see it over time, over maybe the year, next year, 2 years. Like Abhijit said, there's a lot of core that is being bought out and a lot of core that is being developed. But there is also a lot of core assets that are already existing, which are not up to the standard which is demanded by tenants today. Those buildings will require to go in for refurbishments. Those buildings will require to go in for sustainability standards if they want to retain their tenant profile. And that is where the opportunity will come, where you will be able to get an alpha on your investment when you go out and redevelop these buildings, or you go out and refurbish these buildings and bring them up to a standard where tenants who are demanding these standards would be in a position to come in and offtake space here.
I think that gives a perspective. And next one, Adarsh, since you are anyway holding the mic.
I want to actually answer that question.
Okay, please.
I thought the ones with the money should speak first.
Oh.
So the opportunity, at least for me, right, the one that stands out for the future is, I think, intergenerational housing. Because while most decisions when giving money is made empirically, the consumer is buying emotionally. No person makes any purchase decision empirically. We believe that we are logical, but we are the most emotional beings, right? So if the way that I see it in my mind, and we are doing this as well, is that a homeowner has different stakeholders in their life. There is a set of parents, there is the typical upper middle class purchaser and her children, right? There are 3 generations. So in my mind, the future is any complex that can give and solve problems for these 3 generations. So like an intergenerational housing with 1 tower for elders, 1 tower for the kids and the grandkids, and then where we overlay services on top of this, right? Because today, most developers are just selling an asset with a clubhouse, saying my location is good, I have this brand, and I make a clubhouse with Italian marble and a big swimming pool or whatever, right? That's not catering to any emotion. But if you say, hey, you know what? If you want your house cleaned, if you want a meal, if you want to see a doctor, if you want to, develop a deeper bond with your children or your grandchildren, we are going to facilitate that. So you add a like SaaS You add RAS, real estate as a service, which is another layer. And then you create this housing society where you truly build a community as opposed to a piece of real estate. I think that is the future and opportunity in my mind.
That's exciting. Please hold on to the mic. One more question starts with you then, which is the emerging segments of co-living and senior living. So how are you seeing investments come in that segment? What's been your experience on that? Happy to have others input later, but let the domain experts speak first.
You should ask these guys why they're not giving money. But so again, right, it goes back to the fiduciary responsibility of funds and the risk reward weightage. If there is something tired and tested and there's enough money to deploy it there, nobody wants to try anything new because there are so many people at the back end that needs to be answered to. So what we have seen is anything new, right? I do a whole bunch of alternate businesses because I'm very passionate about alternate businesses. But when we go and sit on a table to talk about alternate businesses with any traditional institution, the understanding and the risk-taking ability is not yet there. But like in every business, it's the first few people who start, show that there is money to be made, show that there's a problem to be solved, and then the investment follows. So some of us have to chug it out with our own equity till such time, institutions chase us.
So which segment of investors you are seeing more receptive to the idea?
So most certainly, there are a whole set of people who are very open-minded. They're looking at it very seriously, right?
Are people like
Institutions
family
ASK
offices
looking at it? Sorry?
Are people like family offices, setups like family offices?
Those are the easy ones, right? The ones that are actually very excited by it is the family office. But a family office is going to cut you 5-10 crores, right? That's not going to get the ball moving. The other set of people who are very interested in alternate is actually foreign investors. So domestic investors are having the conversation, but I think everybody is waiting for 1 or 2 people to make the first move, and then you will see, a surge of investments. So alternate, I think if you look at the consultants, right? They are the ones, I don't know who's here from JLL, but JLL is building a big team for alternate. They're betting big on it. They had a recent leadership summit and they have built a full-fledged team. They think alternate is going to be bigger than traditional in the next decade. So we have a few people like that who are reaching out because we are one of the early people. We have funds in India who are trying to raise money for alternate assets. So they come back to us for data points. So definitely it's happening and we will see it, in the next few years.
So just from a funding point of view, like you said, I don't think that there are too many foreign players who are ready to put money into India at the current time for co-living. I think one of the probable reasons is that the yields on residential real estate are extremely low. It is not like in mature markets where funds are actually building out multifamily tenanted buildings, where the yields can be upwards of 7, 8, 9%. And actually, those are amongst the most popular REITs that are there in the market abroad. What is happening in India is with residential yields being in the vicinity of 2, 3%, it's very difficult for someone to build a compelling conversation as to why you should be putting money into co-living in India. So I think it's only when the rental market matures in residential and you can get up to 8, 9% kind of yields on rented residential, will you find a larger influx of capital coming into the country for that.
Anyone else? No.
Just to add what Adarsh has said, the senior housing is a big play which will emerge in this country. But how it will pan out is we have to see. What we like is the first approach the entire senior housing has taken is in the form of intergenerational homes. A same project having 2 different towers. I think that's a concept which is picked up in our own things. We have worked with Adarsh also in one of our projects. I think we see a very significant play coming up. But the challenge, what happens in the senior housing, as rightly pointed out by Adarsh, is how do a fund manager come out with the underwriting? Okay, that is something we are trying to grapple with, but we are quite open-minded. I think we will see the opportunity as it comes. The other significant opportunity, what we are seeing, which most of the fund managers have stayed away, is the redevelopment opportunity in Bombay. The MADA redevelopment opportunities are very large. Today, 60% of the societies in the developments in Bombay are redevelopment projects. We see MADA redevelopment Slummed redevelopment, I'm not sure whether people will put in money because of the complications involved in that. But MADA redevelopment will be another exciting, very strong opportunity which will emerge.
Yeah, Abhijit.
So I have heard some murmurs in the private equity circles that they want to do something which has huge predictability of cash flows. As and when the yields go up, so it might be less of a real estate play and more of a predictability of high yield cash flows as a play.
Just to add on to what others said and what other panelists said, yes, of course, I do believe that senior living is something that India really need to consider, because this is the concept. We need to see that actually when it comes to the senior living, this is something to do with our value system. What happens in India when it comes all these days? Okay, let us forget the current gen and millennials. Before millennial, the concept is, okay, I'm raising my kids, and once they are well off, they are going to take care of me. Today, as I told that, there is a concept of global mobility. Nobody wants to stay at their native place, nor in metros. People want to travel. So now senior living is something that has become a necessary. I don't want to call it as an evil, but it is a necessary product. Here, I want actually how to create that sentiment. Today, I have done some studies, because I am also an anthropologist and I keep studying it. And I have done some small studies. What's happening? Tamil Nadu has been a pioneer when it comes to the senior living. Because actually, I believe that past 2 decades, 3 decades, in a small way, they started creating a old age homes. The concept of hearing a old age home itself is kind of a shocker to the any families. No, after this, my mom or my dad, they are going to stay in their old age home. So slowly what that happens, we need to change that sentiment. Slowly that has changed now into a senior living. What I request, others is, can we have actually some addition to it? Second one is, what is senior living? Second one is, who is senior? Can a 50 plus can be considered as a senior? And today there are people who want to get retired at even 45 also. What is that? The third thing what I want to tell is, which is emerging in Indian market, is managed residences. So it's an emerging market where actually, if you see that now Taj is coming, Shangri-La is coming. Beyond this, there are people like Mercedes, BMW residences. They want to enter into an Indian market as far the managed residences are concerned. Can we connect between these senior living and managed residences and come up with some new product where everybody will comfortably say that, no, this is my planning. What is your actually future planning, not old age planning, future planning? I want to be there.
Sir, I think you described exactly what I said. This is what is intergenerational housing, and it is nothing but a serviced home, right? And nobody retires. First and foremost, the concept of retirement needs to change. I always give this example. You look at politicians, right? Nothing happens to those guys, right? They live the longest from an aging perspective. They live the longest because if you look at what they do from an aging lens, they're physically active, they're mentally active, they're surrounded by people, they watch their health. So if any person does this and they have a sense of purpose, the biggest one, they have a sense of purpose. They wake up every morning, they know what they need to do or what their goal is. So we never tell anybody you should retire. Never. We don't use this word called retire, because if a person truly retires, actually they stop living and eventually they die very fast. So it is very different from that.
Thank you very much. So now leaving it open for the audience, please fire us with some questions. It will be great.
We have been so efficient. No questions are coming.
That was a quick way to stop questions, or what?
It isn't actually provoking them. I know it's a post-lunch session. Luckily, okay, we had one session
Yeah, so
before us.
that's a legal guy speaking. Yeah. So
He always has a caveat.
the last words. I guess, Prashant, what you said seems to be the case then. Oh, there's one question there. Can somebody please pass on the mic?
Thanks. Yeah, hi. Adarsh, what do you feel about institutionalization of senior living, under the present context in India? How is it being perceived by institutions, which are your popular ones, including funds, NBFCs, with respect to growth capital? At the end of the day, I'm sure, you also must be seeking it out. And it's also necessary for any particular asset class to really flourish. So what's your view on that?
So see, from the lens of it, of debt for real estate to put up a structure, I don't think there are any challenges. It's easy to get debt because you're put in the bucket as any other real estate developer. When it comes to equity in residential itself, it doesn't exist. And senior living is a subset of residential. So it kind of follows the market norm. But when it comes to equity outside the country, there are opportunities. So if regular real estate starts to see a lot of equity, I don't see why senior living won't see a lot of equity. But it's kind of related to that. Currently, most of us have to fund it by debt.
Okay, yeah, looks like you've all been so clear in whatever you have shared that the audience feels that there is no reason to ask any further questions. So audience, for all the stalwarts on stage, let's give them a thunderous round of applause. And to thank you formally, I'm going to request Manisha Prabhu from IKEA to kindly come forward as you all clap and cheer for Manisha as she walks down the aisle to come forward to say a big, big, big thank you to all the 6 stalwarts, speakers and moderators on stage. So it's like Bangalore traffic. You have to take some deviations and come here, right? Yeah. For Manisha, please. Yeah, all of you. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. Well done. Brilliant. Thank you. And thank you. Let's have a group snap, please, as all of us flock together because we are all birds of the same feathers from the real estate industry, meant to fly. Yeah, a little forward. Yeah, I like that. Are you an architect by any chance? You're from the legal side, right? But thank you. All of you were spot on. And each one of you added so much value to today's session. Looking forward to many more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, each one of you. Yeah, we now bring to you the session on recalibrating sales and marketing by aligning marketing strategies for sales success. And I'm going to first call upon the session chair for this discussion, Samir Arora, immediate past president, NAR India, Chairman, Kriya, CEO and founder, Huts Global. A veteran with 3 decades of varied industry experience, Samir has carved a niche name for himself in wealth creation for clients via various asset classes in real estate for both Indian and international markets. Let's put our hands together and welcome Samir Arora. Samir is around? Yeah, he's coming. He's coming in. Till then, I'm going to introduce the rest of the speakers who are going to shine up the stage today evening in alphabetical order, in no specific preference. Please put your hands together for Arun Anand, the co-founder for Flow Realty, with experience of more than 15 years. Arun Anand, he's known for the ability to turn around some of the toughest projects in the country, deep knowledge of the market, ruthless pragmatism, hustle and impressive industry network. Let's put our hands together for Arun Anand, please. Samir, please come. Samir, we are waiting for you. And we are all waiting for your applause as well. Samir, thank you for joining in. And now we're waiting for Arun Anand, the co-founder from Flow Realty. Arun, what took you so much time? I have come here only to meet you today. Thank you. Thank you, Arun. Next on the panel, please give a huge round of applause for Dhruba Ghosh, EVP and Head Marketing, Provident Housing Limited, and Purva Land, a result-oriented marketing professional. with 20 plus years of experience in banking, NBFC, insurance, and real estate. Dhruva Ghosh has a proven expertise in marketing, traditional and digital both, brand management, communication, internal and external, and business development. Dhruva, you are extremely talented and very kind from what I understand. Let's also give out for Karthik MV, Head Sales and Marketing, Vaishnavi Group. Karthik is a success-driven sales and marketing professional with over 20 years of experience in decisive roles across multiple geographies in India, with a clear distinction of being an enterprise business leader managing large teams for over a decade, currently associated with Tata Realty. Karthik, it's good to see you here. Let's also put our hands together for Rahul Goyal and welcome the co-founder from Realate Ventures LLP. Rahul is a high-performing, strategic thinking marketing professional with more than 8 years of experience in managing marketing campaigns across all digital platforms. Rahul, we welcome you, and we would also like to welcome Virendra Singh Sood, the Chief Marketing Officer, Mantri Developers Private Limited, an accomplished strategic transformation and business leader in the real estate industry. Virendra's career spans over 18 years of having expertise, exquisite expertise in vendor management, digital marketing, international business, operations, P&L, accountability, strategy formulation, management, project management, CRM, brand management in the Indian and international markets across the globe. I'll fall short of adjectives to describe all of you, but I'm sure the audience is looking forward to your session. Please settle down, and I wish you well as you spark a lot of interest in the future of the real estate industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, what energy in the room. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, one thing that I've learned across all forums is that this post-lunch session always has the least attendance and the highest energy people. You know, so I'm sure none of you would disappoint me in proving that it's high energy, because what you have sitting in front of you, these 5 gentlemen are from sales and marketing. They are the biggest experts who are going to talk to you. And that's the highest octane energy that's moving around. So can we hear a loud, good afternoon? That sounds great. That sounds great. So, you know, I keep highlighting the quote that business has only 2 functions: marketing and innovation. And in real estate, we need to innovatively market every single day of our lives. Now, to do that, Realty Plus has chosen a lovely subject of calibrating or recalibrating sales and marketing and aligning the marketing strategies to success goals, to sales success. What better than all of these stalwarts? Arun, Dhruva, Karthik, Rahul, Viren, wonderful to have you on the platform, and we will straight get going. So real estate is going to be a huge part of the India growth story. That's a writing on the wall that we all see very clearly over the next decade or so. And we are absolutely fortunate to be living in that era in India. You know, but Arun, we will start with you. But before I start, you know, I remember when we talk about growth, 1979, a gentleman called Dhirubhai Ambani went to State Bank of India and applied for a 19 lakh rupee loan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's recorded that his loan was rejected. Rest is history. Reliance and the associated companies, and today where what Dhirubhai Ambani created and what Mukesh Ambani is carrying on is the largest, one of the largest conglomerates in the world. The good news on that growth story is just last week, SBI rejected 19 lakh loan of mine. So, the future is bright. And Arun, starting with you, with that growth story, what is the future of real estate in India in the next decade as you see it? And how has it changed post-pandemic and where is it headed?
अगर इतना clarity होता, then I will be a billionaire soon. But I'll try to break it down into two parts. One is the short-term part, which is the next 1 or 2 years, and then what happens for the next 5, 6 years after that. Short term, I'm a little conservative. I'm a little pessimistic. The reason being that over the last 3 years, the nominal values of real estate have gone up by 50% or more on an average across the top 7 cities. 50 to 60%. Some projects have increased prices by as high as 80%. Okay. So second thing is the interest rates are on the all-time high, which means naturally adding 1 plus 1 together, the affordability is at kind of 30-40% lower than what it used to be pre-pandemic. So short term, definitely there is going to be a little more of a, what do you call, euphoria killing, short stint of what's the right word for that? Maybe lukewarm sales, not an exciting euphoria that is going on. That could be one possibility in the next 1.5 years. It's not that it's going to correct deeply, but a short killing in the momentum. From a long-term point of view, India is the place to be. For example, in US sells approximately, US has about 1/3 of India's population, but US sells about 6 million homes every year, primary alone. Secondary, nobody knows. China sells about 15 million homes. And anybody can guess how many homes are selling in India? Organized market, it is approximately 1.5 million homes. So we are like, 1/10 number of homes selling. Despite being more populous than China, we are selling only less than 1/10 of what China is selling every year on a primary basis. And despite being 4 times more populous than US, we are only selling about 1/3 or 1/4 of what US is selling. And fortunately, we are right now at the situation where we are growing at 6% real GDP growth, which means nominal wise 12-13% if you add inflation to it. And this 100 billion that we are selling compared to 2.5 trillion of US, 100 billion is what we are selling every year. This is poised to become 500 billion over the next 5 years. So 5 times growth is possible over the next 5 to 7 years in Indian residential market. 5 times growth. The market size is going to be 5 times, which means the people who are established today in terms of track record, in terms of brand, in terms of having the right teams, having the right design, the growth will be extraordinary for these people, which is the top 10, 20 brands that we see in every city. I think these brands will definitely grow 5x over the next 5 years. Their stock prices will go 5x. Their team sizes will go 5x. Their sales will go 5x. So the key thing that we need right now is how do we ensure that all of us in the industry, whether we are channel partners, whether we are allied service providers, whether we are developers, how do we belt ourselves to catch up this 5x growth that is happening in the industry over the next 5 years? That is going to be a very exciting time. All of us have an opportunity to grow our businesses by about 5 to 10 times over the next 5 years if we play our cards right, get the right credentials and get the credibility and build the right teams, of course. So to summarize it in short term, I would see there is a blip. But if the Modi story, 6% GDP growth is going to continue for the next 5, 6 years, then I'm sure it's a very exciting future ahead, even though the short term is going to be a little slow.
So well said. And typically like a marketing man, keeping a little loophole just in case the targets are not met. So that was fantastic, Arun. Thank you so much. I'll jump over the queue, and talk about change. Actually, we all know change is the only constant we talk about, right? I've been married forever, and change is the only thing that I witness every single day in my life, and I'm sure so do a lot of you. So, and we learn from that change. So, Virendra, my question to you is, what is the impact of the changed real estate scenario in the sales and marketing as a function? And definitely the last 2.5 years have been a real cyclical change. I would though like to add up one thing. The reality index on the stock market, almost every stock is double of what it was last 6 months back, 80% to 100% jump. And I don't think there is a better indicator of where we are in real estate. So Viren, over to you.
I think our industry is almost equivalent to like marriage. Every day is a change. I mean, last 18 years of my career, I don't know, I think it's countless changes what I've experienced. And the changes are basically because of economical, because of social, because of environmental. They have a direct impact first on the consumer mindset, what they are going to do and how they are going to take their decisions. It's basically impacting on their psychology. And in real estate, sales and marketing is one function which impacts largely. I'd like to recall one big change which has happened in 2005 when skyline of Bangalore was getting changed, and lots of G+18, G+20 story, G+30 story buildings were getting introduced. And there was a technological change which has been bought in the market in the form of Maiwan and tunnel structure. And though because I'm more on technical side at the initial stage of my career, so I was being exposed to that change. Bangalore being a cosmopolitan market, we have experienced that many North Indians coming in and buying a property. And there you have red bricks home. And the biggest challenge was here, first the consumer to get adopted with, the concrete blocks. After concrete blocks, you are bringing a concrete walls. The biggest impact was convincing the home buyers to go for that. Multiple questions, probably, very, very generic questions like my home will become warm, it will be too hot. First of all, so high-rise apartments was not being adopted well in 2005. Electricity, as I remember that they're facing the downfall into the sales transactions. I'd like to go back in 2009. There was a change in Dubai market. And the entire change was the economical shift which has happened. People have purchased home and, they've just left their money and they don't want to further invest. The larger impact was on the sales and marketing team. The impact was for the existing customer retention and maintaining the same prices what builders are selling in the market and identifying a new customer acquisitions during that point of time. 2009 was a market when India was quite aggressive, and there was a shift I have seen wherein the entire sales and marketing strategy has gone to Sudan, gone to Iran, and gone to Philistine market. And as a sales and marketing, you need to absorb that change. You need to adopt. You need to evolve. You need to actually define a strategy. Now, you don't have the similar kind. You cannot adopt the similar kind of strategies what you're using it for Indian market in Dubai. You really have to change the entire strategy. Communication strategy changes. Your approaches changes because the buyer behaviors are completely different. Most of the people have been, pre-COVID and post-COVID, they've been talking about. I'd like to share one of the major change because of environmental change, which I have faced in my career in 2019. There was a Kerala flood. And I don't know how many people have worked in Kerala market at that point of time. I was lucky enough to be working there from Bangalore. And the best part was there was a drastic change in the mindset of home buyers, wherein they were become more cautious. They have become more, knowledgeable towards what they are going to choose, what they're not going to choose. And this change was drastic in nature. And it was dramatical also. The people who have booked apartment, they wanted to, the people who have booked villas, they wanted to move to apartment. The people who have booked in low-lying areas, they have to move it to different. Now this change, why sales and marketing was impacted royally in this regard was, you cannot change a product. The product is same. You still have to sell in the market. There was a challenge of convincing management to go for different technological of construction because the need of an hour has changed. And it was something that 6 months market was stagnant. And again, bringing back the trust in the market that no, okay, my product is better was quite challenging. Construction, in any real estate firm, you have a construction division, you have finance division, but the more challenging division is your sales and marketing, because you have to day-to-day interact with the end users and you have to convince them. And now COVID and post-COVID, I would like to recall the last one is mid-COVID. That was the time between 2021 and 22, the first wave and the second wave. I mean, I still will not be able to forget that experience wherein people were not ready to come out of their home and people were moved out of Bangalore, convincing them, and the entire strategy was changed. Entire approach strategy was changed. Entire convincing strategy was changed by the sales and marketing team to, hey, still there is a life, and still you have to own a house.
Superb, Virendraji. If you've heard him carefully, no amount of AI or Google can tell you what happened in Kerala with the floods on the real estate situation. And that's why these panels, give yourselves a big round of applause, because beyond you, nobody in real estate would know about all this. So fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Viren. From change, we move to evolution. Evolving is extremely important. Evolution, I think, is a bliss that demarcates mankind from rest of the living species. I and my wife have also evolved over the years of marriage. We still believe love is blind, but marriage was the eye-opener, and we evolve with it continuously. So Dhruva, I'll come to you, and I'll request you to take it further and tell us, how do you see sales and marketing functions evolve over the next few years in correlation specifically to real estate, both residential and commercial? And what will be the momentous changes as you see them coming? Dhruva.
Thank you so much, Samir. Also, thank you so much, Realty Plus, Tripti and Sapna, for having me on the panel. Wonderful topic that you've taken up, and I think it's something which we are seeing like change every day. We have to be up there with a new strategy every particular moment that it changes. I'm going to break my response in three segments. So I think it's very important when we are looking at how we are evolving in terms of the marketing and sales put together. The very first thing is that the involvement of marketing and sales into, if I may use that term of backward integration into the system, is very important, because it all starts off with a product per se. And I think more and more what we are seeing now and what we have been practicing is that the input that is coming in, like where Viren left in terms of how do we know what kind of consumers' requirements are changing on a daily basis, it's very important that that flows back into the system. So it's practically with the architecture team, with the various teams which are working into the product itself, even before we really put a pencil to that board, we really start off with ideating from that point where the inputs come in from sales and marketing, and the complete design brief starts off from there itself. Starts off from, did pandemic impact the sale, in which way, and what is the demand? Where we were selling more of 2 BHKs, now we are selling larger 3 BHKs more, because people want a much larger 3 BHK today, because they know that if anything of such is to hit, I need one room for myself, my spouse, my kid, and anybody else that would be required to use. That's how the world has changed. That's how these inputs are then fed back. And this is completely, if you do not understand what the consumer need is, and we just put the product out there, I think that's the starting of the failure itself. So I think that's where our first evolution in terms of how marketing and sales is actually contributing back into the thing. The second aspect is basically how we are adapting technology. While you mentioned, yeah, none of these would have, the AI would not give the kind of, the mind or the intelligence that we all bring in together. Definitely so. But what is very important is that it is also very important is to how we adapt the technology today. It's also that a whole lot of resources in terms of the monies goes waste in actually bad leads all over the place. Wrong timing to hit a customer, hitting a customer with the same message thousands of times, and you just is a complete failure. Now, there are ways where technology can help us. There are platforms which are getting built, and as we speak, we are implementing. And I think that's where we've evolved to. The CDP platform, where the customer data is actually consolidated, the integration of that customer data, and hence which email, which SMS, which WhatsApp, and have I sent an SMS after the customer has visited us, and hence what kind of a communication needs to go in, is very important in actually making the right kind of move towards a customer. And hence, the efficiency of the entire system gets better. The customer's reaction towards our branding and our, the way that we approach our customer completely changes. That's another aspect of it. Another further, if you look at the technology further, if we look at the digital twinning that is happening, yet it is at a very, very early stage. But today, if you look at people sitting at anywhere else is able to experience the products virtually. And even while they come into into our sites, the digital experience that we give them at the site, where without a hole in the ground, we're able to give them an immersive experience in terms of how the product would be, what kind of stuff goes into it. All of those actually is building up the experience of customers. And hence, these are the evolutions that needs to be brought in. And I see in the next few years, these will be a norm. And if we do not adopt these across our various sales and marketing aspects, it will really start to fail. Just touching upon the CDP platform, it's always understood that it is only with the marketing who brings in key communication has to be done. It's very important for an executive who is there talking to a customer to understand that profile of the customer and then communicate, because at the end of the day, the person who's visited and a meeting are far more intelligent. Then the way that we disseminate, they take us as every executive as an advisor. We have to be more informed about the customer and what would the customer need to know. We cannot take them for granted. So it actually flows through, and that's how these things will help in the evolution of the thing. Did I miss anything? No, I think on the commercial bit, I will not be able to touch upon much, but I think just one bit of a story. Again, when we started off commercial in Purvankara way back in 2014. We were debating in terms of how do we take the commercial to the market, and we were not really the best in the commercial thing. So what we did was we started to do the starter sale at that point in time when it was not really there in the market, right? And we changed the consumer completely. The whole idea was, is owning a commercial property only related to a person who is a businessman or an entrepreneur or that kind of a set? Or can I bring a commercial property to a retail customer, a person who's got a 30 lakh, 25 lakh in their bank and want to invest and may not, and one has the aspiration to get into commercial, which gives you a higher return. Can I make that possible? So the segment changed. We brought in that product in the starter form so that people with that 25, 30 lakh could actually invest in, and actually they're earning today. So I think that's how we need to constantly keep evolving our strategies in terms of how we take it to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dhruva. I think that was just fabulous, and I will vouch for it because Purvankara has, I think it's a masterclass in sales and marketing. If you folks are listening carefully, because the sales and marketing began with a feedback from the customer. That's what he started with. And I think there is no better way for sales and marketing. I will go back early 2000s. Your CEO called about, Purvankara's CEO then called for about 50 people to take feedback on what could be added to the new project. And I remember I was still young in the industry and I suggested that I see a lot of pet parks in the West. So why don't you add a paw park? And Purvankara was actually the first one to add it. And I remember customers buying it only because there was a pet park. Of course, a lot of builders handed it over later. So fantastic with what you guys are doing. Absolutely phenomenal. Rahul, I'll come to you. The others may not like it, but seriously, young entrepreneurs are my favorite. And, I think you and I are the only young guys around here. But, seriously, it's people like you who make us believe that India will grow leaps and bounds with the next generations to come. However, when I was entering in here, there was another young man that I saw with an earring in his ear. And I truly, my first reaction was, he's best prepared for marriage. I think young people who pierce their ears are best prepared for marriage because marriage actually needs only two things. Number one, you should be prepared to buy jewelry as a guy. Second, you must be willing to experience pain. And I think he's already gone through both, right? So as an entrepreneur also, you go through it. So, what are the new age real estate sales and marketing tools that will replace the old, outdated models? And why is it important for all the industry professionals to adopt to the same?
Sure.
Rahul.
Interesting one. So I actually will pick up from when Dhruba left. So digital is the next thing which is happening, right? And we have been seeing it from the last 7-8 years. But the adoption has been not to the extent it needs to be. Obviously, in tier 1 cities, we see that it to a very good extent. But a lot of areas are still there, even in tier 1, which when we interact with larger brands, we see that there is an area to improvise. So I'll tell you a few tools, interesting ideas, which currently is trending and can obviously replace the existing one. So I won't say that CRM is anything new nowadays, right? So everybody is obviously there on CRM. Now, how do we, take advantage of those CRMs? One interesting feature that we have already implemented in a lot of larger brands is that when you do digital marketing, you get a lot of inquiries and it's very difficult to service all leads immediately. Now, when it is post office hours and or when there are larger numbers of leads where you need to, identify if they are qualified or not, you need to currently the current processes are you manually engage with them, try to reach out them to a telephony system. But nowadays there are tools where you can actually shoot out an automated qualifier where all the leads will be sent an automated recorded message, and all they have to do is answer a few questions by pressing certain buttons, and you are able to get a pre-qualified lead before your dialer starts calling them. Now, this is a very interesting thing which is already there in finance industry because of the larger number of calls they have to make on a daily basis. Now, what if you start using these tools and improve your efficiency? So this is one simple idea that you can implement in your CRMs. If I again go to the next stage, currently generative AI. So I don't want to confuse everybody a lot, but there are very few interesting ideas that you have already experienced. You would have seen it scrolling in your newsfeed. One is that, generative AI is something which larger brands are already using it. You don't need to actually depend a lot on your communication agencies. You can use these tools to create a very interesting creative, which most of the brands are now using them for their regular communications. So when you have to develop a lot of large number of communications to regularly send emails and SMSs, move away from them and start using generative AI, give them inputs, and the tools will automatically give you a very interesting creative that you can actually start using them in your marketing communications. We have been using them very widely for our brands, and our turnaround times are faster. Resources are also, utilized in a very optimized way. So those are other interesting areas where digital and new age technologies are coming in. Lastly, again, I would not say it's a tools as such, but influencer marketing in real estate has picked up very extensively now. In the last, I would say 1.5 year, everybody is almost there. And if you are not leveraging that, then it's very important that you leverage that angle. We have seen good responses when we use whenever third person speaks about a testimonial is a default example that real estate has been leveraging for forever, right? Now, influencer, because of their wide range of followers that they have, you instantly get quick awareness for your projects. So that is another third interesting trend that I've been observing. I'm not sure if any old processes will go away. They will remain. But what I see is that they will get improvised, being adaptive to the ever evolving digital technologies. What I would recommend to everybody. Somebody who is not following that path, then definitely they will see very the results will start falling. Your efficiency will start falling. So these are 3-4 areas that I see as a trend which is shaping the digital phase now.
Wow. Isn't that a favorite subject for Bangalore? You know, Peter Drucker and the gurus of management taught the 3 Ps of marketing and stuff. I think the 2 Ts of Bangalore will remain technology and traffic, right? And that's what we grow with. But the moment we talk about technology, and that's how the whole IT industry boomed and grew, we talk of disruption. That comes in next. So Rahul, I'll continue with you. But before I do that, I want to also share with you and the audience, my wife actually disrupted my career. When I was younger, I wanted to become a stand-up comedian, but unfortunately I got married and she told me, shut up and sit down. That was the end of my career. And I realized one thing, my jokes are so bad that none of you are laughing. So there came the laughter. And that was the only bad joke I cracked, actually. But moving forward, they say disruption hurts. But I truly believe it hurts only the people who are not disrupting. It never hurts the disruptor. So I'll continue with you, Rahul, and say disruption is the name of the game. But what are the disruptions and disruptive mechanisms that you foresee in real estate sales and marketing coming through?
Sure. So I generally am at the part of marketing largely. So in terms of marketing disruptions, again, very interesting thing, which again, never used in real estate. And I recommend if a larger brand or any brand who is interested to do is, currently you have a lead in a follow-up, right? So what you generally do is send them an SMS or an email. Now, there are tools where you can use the AI to record a video message, and that video message will get customized to an input that you want to change in that AI audio, entire video. So, for example, if you want to create a video which says, "Hi Rahul, you had inquired in our project, and we have been trying to call you," and so XYZ. So that customization, the name can be customized, and the same video can be used for like thousands of customers to follow up. So you create one asset, and that same asset is being used for all your leads with the tailored communication. Now, these are very interesting tools which is already there in the market. How do you use them, and who actually recommends you to do those is the only thing, right? We as an agency, push our brands to be very disruptive, give them ideas, suggest them a lot of innovations that are happening in real estate and also other industries. So we try to bring those ideas, encourage developers to do little thing, standard stuff in a very different way. So that was one disruption that we have recommended to a lot of brands. Optimize the way they actually talk to their customers. Second, another disruption that I am also seeing is that the influencer bit is one part. Now, since that part is working already for real estate, and it's a little bit of expense, right? Because you have to partner with somebody who, who matches to your brand image. Now, what we have also started doing is that we do a lot of performance marketing campaigns, and where we have steep targets to achieve larger number of leads and a very good cost and a very high allocation targets. We have also observed that when we do a scripted shoot, which is basically an ABCD format of video creation, where you actually have only 10 seconds of attention span, right? Nowadays, when people are actually browsing content, you only have 5 to 10 seconds to grab their attention. So there's a video creation format called ABCD, where in the first second you attract the customer. So you create a hook in the first 5 seconds. Could be that something like Have you seen the Bangalore traffic? Now, this is the hook. So from there, we take the customer to the benefits of staying in a property where all these issues are covered. Now, this is a very interesting way of creating a content, video content, using them in the performance marketing. We have seen almost 50-60% of reductions in our CPLs, cost per acquisition, cost per leads. Now, imagine getting 50% more leads in the same budget and having the same qualifications. You ultimately achieve more ROI than what you are currently achieving in your. So these are few disruptions that we have already implemented and seeing a good response. Technology, AI is another thing. I missed to mention the chat GPT part. I'm sure everybody is aware of it, but the implementation is still very minuscule in our industry. So chat GPT has a premium version, and with the premium version, you can actually change the entire customer experience. The entire response to the customer is actually based on the AI. So hardly is been used in our industry as other industries are actually leveraging it. So these are some interesting disruptions that are happening in the industry.
Wonderful, Rahul. Thank you. Dhruva, you want to add to it?
I'll just add one bit. And I think, yeah, with the chat GPT being what I am also observing that I think in the industry also it is getting really implemented in it will take time because obviously we are all trying to gauge in terms of a personal touch to the to how do we take away from there. But one of the other interesting thing which is also coming up into this disruptive thing is where even the audio calls could start really becoming a thing because there are a lot of these calls which come in the first filtration would start moving there because that's where we are seeing a whole lot of one is the innovation in terms of how natural the voices have started becoming in terms of the air. The second aspect is that how much of time actually goes in the whole lot of data dump which comes in and how much of resources that gets wasted or so I think that is another disruptive thing which may come into play very soon.
But don't you think customers are also intelligent enough? You start seeing one customized video message. Hi, Arun. I see tomorrow Samir also getting the same message. Do you think third time I'm going to open this message?
So obviously you
how much ever customized it is, because at the end of the day, maybe 1 month, my feeling is that earlier this automated audio calls used to come. We used to talk, okay, press this, okay, innovative. Now, I think these calls, we don't even open for more than a second. We hear it, okay, we know this is what it is and we cut the call, right? So how much ever AI tries to mass customize messages, don't you think that fundamentally, if the pull of the marketing is not there, push can only take you so far, how much ever technology evolves. Fundamentally, the product is good, the price is good, the location is good. Customer will himself will come, which we'll see in some of the top brands that are selling, right? They don't use any calls, nothing. He was mentioning in one of his launches, there were 2,800 people on a given evening, right? And that's happened because without any technology. It's because the pull of the product, the power of the brand is what probably helps, right? Maybe for real estate, I'm a little pessimistic with respect to some of this customization, but for several other industries like an insurance or an auto insurance, I'm sure some of these are very useful and cost effective. But real estate being a high ticket size, I doubt whether it will really work.
No, I think the application of such solutions is also important. As you rightly said, there are certain projects which will sell on its own, and there are obviously 90% of the projects which needs a lot of innovations and ways to market them. So we have to be very choosy where we have to use what. When obviously, if we don't try them, and we would not then actually know the benefits of using them in the real estate space. So that's my point.
Amazing deliberation, gentlemen. And I can actually vouch for this, that all of these gentlemen met just 3 minutes before the panel discussion. So this has not been rehearsed, but what you just saw was a disruption in these disruptive technologies that happened with the diverse opinion. But anybody, any stakeholder in real estate, one thing is true. If you look at the evolved countries and where we are headed right now, I think Chat GPT could be a passe with what Google is coming up with and things like that. Point is, we will have to continuously unlearn and learn if we want to keep a pace ahead with it. All of you might be wondering, and Karthik, my apologies that we are going around in circles but haven't come to you. But I kept you last because it's probably one of the most important tools of our lives. Technology is what we are talking of. But before we get there, I want to share with the audience that one of the reasons I realized everybody in Bangalore in the technology sector, in the IT industry is successful is because they excelled in C plus and C++, whereas I kept getting only A plus in my college, and I got left behind. However, I have no regrets because I mastered Java in my college days, and I was very fluent at Mar Java, Mid Java in Punjabi, So, but that was technology for me, and I still remain illiterate there. But Karthik, how will technology change the way sales and marketing functions in an organization? And how quick will be it's easy for somebody like a Rahul to sell technology because that's the business they are in. But how much are the developers, realtors, stakeholders adapting in? And how quick will be the adaptation from a consumer perspective? Karthik.
I think the technology has already been, when you look at real estate as an industry and where, I'll take one of your classical example in terms of when we met first. So, but where, from where it was to where it is, I still remember, we used to do one full page ads in Times of India, and we used to set up a huge call center to take multiple calls. And we used to count how many calls. The denominator of the performance of the ad used to be in terms of how many calls did you get and how many site visits or, leads versus site visit. So from, from there to where we are today in terms of sitting at home in pandemic and selling real estate, and which we literally all of us did, and we did exceedingly well. So technology has, as what everybody said, as what Dhruv mentioned, and as well as Rahul did mention, saying that, and you seconded it as well as, it's a disruption. So what is an end result of disruption is growth or progress. So this is what happens, if there is a heavy rain, and of course, there is floods, and what happens after that? So there's green shoots. So that's what is happening. And when customers and developers are left with no choice, so we adopt, as we as human beings adopt, and that is one of our best, thing, in terms of we adopt very quickly. And that's one thing which is very, very evidently seen in after demonetization in terms of the technology and the payments and payment gateways. And today we all, and today I had to remind myself to carry a wallet. And otherwise, it's you carry your money on your phone today. So having said that, today technology is imperative, and it cannot be, I don't think so there should be a question in terms of how do we adopt with technology, but I think the situation is about how capable are we and how can we be more better capable in terms of working with cohesively with tech. So tech is not, it's not independent, but it's cohesive in nature. And as what I think people have already demonstrated in terms of how well we could work with technology. And I think that's the best way forward. You have information. And one thing which I would want to pick from what Dhruv said is we all claim to have about 60, 80 amenities, 120 amenities in a particular community, and which is larger the better. So, when you walk in, and if I do not know what you really like, and how do I pitch 120 amenities to you? You get bored, right? So how do I know what you exactly want is because of through capturing footprints of customers. How do we capture that? So there's series of it. So technology has it's cohesive, and we need it's better that we work together. And it's evolutionary in nature. So there's always a better way through it.
Superb. Thank you, Karthik. I think we're running a little short of time, so I'll request all my panelists to move forward and request the moderator to waste lesser time on jokes. Dhruva, I'll come to you. I recently met a couple who sleeps in separate rooms. They've been married for long, dine separately. They take separate vacations. and are doing almost everything else to keep their marriage together. We don't know about it, but technological advancements in the construction industry are similarly hardly known to a consumer specifically. Now, will the sales teams start highlighting the same as differential USPs in times to come?
Yeah, thank you so much, Samir. I think it's a wonderful question. And I think let me just draw, in the selling process, and I think it's a known fact that in a selling process, it's very important that we have a storytelling at that. And everybody has the similar kind of stories when we look at the apartments. A customer who is actually venturing into the micro market, the similar kind of stories of so many amenities. I have a swimming pool of as this big, or a clubhouse of this size, etc. I think we run short of the stories beyond a point. I think that's where there are more evolution in terms of how other things are also forming a part of the storytelling itself. And something which is very close to my heart as well in terms of what we have done in Provident per se, and this was way back in, I think, 2015-16 is when we did this, is what we brought the construction technology and fitted it into the experience zone of the customer itself. So it was a construction experience for the consumers. Now, if I want to give the customer a view of the construction technology, some of these, discussions that we have about the technology, I myself are, would probably not enjoy as much. And hence, the whole idea was that how do I take the construction technology and put it in front of the customer in terms of what they want to see. And hence, what we did was we broke that entire house that a person is, or an apartment that a person is going to buy, and broke it down into every element of things that goes into constructing them. And absolutely displayed it like a museum in saying that, hey, when you look at your parking, the parking is going to have these things. If the pillar is there, what is the protection that is there? If there's a speed breaker, what's the kind of speed breaker that, and the quality? If the conduits are being laid, what kind of conduits? In fact, we went a step ahead. So this is the first project which was Provident Park Square, which is on the Kanakpura Road, and it did fantastic on the launch itself. Some of these things really made a lot of difference in terms of the sales story itself, because we showed them saying that, hey, this is the conventional style of building. And beside that itself, we showcase that what is the advantage of a precast technology. How will it differ in terms of what you're getting as a product? And that resonated with the consumers very well. And I think that was one of the biggest USPs for that product to sell, because we were, one, from a brand perspective, we were completely transparent. Two, the customer is seeing the property in terms of broken down into that, how the construction technology is actually brought to the, and post which the customer is actually seeing a completed apartment as a model apartment. So I think it is very important that such things are brought to the customer, and it's a very good storytelling from a sales perspective.
It's just to add, it's not just the technology. I feel that, the sales, the customers today are also looking for what are the processes that the developer is following. It's not just about technology. Technology, of course, is very important. The faster, efficient technology, cost effective, how can it be repeatable? All these things are very important. But today's customers are also looking at, for example, what are the safety features that the developer is taking care? Okay. How is he responsible towards his own laborers? For example, one of the projects that we are selling at Flow Realty is that we say that we take pride in telling every customer that there is a 50-member safety team at site who are taking care of the safety of the thousands of workers who are working in that apartment. Similarly, what are the quality PMC processes that we are following to ensure that the various steps of construction that are supposed to be followed are followed in the right manner? So it's not just about the construction technology per se, it's about the process and the precautions we are taking in terms of executing the project in a responsible way is also something that today's customers are very, very happy to hear about. And they prefer developers who have all these checks and balances.
Thank you. Thank you, Dhruva. Thank you, Arun. That was fantastic. Fabulous as always. Karthik, I'll come to you. The other day I saw a falling star. And, they say if you make a wish when you see a falling star, it comes true. So I made a wish to give me the power to understand my wife. I opened my eyes and the falling star went back and joined the original star. That's alignment. So my question to you is, consumer demand for end users is at its peak post the pandemic right now. But will the real estate investor also return big time to real estate as an asset class in the near future? And how will sales and marketing align to it?
I think investors are already in. So, this is pertaining to what we have been doing and what we have witnessed individually as an organization. And when we do interact with fellow colleagues, so I'm referring specifically to retail investors, not institutional investors, and of course they are part of it. And there are few reasons why I think post-pandemic, India still stands tall when it comes to capital appreciation and even rental yield. There are certain projects, where, it starts from 4% rental yield and it goes up to 7%. So, people who have, they're very specific projects, disclaimer, they're very specific projects in nature. It's not a norm, but 4% can be a thumb rule, but 7% is very subjective because of very unique cases of that particular project. But having said that, and it's been resilient, and real estate in India is aspirational, and everybody would want to own one chat, as what we have been talking about. And the numbers, what Arun demonstrated in terms of what the sales are right now and where the sales would be, considering all of this, yes, so investors are already in, and they would stay.
Super. And that's like exciting times for us. So thank you so much, Karthik, for that. Arun, it's been a little bit of gap since I've come back to you with the question, but the flow was planned like that by me, pun intended. I'll ask you a very important question, and I'm sure every realtor and broker present here would love to hear. Will sales and marketing evolve as further specialized arenas? And will the developers in India outsource it fully or more? Or will in-house specialist teams be built to handle it? Arun.
The right question to ask the wrong person, because I am in the business of outsourcing. But anyway, it goes back to the question of why I started the outsourcing business, right? So just ask as some questions to the audience. Which is the largest insurance company in India? Have you bought any policy from any LIC employee? Okay. Anybody else? Agents, right? Which is the largest car manufacturer in India? Have you, is Maruti selling any cars by themselves? So, there is a, on one hand, real estate is a localized business. Okay. On other hand, today it is selling $100 billion it's a very small number, right? Compared to 2.5 trillion sales every year of US. India is 25 times behind. We are at $100 billion. Now we have a lot of catch up to do. We have to become a $1 trillion sales in the next 10 years. And it will happen. Definitely it will happen. The way India is continuing. 10 times the sales has to increase over the next 10 years, which means the developers, bigger or small, the main thing they have to do is they have to make this happen. So the thing that they have to focus is, how do we bring large projects, large amenities, interesting design features, good, efficient, cost-efficient homes to the public. Okay, like the townships of 5,000, 10,000 apartment projects. In China, the townships are minimum 25,000 apartments. 25,000 apartments is when it's starting. In India, it's still between 500 and 1,000. So developers have to do what they are best at: conceptualizing, executing, delivering these on time. And they have to necessarily let go of the sales and marketing as an arm to the specialist, which is third party. So in Hyderabad, somebody else could be the good specialist who can sell. In Delhi, somebody else could. So for example, Purankar is already present in 6 cities, right? So it is impossible for a CMO or with all due respect, I was also from the same background, but I'm talking about the long term. It's impossible for a one set of team to keep a tab of 20 different markets, 30 different products, and keep delivering success every single time. Even if you're delivering on top of it, after 5, 7 years, any normal human being will get outdated himself, will not be able to catch up with so many things that are happening in the world. So it's extremely important to have specialists. Today, Infosys and Wipro and all have become $100 billion companies by themselves because the likes of IBMs and the likes of Microsoft let go of their need to develop technology on their own. That is the reason Microsoft is where it is today and Infosys is where it is today. If Microsoft was doing all the coding by themselves and not let Infosys do it, Microsoft would not have become. They focused on innovating and what is cutting edge technology, and they left the tactical bits to Infosys and TCS of the world. Similarly, whether the big developers or the small developers, they don't have the resources to keep and maintain a 100-member team and do an efficient sales. They don't have the resources. Whereas big developers have to let go and let the specialists do the job.
Superb. Fabulous. Virendra, I'll come to you with one last question, and then we'll have a rapid fire round very quickly for everybody, keeping this in time. So learning and education is extremely critical to growth.
Before we actually move to that point, I just wanted to add a small insight what Arun was mentioning. So we actually work with a lot of partners and who are actually helping brands to execute. What we have seen that when we work directly with brands, our site visit ratios and qualification ratios are much lesser versus when we work with partners like Flow or any other industry experts. So there is obviously a value add that you would generally see when they come into the picture, and they bring the efficiency. In a lot of brands, that efficiency is not overseen properly. So that efficiency is taken care with external partners. That is observed in our real cases that we manage digital per se. And obviously the sales expertise also is something that they bring when they actually come. So that's a small insight I want to add.
With a disclaimer that I'm also into outsourcing business, I keep saying developers start with develop, and that's what they need to focus in. Marketeers starts with market and marketing, and that's what they need to focus in. So we'll continue. Virendra, I'll come to you. They put a timer on me, so it's like a tick bomb, and I need to go fast. But learning and education is critical to growth. I've been married forever, and I learn from the Wi-Fi university, not the WhatsApp university every day. Trust me, I ate a paracetamol once, and I wasn't scheduled to eat it. So I called my wife and said, I've eaten it by mistake. What do I do? And she says, I'm not going to lose an opportunity. Come home, I'll give you a headache. So, never lose an opportunity of learning is what I tell the audience and what I learned from there. So how important is it to continuously train and educate the industry fraternity on sales and marketing? And should there be now a sales rating mechanism in place in the industry?
As the time is less, I guess, and I want to add something to the last point of Flow Realty concept. Owner's mindset is the key for any salesperson to achieve success, or a marketing person to achieve success. I don't know, people maybe show disagreement towards my thought that real estate industry is still evolving. It's still immature. We are not ready with to digest the fact that we should have a trained salesperson, certified salespeople. We do have a marketing people with AI certification, this certifications, but we do not have a sales certification per se. And I always struggle with sales team, particularly with the mindset of, they are the owner of the product. And this has been missing out. We have been discussing about a lot of subjects about innovation and knowledge to the customer, new technology information to the customer. These days, customers are very smart. They know each and everything. The information is on their fingertips. Now, the salespeople have to be more smarter. And I have not came across in last 18 years any of the organization, I'm sorry to say that, who are very, very focused in terms of training and quality towards the sales team. Might be the reason, multiple reasons, sales team doesn't stay for long. People are been jumping here and there. But this is very, very important factor. And the kind of development which is market is experiencing, we need to have periodic checks on the knowledge transfer, what is happening to the sales team.
Just a line to add. Incidentally, we are soon about going to start Flow Academy, certified sales training. We wanted to make it like a short MBA for sales. So that's something that we are working on. Hopefully next year we should be able to announce at least the first batch. We want to do it from a long term, something like giving back to the society, as well as good hiring ground for a lot of developers and companies like us.
I like to add up this actually, and I like to take an example of Dubai market, especially Dubai RERA. They have a mandate 2 years, every 2 years they have to go for a certification in RERA. Each and every salesperson. I don't know what reforms Indian RERA is been trying to do.
I'm tempted to come in and just to update everybody who's not aware. At National Association of Realtors India, we've tied up, and Maharashtra RERA has made it compulsory for all real estate brokers to go through that 40 hours of training and then take a licensing certificate, and will follow in most states now. So I think we've been able to implement it already in India, and it's started.
And when it comes to assessment of parameters and all, I think we already have a lot of tools and AI coming into picture. CRM we've been able to judge the performance of all the sales team, but I think AI coming into picture quickly. I'll just say that there are tools which are available to, periodic check towards their performances and all. But I strongly believe, though it's contradictory statement, the company should start publishing their sales performance, salesperson wise, in the open market for the HRs to understand who is the best performer.
Fabulous. Fabulous. I think we're going to the next level. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the plethora of knowledge. Realty Plus has been kind enough to give us a little more time. I'll make a little change in the format. One question to all of you 5 participants. You've got flat 30 seconds to answer it. Okay? 30 to 45 seconds maximum. And then we'll go to the question and answer session with the audience. Allow me to stand and do this. We'll start from that corner with Viren and come to Arun. The question is same for all of you. The one innovation that you've already done, or a substantial change that you wish to do, in your organization in terms of sales and marketing for an impactful change.
We have realized, actually, being a Mantriite, actually we have seen ups and downs in past 5 years, but still our strength has lied with our referral sales, and we have come up with which is going to be starting very soon. The home ladies are the biggest mouth of referral. And we are coming up with a different kind of campaign altogether, where housewives are going to be the voice of this thing, and they're the biggest ambassadors. So that is one marketing tool which we are going to implement very soon.
Homemakers to sell more homes.
Yes.
Fabulous. Rahul, same question.
Sure. So I think one different innovation that we brought in marketing strategies is currently when any other agency or advertisers do marketing, they do a lot of targeting. They'll try to find a lot of audience cohorts, but they actually do not invest in finding out what shouldn't be targeted. So all platforms actually gives you a way of exclusions. What do you want? What exactly you don't want to target? So we have been helping brands to also identify those cohorts which can be excluded from your target audiences. One small example is a lot of leads are already marked as dead in your systems and they don't qualify you, right? So showing them ads again doesn't make sense. So we import those content databases exclude them from your campaigns and save money by not showing them ads. So that's an interesting way to, again, better ROI.
That's a lot of money saving. So fantastic. Fantastic. Karthik, sir?
We've been working on, it's not it's a process. So, let me call that a process, and we call that sales probability metrics internally. So where real estate sales with multiple projects, are sourced by various different sourcing distribution channels, be it digital channel partners, direct, goes on. And so we have almost through with it, and it's on a test mode right now. So we exactly know where to put what monies, and and what is outcome of that. So we've almost put this in place, and we've experimented, and it's about 80% accurate as of now.
Wow. Wow. Predictive models are also coming into place. So fantastic to hear that. Dhruva?
Okay, I'll be quick on this. So something that we tried very interesting was that taking the entire purchase journey online. How if I can create a platform which is equivalent to an e-com for a home, will people buy? And I think that is something that we built a few years back, which was I think in 2017, 18 is when we built it. And we really tested it out in 19, and it gave us a fantastic result during the pandemic also. It's something called it's a platform which is bookmyhomenow.com, where a customer can actually come there, browse through the entire property of their choice, which are listed in there, do the virtual tour of that, and select a specific unit of their choice based on a whole lot of information that is already available for that particular unit itself, which direction, what size, what is the size of each of the rooms, etc. And then they can even make that payment of booking amount and going out. We tested it out in terms of, I think 2019, August is when we first did this. And we went into the same way how the e-commerce does in bringing into the market. So we followed what Amazon does, which is one of the best. And we did kept a window of some 15 days. And we tried to keep that. Actually, we had only 3 days window by the time we could actually put the marketing in place, which was that a person would get a fantastic price, which is an expectation of an e-com. And they can actually do this entire journey. They just have to pay a token amount to be participative of this. Believe you me, in 3 days, 312 coupons were bought online. And that was a complete eye-opener for all of us. I think what the organizations look out is, how do we make this as a much bigger and scale it up, basically. That's what we will do.
Superb. Superb. 4 fabulous innovations already on your way. Arun,
just to add, we are at Flow Realty. We are working with, we are typically like an FMCG company, right? So we work with a lot of small developers, and the fundamental thing that we add value to them when we innovate and disrupt is, how do we help? So our mission is also, how do we monetize anything? That is our fundamental vision for Flow. So we work with a lot of small developers. Many of them, you may not even have heard the names, but they all make decent products, good products. So our endeavors have to be, how do we package it well? How do we distribute it well? To make pretty much any decent product saleable, provided it meets the quality standards. We are into the packaging and distribution game, just like Amazon, like Dhruva mentioned. They have made hundreds of unknown, thousands, perhaps lakhs of unknown sellers do good business. Similarly, we are also proud to say that at least 10 developers have gone into the 200, 300 crores per annum sales run rate with our platform and innovation. So that is what we are also trying to innovate.
superb. Wasn't this phenomenal in terms of the 5 takeaways that you have in terms of innovations? And I'm sure a lot more will come from the audience. But before we go to the audience questions, can I request everybody in the audience to give a big round of applause to all our 5 panelists for sharing their knowledge. Fantastic. Can we have the Q&A session coming? If you want to address it to a specific speaker, please mention so. Any questions? The panelists will be more than happy to answer. Can we spread the mic around? If somebody, can you raise your hand if you have a query, question? Wow, crystal clarity. There seems to be no question. Vani, Dolly too. Okay, we'll come to you. The mic is right around you, Vaninath.
My question is to Dhruva Joshi, sir. So Provident was always looking at 1 crore ticket size. You had a different marketing and sales strategy. When you suddenly shifted the gear and to double the product size, what was the shift in the sales and marketing strategy that you brought in?
So I think that's a fantastic question. So we recently launched a product which is Deansgate, Provident Deansgate. Yes, I think where we are operating as a brand is a mid-segment per se. Now, our range was from that 40 lakh to about a 1 CR or just little above 1 CR. This product starts from almost 2 CR to 2.25. Yes, I think the shift that we really didn't have to do as much is because, what our core composition is that, it's more of that value-packed product is what we want to bring in. Now, if you look at Deansgate as a product, it's, which I think recently even Malana mentioned it in his various, talks where it's basically a bridge to luxury, where people would want to be at that luxury space. And yet, how can you pack in so much of value and yet make it that affordable from that segment perspective? See, affordability is not just about somebody who is at that 30 lakh segment, but can I get that huge segment of that 2 crore, which is actually a mid segment in today's, if you look at a 3 BHK, 2 crore is not a luxury segment at all. Can I pack that kind of a product, which is like a townhouse, which is a notch higher than a villa? Yeah, a much better than an apartment. So that is how the whole product has been designed. And that is what we took to the market and then brought it as a value pack for that thing. And that's where the acceptance is coming in from that. So it's not a huge shift from what as a brand that we've done and why this product, which is on a value, because today consumers are ready and the affordability of that value is being seen at different levels. So when we look at these consumers who are buying in there, what we've seen is a jump from maybe an apartment that they own, which is a slightly smaller, to one that they want to own a villa, but a little lesser is what has been the thing. That's.
Thank you so much, Dhruva. And, great sales and marketing innovations coming. So I know the person who's asking the question, Maninath and Dhruva, Provident, have actually mastered a great deal. And this is where the whole sales and marketing rising. We'll take only one more question because we are running really out of time. So Dolly, you had a question.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm Dolly Israni. My question is to Mr. Ghosh. This Book My Home, after the client booking the apartment or the home on the platform, after which the client came to the site, were there many questions from the client or the client was convinced?
Okay, so I think, brilliant question.
Yeah.
Home buying cannot be online completely.
Yes,
It's
I
a fact,
agree.
except
Yes,
for a
yes.
very few people
Yes.
who are sitting abroad who are betting on that brand.
Yes.
Other than that, which is probably about less than 5% of the people, or even 5% is way too high for
Right.
this. So all these customers who are, even when they block the unit, so the campaign that I mentioned was also with a guarantee that when they visit and if they will get back the money if they decline to move forward with that, because it just comes with that much more trust in terms of what they can do.
Yes.
But they get that first window of it. I think the whole aspect of this is not just, it's following the consumer behavior where they want to be.
Right.
Yeah. Where people are moving into that, the transparency that they want to, because today, if you want to go and buy a home, obviously, what is the number of units that you are shown?
Right.
Vis-a-vis, if I open up my entire inventory to you and say, hey, you choose at
Yes.
your pace, at your
Yes.
so that is what we want to bring in terms of transparency, convenience, etc.
Yes.
And that is where we saw. The
Yes.
brilliance of this was not just that we booked 64 units out of that 300 odd coupons that consumers bought. And yes, they did the visit, but that same platform actually made the launch of another project completely successful in between the pandemic, where the entire journey was digital.
Right.
Entirety.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dhruva.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
Dolly. Gentlemen, for the lack of time, we will have to, all good things need to come to an end. So thank you, Arun, Dhruva, Karthik ji, Rahul, Vin. Consumers are statistics, customers are people. And sales and marketing will continue to revolve around the customer. So revolve your world around the customer and customers will revolve around you. Thank you
Wow.
very much, everybody.
Wow, wow, what a punchline to finish. I thought wife is the focal point. But what examples, what energy, and what enthusiasm with which you've moderated this session. Thank you, dear Samir.
I never clarified whose wife.
Thank you, Samir, and thank you to each one of you who spoke about consumer buyer behavior, about getting into details, about getting into modern ways of penetrating the market, and a wonderful, insightful session on the modern marketing for real estate. So I'm going to request all of you to kindly be right in the center of the stage, because I'm going to invite Puneet Bansal, the co-founder and chief product officer for R-Dash, to kindly come forward and say a formal thank you and gratitude from all of us for being so energetic. We should have kept you after lunch immediately, right? But yeah, let's give them a big round of applause, please. Yes, please, to do the honors. Samir, thank you. Wonderful. Can we all give them a big round of applause? Each one of them deserves all the accolades. Thank you. Congratulations. And thank you. May I request all of you to come together for a group snap? Yeah, we are almost done. In front of the tables, please. Together as one strong team, one strong unit. Taking the real estate forward, marketing the real estate forward. In-house or outsourcing doesn't matter, yeah? Big smiles, thank you. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you to each one of you. I'm only going to request Mr. Puneet Bansal to kindly stay back on stage, because this time around, it's your chance and our honor and our privilege to get an insight into what you have to share with us. A civil engineer from IIT Delhi, Puneet is a tech entrepreneur and a staunch evangelist of technology in the construction industry. He leads R-Dash, a new age construction management platform for developers, contractors, and design studios. Can we give it out? Can we have a huge round of applause and make some noise for Puneet Bansal?
Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys, and thanks the Reality Plus. Yeah. Am I audible, guys? Yes, I guess I am.
Can the podium mic be turned on, please? It's on.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So thanks, guys, and thanks to Reality Plus team for such a nice event and inviting me for this topic, that is technology in construction. So recently, our team at R-Dash visited IIT Roorkee's campus, and we kind of interacted with the graduating batch of civil engineering and architecture. We gave them a topic to debate on, and the topic was the same: technology in construction. Now, during that debate, several pointers came out, like BIM, digital twins, 3D printing, prefab, Maven, Matterport, and a lot of construction advancements that are still on talks, right? It was good, it was encouraging, it was exciting, but it somehow didn't give us, any of us, any roadmap how and when to use these technologies, who these technologies are meant for, which kind of construction companies. So, and a lot of these innovations are like pointed solutions, like drones, cameras, IoTs. These might not be useful for a lot of construction companies, who are still in operations mess and looking for ways to scale their size. So I developed this framework to understand what technology, an existing or an upcoming one, where does it fits in the overall scheme of things? So in this framework, I divide technologies into two parts. First is group of pointed technologies. Now, innovations like MS projects, Primavera, 3D printing, BIM, twins, Costex takeoffs, all these comes into this pointed technology bucket. These technology solves a particular problem, right? And secondly, the second bucket, I would call that as operating systems. Now, these are the technologies which bring the whole operations of an organization into a single system. So in India, we have seen SAP, Salesforce doing somewhat that, but not deep enough. In West, we have seen Procore, Buildertrend doing some kind of adoption there. Now, when we talk about India versus the West, I see that we are going to see a piecemeal adoption of these individual technologies, or let's call them pointed technologies. And we would pretty much lag behind the West. But we at Ardash are seeing a major demand for construction companies of various sizes who want to digitize their complete operations. They want an operating system. Now, this gives me confidence that this could be India's moment. This could be our moment as a construction industry as a whole, where we can see a leapfrog moment, just like what UPI did to consumer payments. But for that to happen, this operating system needs to have a lot of things. They should cater to how a construction project goes in various phases, from survey to design to planning, then to tracking their progress to handover. It should cater to all these things. Secondly, it should cater to the to and fro that happens between office and site in a construction project, wherein a site engineer might want to get requests for information from the person sitting in office. A designer sitting in office might want to translate and communicate designs to the site, right? And the site people might want some ad hoc approvals. All this should be catered, and all this the project should be interoperable between all the stakeholders. Now, different companies have their different set operating procedures. So this platform should also automate all those standard operating procedures. They can be around survey, design, their scoping, how they are creating standard BOQs, and all those things, how they are going about the auditing the site. Now, quite importantly, these platforms need to cater to the network dependency on which a construction company operates. It does not operate in isolation. A company might have to engage their clients, their PMCs, their architects. An owner might want to involve an architect in its project to submit the designs which he wants to approve. Now, he might want to pull up a PMC in the project for planning, scoping, right? And then ultimately, they might want to engage with some general contractors for requesting proposals and then ultimately giving them orders. And then towards the end of the project, they might want to loop in some auditor agency so that they can certify the deliverables. So the project has to be interoperable, not just between the all parties of one organization, but all the stakeholders organizations that are working on that project. Lastly, and most importantly, these operating systems need to cater to the entire workforce and not just the management, which it essentially means is that it has to be mobile first, so that people who are working on the line, the man at work, they can use it. And it has to be easy so that they don't feel that it is something extra that is pushed down their throat by the management. Now, once you have this base layer, this operating system in place in your organization, now you can bring in any technology on top of that. I can do my survey through Matterport and plug that directly into my project, get measurements in the system, and then can move on to the design. I can use construction site cameras to verify my site progress and then generate daily progress reports out of that. I can have one place where I can manage all the communication regarding the project, which is lying over several mail threads and several threads in WhatsApp as well, just in one place. On top of that, this system has to learn from itself. It has to learn how the organization users are behaving so that it can serve them better. Now at R-Dash, we have built such system. Now on this, owners, developers, contractors, architects, they can put in all their feedback into one single system. Now, these people, these stakeholders might have different perspective. They might have some disagreements on the project. They can have different scopes or jobs to be done, but they all remains on same page for two things. That is timeline of the project and budget of the project. It's my sincere appeal to the people in the industry, people out here. Let's bring this leapfrog moment together and supercharge construction in India. With that, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bansal. That was indeed to the point. And I'm sure all of you feel good about all the pointers that have been raised and all the inputs that have been given by him. I'm going to request you to kindly stay back one more time because it's time for you to join the speakers. Our next panel on the stage, I'm going to invite all of them and they're going to address the point, PropTech Reset, highlighting new tech frameworks for future-ready real estate. The session will be moderated by Sarthak Seth, Chief Marketing Officer, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. Sarthak is responsible for overall branding, positioning of Prill and formulating corporate branding and marketing strategy, driving sustainable profit growth for the company. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Sarthak Seth, please? Let's also give a huge round of applause for all our speakers in alphabetical order. Welcome, Sarthak. Yeah. To all our speakers in alphabetical order and in no specific preference, let's give it out for Abhishek Prasad, Lead Idea Labs, JLL. Abhishek is into digital transformation and he's a professional and expert in that space. His focus is on real estate transformation at JLL, working on profits, people, and transformation to drive change. We welcome you here. Digvijay Chauhan, CBO, Technology Insomniacs. Digvijay Singh Chauhan, with over 14 years of experience spread across aviation, travel, real estate, comes with unique position of having built and experimented with technology from multiple point of views. Let's give it out for Digvijay, please. Digvijay, thank you for coming in. Let's also welcome Karthik Iyer, Business Strategy Key Demand. Karthik is a business strategist with experience working in PropTechs, leads the strategy of Key Demand. His experience includes product ideation, business development, and client engagement. Karthik, good to have you here with all of us. Let's put our hands together for our next speaker, Rahul Bansal, the co-founder of Propacity. Rahul is a passionate leader and he's passionate about building tech-enabled businesses in emerging markets, a real estate and technology enthusiast with a love for solving complex problems. There are plenty of them, Rahul, let me tell you this. He's helping real estate professionals to scale faster. I'm sure you're doing a fantastic job in what you're doing. And let's also give it out for Sriram Puchimanchi, founder and CEO, Smarter Dharma, an Ashoka Fellow and an entrepreneur in the space of sustainability. Sriram works at the confluence of technology and sustainability, building SDSRP, India's first sustainability resource planning platform. He's an evangelist. Let's give it out for him and welcome him for this one. I'm going to now request our moderator to kindly take it forward. And yeah, Puneet. Puneet, I think, is helping himself with some high tea. He's been here thrice now, and he's been very kind. So let's be kind to him 3 times at least. Thank you. Thank you. Take it over, please. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think the earlier panel, there was a lot of energy over there, and Puneet really touched upon subject, which is like construction and technology. I think I'm pretty impressed on that, Puneet, and it's really good to know each one of you guys over here. While we are going to talk about PropTech reset, I think the most important aspect for us to understand is also that the world PropTech in India, it's like about early 2000s, there were barely 4 or 5 companies registered in the PropTech. But by the year 2015, there were more than 1,500 companies which actually got registered in the PropTech. And I believe while some of the companies were still trying to figure out that, okay, what has to be their main core, but one of the key things, what has happened to which all of us know was COVID, and COVID actually happened to be one of the biggest catalyst in terms of adoption of tech, I would say, in whatever ways, whatever workplace we had actually been. So I have actually got a very interesting panel over here, and while I say the reason why I say interesting over here, because most of them are like first generations startups over here. They've just done the startups, and it's phenomenal and fantastic to actually know each one of you, the way you have actually been driving your startups, the way you have been driving your businesses. And while my good friend Abhishek over here, he's with JLL, but he himself had a startup. So I was just like, I was zapped on that as well. I think while we are talking from the perspective of tech adoption, we have seen that, okay, prop tech, there are two ways one can actually look forward to a prop tech. One, prop tech as a business model itself, or it's just that adoption of technology into real estate. But when we look at prop tech from a business model per se, it's like there are various different pieces which actually frames the entire prop tech, because one side you can have one particular app or technology driving one piece, another side can be something different. Probably there is something which is on sustainability, there is something which is on construction, there is something which is on marketing. So all of these coming together, it actually defines the entire core of PropTech, I can actually say that. And when from a technology standpoint, another important aspect is, I would say, two things. One is definitely efficiency, which is all of us really want to drive. Secondly, the transparency, because in real estate we know that, okay, a lot of our consumers actually say that, okay, we have to be more transparent. I would say the transparency what technology actually brings in is to a next level itself. What I would do right now is I would actually start up with somebody right in the center over here, and Karthik. So you are into a very interesting space, I can say that, because and the reason why I've picked you up is because you have just gone live pan India with your startup, and it's really phenomenal because you guys are completely into commercial real estate. So they have actually got a platform which is a listing platform which is into commercial real estate. So we have seen many listing platforms onto residential, but it's quite unique, and I think you are really doing a fantastic job. So if you can just quickly touch upon that.
Sure. So first off, thanks a lot, Realty Plus, for having me here, and what do you say, placing me in this amazing panel. So as Sarthak had just rightly touched base upon, so our platform is called Key Demand, wherein it's a commercial real estate marketplace where a brand meets the right set of suppliers, wherein a demand means the right supply. And what we have done for the very first time is that a brand can put across their exact set of requirements. They can mention as to where is it that they're looking for a store, what exactly is it that they're looking at, and they can jot down their nitty-gritties, and they get that particular requirement fulfilled by either a developer or a mall operator or probably a broker, and they get to evaluate it, and they get to work upon that particular requirement. So again, we went pan India in the month of April. We currently have our presence across 230 odd cities, which includes the likes of all your metros, tier 1 ranging all the way till tier 4 cities, having a mix of what do you say, business users and end users in our portfolio, including the likes of apparel brands, including the likes of F&B, including co-working operators, quite a lot of different business users have, what do you say, they've taken an attention to this and they've started liking the product and they've started using things. And we are extremely proud to say that we've been able to manage site visits in tier 3 and tier 4 cities as well, which basically helps a retail brand to, it helps them with a faster time to market. That's all. Right.
Thank you. I think it's very impressive because we know, because that's what I was asking, because on one side you have got these IPCs who have actually got all the mandates, the way we know that the bigger mandates, but the way you are looking and doing is market creation in some way or the other, because if the smaller retail spaces, if they've started to come to you, it really speaks volumes about the space what you have actually touched in, because we are talking about the new tech frameworks, and this is like complete new framework what you guys have actually started up. So moving on to Digvijay over here, it's like Digvijay from Insomniacs, and you are like, if I have to say, you're like tech consultants to the developers, and you have been catering on both sides of business, both resi and commercial. So if you can just quickly touch upon what exactly you guys are into. And then subsequently, I have a question, which is an interesting question for you.
Sure thing. So to be honest, what you pointed out in terms of us being the consultants to real estate developers is absolutely spot on, right? But just to touch upon, you mentioned adoption earlier, right? Our journey at Insomniacs as to how we got into technology and how we have built the different tech stacks has actually followed the same trajectory that has been the adoption in real estate. Right? So just to give you an example, when we had COVID, since nobody was able to come out, developers wanted virtual experience. We delivered virtual experiences to developers at that point of time. When digital marketing started, it was difficult for developers to reach out to the right audience because now customers had so many options available to them, right? So how do you reach out to the right customer, the one who is right, right? That is when we built our marketing automation platform. That is when we built our CRMs, right? And as the journey of real estate has not now progressed in terms of adopting and using technology on a regular basis, making it a staple of their daily life, now the focus is on customer data, right? So any developer across India would be sitting on hordes of customer data from the previous marketing campaigns, from their existing customers, whatever it is. And one of the tendencies that we see on a daily basis or whenever there's a new project launch is either you shoot mass campaigns to all the customers that you already have, or you start a new marketing campaign, right? So now we are in a space, and Prestige Group being one of our biggest case study in that.
Yeah, I was actually wanting to come to Prestige because that is why I said it's because I believe that is one of the fewer examples wherein we can actually see how they've evolved in this entire journey. So please do touch upon that.
Yeah. So see, at Prestige, we are currently handling their entire digital transformation portfolio for residential, commercial, and retail. When it comes to residential, as I was talking about the customer data, right? Making customer the focus of not just when you're about to sell, right? Right from scratch, when you're doing the land acquisition bit itself. Can you imagine your TG at that point of time? Can you imagine your sales price at that point of time? And doing the transformation or creating the entire ecosystem in a way that from that point where you're doing your land acquisition till the point that you're selling, right? You have your customer in mind. You have a list of customers who are ripe enough to buy at that point of time, right? I tell this to everyone and people might disagree with me, but real estate right now is is on a purple patch, right? Anybody who's opening anything is selling, right? But, and that's a good thing. That's an amazing, and especially for PropTech startup, it's an amazing thing because there's a lot of money to come around to us. But we have to prepare for a situation or a time when customers are going to reduce and they're going to be much more picky, right? So how do you stand out in the market in terms of the customer experience, the experience that you're offering to the customer? Let's just talk about booking, right? So if you talk about booking, even if you have decided to buy an apartment, it would still take days for that contract to be executed, for that deed to happen, right? Can you make it completely online, right? So what we have done at Prestige is we have reduced the time to less than 5 minutes of the entire booking process. If you say you want to book right now, I can actually book and give you the booking form, printed, signed, everything in less than 5 minutes, right? With all the KYCs and everything, right? That is the kind of speed and efficiency which will drive the company, which will drive the entire industry forward, right? Now, when it comes to the other spaces that we are doing in Prestige, when it comes to commercial and retail, right? There are many developers like Prestige who have, let's say, foot in all these different verticals, which essentially do not talk with each other, right? Even if I talk about tech stacks, people have so many tech stacks, but the data is in silos. There is no exchange of data between those silos. Is there a space wherein data from commercial, so if somebody is buying, let's say from Zara, from a mall, let's say in Phoenix, is there a way that I can understand that that customer is ripe to buy enough for residential property, right? That's the kind of synergies that are needed, that are going to drive the bigger developers in future. And obviously, the tier 2 and the tier 3 developers are also going to be there in the next 3-4 years, right? So that's the kind of, let's say, consultancy that we provide. We help them merge the entire tech stack they have, bring everything on the same platform there so that there is seamless exchange of data, and they're able to leverage each and every bit of data that they have on their customers.
So let me just tell you, Digvijay, you have got a competition right over here.
Yeah.
You're saying tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah.
My friend Rahul over
I
there
know,
is
I know.
already there into tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah.
And okay.
When the time comes, we'll just join hands with them.
And also just don't get foxed with, I would say, Rahul's beard and everything. So he's the only millennial in this group. Right, Rahul?
Yeah,
Gen Z rather. Sorry,
Z,
not the
yeah,
millennial, my bad. A Gen Z in this entire group. And so over to you, Rahul. While where Digvijay actually built upon, can you really add up in terms of, while they are looking in terms of a bigger, robust ecosystem, what they're creating, but lot of developers, especially in tier 2, tier 3, and where you say that, okay, you have already created that sort of an expertise for yourself. These people are like, okay, I don't have so much of time. I just want to implement it in next 24 hours or 36 hours. Rather than thinking through that, okay, it's going to create an ecosystem which is going to take 6 months to 9 months. So how you have really addressed that situation? And what is I would say that once you actually go and tell them that, okay, I can actually start up my solution within the next 24 hours to 48 hours, how receptive they are in terms of saying that, okay, yes, we really want to go ahead with this.
Yeah. So prior to telling prior to telling you guys more about the psychology behind tier 2 developers, I will tell you about what my background has been, and I will go really back to where I come from. So my family comes from a small town of Haryana called Jind, right? My co-founder's family come from a small town in Punjab. My other co-founder's family come from a small town in Ahmednagar, right? And though we have not spent a large part of our lives in these cities, we have heard about stories of our parents having the capital and not having the kind of comfort that they wanted in those cities and wanting to move to tier 1 cities for opportunities. And it's like tier 2 cities are not able to match tier 1 cities because there are not developers who can create that kind of infra. And now it is not like these developers do not have the intent or the capability or the capacity. They do not know how to, right? And then these developers also, and so these developers then also try to buy some small land patches in tier 1 cities, creating smaller towns, and they're not able, and those tier 2 cities do not get the benefit of it. So I always say that developers are not constructors, they are creators. So the cities that they choose to create become the cities that can prosper. And that is the idea behind Propacity, that we really want to possibly not focus a lot upon the tier 1 cities of the city, rather create a platform so that the Rahuls, Udays, Imrans, and the others of tomorrow can possibly get the kind of an infra that they want in tier 2 cities. Now, when it comes to the tier 2 infra that we are talking about, it genuinely starts with the insights that you can possibly give to that Lalaji who doesn't have any. And let me tell you, when it comes to these Lalajis, these businessmen really have massive amount of intent in order to try out technology, but not the way the tier 1 guys would accept it. So over the last 2.5 years, we tried to create the ecosystem by doing a lot of things that do not scale. Like he talked about joining hands. We joined hands with so many people all across the country. आप marketing करते हो आ जाओ, आप कुछ construction के अंदर करते हो आ जाओ, आप कुछ interesting कर रहे हो property space के अंदर, real estate space के अंदर आ जाओ. And we created more than about 100 partners that these developers can leverage via our platform. And then we also realized that these brokers on the other side that these developers want to partner with, these high-end brokers, the ICPs, are not partnering with these developers because they do not have confidence. So we created brokers for them. we realized that all these tier 2, tier 3 cities run on a word of mouth. So while they are running on a word of mouth and brokerage in itself is a word of mouth business, how can we educate brokers in order to experience real estate as a profession? So on one side, we created an entire marketplace of vendors from which we could join hands. On the other side, we created technology that could be deployed in a Lalaji's ecosystem within 24 to 36 hours and can give them entire automation across pre-sales, sales, marketing, inventory management, collection, everything. And also at the same time, understanding how they can build exactly what the customer needs so that they can create a supply so that tomorrow a tier 2 guy or a tier 3 guy doesn't have to look to a tier 1 city and say that, yaar, ye maal wahin par milta hai. Right? So that is what the idea of Propacity is. We want to add velocity to property entrepreneurs all across the country. So property plus velocity is Propacity. And trust me, when it comes to these tier 2 developers, tier 3 developers, these guys really want technology. Nobody is reaching out to them, right? And nobody, like, there is a lot of show off happens when a tier 1 technology player goes to a tier 2 developer ki sir hum iske sath kaam karte hain, iske sath kaam karte hain, iske sath kaam karte hain. Boss, but that doesn't change my life. How can you really help me understand the value that your product will give rather than the product that you're giving me? So that is exactly what we are primarily focusing upon. And yeah, the journey has just started.
Thank you so much, Rahul. So we had been talking about, I would say, through PropTech, two most important things. One is driving efficiencies and transparency. But another thing which I believe is a part of our lives now is going to be sustainability. And who better than our friend Sriram over here can actually talk on sustainability. The amount of work what they are doing is phenomenal. Also, to create sustainability from grounds up, which is like before even the building is getting constructed, because whatever sustainability we had been talking into real estate is that, okay, once your project is done, the building is delivered, then everybody starts thinking on sustainability part of it because it's a part of ESG mandate now. However, I think Sriram, if you can just deliberate on that part and then actually share with our audience over here what you are doing, and then definitely there are other things also what we have to ask.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Satak. Thanks, Reality Plus also. Simply put, what we do is we tangibilize sustainability from design point of view, and how to sell it to your customers. 100% of the people we work with, construction as well as non-construction. Swiggy was a client, Featherlight Furniture was a client. All these guys also tell us, "Acha, make us sustainable, help us reduce our carbon footprint, but sell this idea to our customers," right? So that, as Sarthak can ascribe to, is a very critical part of the marketing. So that's something we do. We help in designing well and sustain. But the key thing was, how many builders here in this room?
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay. So most of us think that sustainability is an esoteric thing, right? I'll go to LEDs, I'll not use plastic, and I'm sustainable. But when it comes to a building, we are not sure. We think that we'll do rainwater harvesting, it's done, or nearly 100% of builders believe that sustainability is more expensive. But over 13 million square feet and about 60,000 tons of carbon mitigated, what we learned is at design stage, if you bring sustainability into your project, A, you can save some money, and B, there's a top line value because you can sell it as a green project to your customers. It's the topic of the year, right? Topic of the last 2 years, net zero. So you can actually sell that idea to customers, and there's a top line value. We have umpteen examples of how some of our customers have done that. So that's what we do. Simply put, we bring tangibility. One thing what Sarthak was asking me to talk about is the key difference. And there are a few platforms. We have a technology platform which helps that. But there are others who do post-occupancy. What I think the industry should learn is move from CSR to ESG. CSR is a builder is just building whatever they're building, and at the end of it, outside the wall of the compound, they would go plant a few trees or find the local school and paint the school better, right? That is CSR. ESG is make your building more sustainable. Can you figure out reducing the operational embodied carbon of your building? That is ESG. In short, we help that happen. I can answer more, but with the questions.
No, Sriram, definitely I'm going to come back again to you. And so while Puneet actually gave us a fabulous presentation over here in terms of talking on his subject and about the organization, what he's leading. But Puneet, if you can dwell a bit deeper onto the construction management through, I would say, technology. And also one of the things what you said was that what you are trying to do is making it simpler for the end user to use, because it's not that, okay, something which has been given from the top management. So if you can just give a couple of examples of that, okay, how you are making it simpler for people to really use it.
So I'll just introduce what RDash is. So RDash is a construction management platform, more like an operating system for construction companies. It could be a design build company. It could be a developer who is more focused on the project's construction side, or it could be a general contractor or a design studio. So in these companies, there is a lot of stakeholders who work on a single project, and there are a lot of moving parts, information is flowing here and there. Some things are on mail, some things are on WhatsApp, and some things, designs are on AutoCAD. A lot of things are differently placed. Now, these people have to collaborate together, and it has a definite saving on time if they collaborate together. It also has an impact on the cost of these projects. So we are solving that through this communication channel, plus these workflows of construction. If they are brought on the single platform, probably there will definitely be saving on the time and budgets in the projects. But you have to actually show those results.
To what level, if I have to ask you, because again, it's all about the ROIs, it's all about the efficiency. So with this, can we say it's going to improve 10% to 12%, or what's that number, what you actually can say it's going to help you?
Yes. So I have a number in my mind, but to validate that, to give you why I can say that. So I have a background in contracting myself. So we founded, I have other co-founders as well. So we co-founded a company called 91 Square Feet earlier, and we were running commercial fit out operations. You can call us a contractor, new age contractor. And we were not using any tech. We were using Excels, some drawings to start with, and automating things here and there, probably managing different sorts of things and managing the project there. And we could not, we were finding it very difficult to scale. And we were constantly stuck with cash flows and all the things on the margins are not well enough. So we decided that we will build this technology for ourselves, but not just for ourselves. So by adopting this technology, we have seen 15% savings on our budgets and timelines. We have improved so much that we can call ourselves faster. Now that's just the contracting side of us. Now, when we give this product to the other companies like 91 Square Feet, or it could be a developer, it could be a design build studio or contractor. So we have to show them this within certain period of time. It's not a magic that once you adopt this technology, these results will be out there. Why it's not happening? These are the questions. So there is a cycle through which this adoption has to go through. And after that, only you can see these results. So typically, I can assure you that these kind of technologies, this platform brings 7 to 12% savings on your project budgets, and definitely 25% saving on time.
That's a phenomenal number, believe me. And I think most of the audience over here would definitely be looking in terms of knowing some of those solutions better from you as well. Coming over here to Abhishek, I think, Abhishek, you've already seen a lot of startup guys over here. And the reason I actually came back to you last, because you are from JLL, you are like from Idea Labs, wherein you ensure that, okay, which of these startups to really make big, incubate, and then also to fund. So if you've been given an option of these 5 different startups or 5 different business ideas, which is the first one you will pick? That's a tricky one for you. But tell me which one is going to be the first one you will pick out of them.
You're putting me on a spot here. But I would actually pick up Sriram.
Not
from the tech.
Apart from Sriram.
Okay, I'll explain why I picked him up first. It's not
No,
from a tech perspective, but from the idea of making sustainability something core at the design phase itself. That's the reason I would pick Sriram, at least to be part of. I'll be honored to have you in my cohort. But apart from that, I would like RDash as well, primarily because in the construction phase, exactly what you said, we have discoverability problems within our own processes. We have connectivity problems within our own processes. And then, of course, scaling it, right? That's what technology should be solving. And that's, I think, very unique that you see here. That makes it interesting is because once you're able to do this at the construction phase, a lot of your compliance standards and sustainability, all that you want to do can be seeped into this stage very early when you're able to bring in some kind of a transparency there. So that's the angle. But having said that, I have nothing against anybody else. There's amazing
you need to
products.
say 3 good things about 3 of them now.
This reminds me of my school teacher, where you always put me on a spot and say, "Ab batao sabke bare mein." But this is good, actually. I like the fact that, my friend here, Digvijay, was able to talk about digital transformation for builders and making it scalable and replicatable for everybody, right? That is interesting because a lot of the times when we go with technology to any real estate person, I mean, I'm in a real estate company. When I go to my business leaders also, the first challenge that I face is how do I get them convinced on that technology, a particular tool or a solution could be the way forward. I think that's a very good thing. I think it's not just technology which is aiding him, it's also the processes that they've built behind it, the business models which is built behind. That is pretty interesting. And once you're able to crack that niche of a business model which is backed by a technology, I think replicating it for both from a customer perspective and as a business perspective becomes very interesting. I like what my friend is also doing by taking us to tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? I mean, India is choked right now. All of us are focusing on tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. There's only so much this cow can be milked for. There's a lot more gold mine sitting out there and a lot of rich people sitting as well with good amount of liquidity sitting there. And can we create an ecosystem where that liquidity can be bought in and expanded and true capitalism comes into play? I think that's what the two folks are doing, and that's pretty interesting. That's where I like them as well. Yeah.
So now you have got almost what 70 odd startups in your ecosystem right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 more, 75.
Thank you. See, I come here to speak and I get 5 more in my cohort. It makes my life so much easier.
Okay, so Sriram, it's really what I would also like you to touch upon is that at Idea Labs, what more do you actually do for if you can really share with our audience?
I'm Abhishek. Sriram is
Sorry,
he's
sorry,
so
sorry,
famous,
Abhishek.
everybody wants to.
Yeah, I think
that's fine. No, that's totally fine. So what we do at Idea Lab, right? I mean, I've been an entrepreneur in the past, and like I was saying, technology only does 3 or 4 things: discoverability, connectivity, transparency, and scalability. That's what technology does. It's all about the business models. It is always about how you make it align to the business and the different frameworks that come around. So a lot of the startups shut shop. It is not new. It's not different in our real estate space as well. Every day there's a new unique idea that comes out and it shuts shops there. So what we do at Idea Lab is we take them under our arm and say, you know what, you've got a great technology, you've got a great, and we have our experience, 270 years of doing business across the world. So we say, okay, can we mentor you? Can we see how you can be a scalable model and then give you access to our whole ecosystem, right? So today, some of our startups are seeing a annual recurring revenue of more $1 million and more. That is amazing. I mean, their go-to-market is shrunk almost now. So it's just one JLL, and all our customers become their customers because now our customers know JLL has seen it through their eyes. So we are validating that the startup works. We give them our understanding of the market, of what compliance is, what are the different frameworks that can be achieved. So that's the biggest advantage that we give back to the society, to the startup ecosystem. And we're able to build this and we're able to scale them across the globe as well. So some of my startups are going to Middle East, some of them are going to the UK. It's very heartening to see. It's very happy when I see that. Our setups. That's the biggest advantage we give back to the ecosystem. And we also take something. We are a business team. So what we do is because of these startups, I mean, a lot of us know JLL is one of the first IPCs to have a technology company as well. We have 900 odd people building technology tools, but there's only so much we can build. There's only so much we can buy with all the money in the world. There are certain gaps which we cannot fill, right? Because it's not something that we can do immediately because of various other reasons. So that's when these startups become very important for us, right? So we start filling those gaps with these startups and we'll have that incremental effect with these startups. And of course, when it becomes really interesting, we also look at investing them through our VC fund as well.
Thank you, Abhishek. I'm now going to correct myself. So no, it's really great to know. And you have rightly said that you just cannot do everything by yourself. You really have to look onto the broader ecosystem, see where you can collaborate and how you can scale from there itself. So we have already each of you have spoken about your businesses and everything, but and because we know PropTech is pretty new in the entire ecosystem and real estate being real estate, I think it's one of the most unorganized sector till now, and probably we were the last ones to actually adopt technology. Now, coming to that point, what I have a common question with all of you, and I'm going to come back to each one of you, is that whenever you have pitched your products, how difficult it had been for you to really convince the top management? When I say the top management, the CEOs, the CXOs, and today we know that a lot of the smaller developers themselves are there, so which is like the so-called Lalajis. So how it had been actually difficult? How these people, how much percentage have actually been receptive? And each one of you can have a different use case, believe me. And also from a perspective, while they had been receptive, but finally, how many of them actually took to the solution? So it is almost like a typical brand funnel, which is like from awareness to familiarity to consideration and purchase. So this is how I would say. So if we can really start up with you, Puneet, what has been your experience?
That's an interesting question. Actually, it's a real test for us as well. So when we were just initially talking to our customers, and these customers means the construction companies. So a lot of new generation has come into this. So the Lalas has now their sons and daughters who have graduated from maybe outside India as well, and then now they want to take over and they want to bring in something new. So they are really passionate about bringing in technology, and it's not that their fathers and their mothers are not about so much receptive, but they know the real concerns. They have built this ground first. They know each and every even worker who is working for them on the ground. So we have seen these apprehensions that they are concerned that I can adopt this technology, but my worker on the site will he feel it as a managed something pushed down his throat by the management, or something that we have brought for his comfort. So this is here I would like to add on Abhishek's point as well. So technology should not only be seen from the point of bringing just visibility, efficiency, or discoverability and scalability. It should also be seen as something that can bring comfort, because in prop tech there are a lot of people who are doing grunt work, who whenever we thought we think about construction, we think it should be tiring. So can we bring something easiness in their life? So for that to happen, these things have to be very, very easy to use. And this is something where now in India, technology has moved forward. And we have so much good engineers, so much good designers that we can build for this Indian masses better than the Western companies. So that's my take on that.
How about you, Shriram? How much resistance you have faced? Because again, when we talk from a sustainability standpoint, it's not just about the adoption at the top management. So probably they might be more keen, but even to go and speak on sustainability, because it's all about that. Okay, sustainability is from a long-term perspective, and people really want the results now. So with Puneet even going and saying that, okay, if you are doing this construction over a period of 1.5, 2 years, you can still make 15% of your savings. But in your case, it is not that 1.5, 2 years. It is probably going to be 2 decades or 3 decades going forward, wherein you will get the bigger pie. And also, one of the things what I really want you to touch upon while you were deliberating was that you said that you quantified in terms of saying that, okay, this is the per square feet value which is going to come to you if you are actually going to be a sustainable project. And so how you are able to derive that. And then I believe that is going to be a bigger talk in your pitch, because again, you have to quantify.
Thanks. So this journey had multiple inflection points. I would say even though Madam was older, 2018 is where, massive inflection happened. Till 2018, when we used to work with anybody, builder or non-builder, there used to be two questions. First, they would say, what is climate change? How is it impacting their industry? How is their work impacting global warming? Once that is answered, then what can we do for them? Usually it used to be these two questions. But late 2018, something happened. The first question was answered. Post 2018, everybody we started meeting. And most of the time we used to meet leadership, whether it is Swiggy, whether it's Brigade, whether it's Birla, anybody, it's always the leaders. Because you're right, they're the ones who have the vision towards becoming sustainable, right? And back in 18, 19, 20, it was still the future. Today we talk about present. Climate change is no more a future problem, it's a current problem, right? So 18 was a massive inflection. After that, the proof of that is our revenues scaled up too. As soon as that happened, 19 onwards, nobody's asking us, why should I bother about climate change? They're saying, I need to bother about it. Tell me what I should do. That was one big change. Second thing is always numbers helped. We learned it the hard way. We initially was trying to tell people this is the right thing to do. And
So initially it was Gyan.
it was
Now it is
originally Gyan.
numbers.
Now it changed, right? So I would always say we crossed the Ashton Kutchers. The curve, the early adopters were there. They always felt they should do the right thing. But we reached a point where in real estate developers are coming and saying, give me numbers, it makes sense, I'll do it. And so we had our way, we would be able to quantify every idea, every solution. But the key thing here, and this is key for us to understand, is sustainability cannot be looked at in silos. You cannot just work on water, just work on energy, just work on waste, just work on material and assume you would be sustainable. A simple example, delve a little deeper. Bangalore as a city, we are in Bangalore. Bangalore as a city is every day minus 640 MLD. We are actually negative by 640 MLD every day. What we need to what we have today. Which means every project, every time an apartment community or a commercial is raised, you are going further negative, right? So 135 liters per person per day is an NBC standard, National Building Code standard. So any builder saying a meeting mandate is of no use because you're actually adding to a negative, right? So we say now, how do you go down? Can we design your project to 110 LPCD, show you 25 LPCD savings, and see the value you're creating for your resident because they're saving money on tanker purchase, B, to the city because the freshwater demand is reduced. So there are, you have some chops you can showcase on Facebook, etc. Builder showcases saying they're aiding the city. So all these started making sense. So for a city like Bangalore, we talk a lot of water. A city like Hyderabad, we talk energy. City like Mumbai, we're talking energy and waste. So each city, based on the kind of project, we're talking different things, and it's actually helping. But internally, our team designs everything together. I can give more details, but that's essentially how we do it. And now we have matched it out. We have patented algorithms where we've gone one step further. Now, if a builder comes and says, hey, I have a 10-acre piece of land, I'm going to do 1,000 apartments, and here's a zip code, this is a location, we can now automatically say that you could be 35% self-sufficient on energy. You could be 80% self-sufficient on water. You could reduce your embodied carbon by 35%. All this will cost you 45 rupees per square feet. And this is the value top line, this is the bottom line you'll get. We give these 5 numbers, and then the design carries from.
I think it's a good proposition because if you're quantifying it somewhere, I believe, being a marketer myself, what I can say is that the positioning of the project itself changes. You can actually command that sort of a premium very, very easily. And believe me, you can command a premium of 2x or 3x of whatever amount you're actually putting into that piece of getting into a sustainable zone itself. So I think that's good. And the last one, the percentage, if you can just tell me, what's the percentage adoption till now?
Yeah, so since 21, especially post-COVID, has been fantastic. More and more developers are saying we need to do this. The challenge we see sometimes is builders will say, I'm already doing some sustainability, please help us market it. And we always go back and say, if you're doing 135 LPCD, giving the water thing, then I cannot help you market it because every builder is doing 135 LPCD, right? So once we do that, everybody wants us to market. It's been very high success on that. Design goes a little lower. Again, the flavor of the year has been net zero or IGBC certification. Anytime we talk these, it's been very high adoption. In fact, I actually feel we need more sales and we'll do more sales team. The team is so inundated with work. We're actually getting high success rate on that, especially in South India. Sorry to do this South North, but actually we've seen that the adoption is higher in South, adoption is lower in North. I don't have an answer. If somebody can help me, that'll be great.
No, I was actually making a better case for him.
But one thing I want to add though, we have a project in Bangalore, which I think is the first one in the country where on your cost sheet, right, you normally will say pool facing 25 rupees per square feet, right? 11th floor, 50 rupees per square feet.
Yeah, that's a PLC now.
Right? Now there's a project here which sold out, which has green fee 50 rupees per square feet. One of a client, and they've put green fee 50 rupees per square feet. So that works. That's the new way now.
I'm going to implement it very soon. We are anyways going to come up with a launch very soon over here. Okay. Rahul, what about you? Because I believe the Lalajis of the world had been troubling you quite a lot. But yes, the receptiveness has really increased. But it is all about the adoption. that what's that percentage of adoption which has actually increased, and how easy or difficult today is for you to really go and pitch your products to them?
Yeah. So I'll start with the fact that one thing that we realized very early in our journey of adoption is that all these lalajis are great listeners. Okay. So that is true. They would want to listen everything that they want to, everything that you want to propose. At the end, they might say, "हमें नहीं चाहिए," okay? But they would want to listen. But I have Sri Ram was mentioning, there are a lot of inflection points that we have also seen. So it's been about 2.5 years since we have been actively operating with Propacity, but it's been about 3.5 years. So that 1 year was just understanding the market. So that was a time when we went to a lot of lalajis and said that, boss, we will change your life, we will give you efficiency, scalability, capacity, capability, velocity, everything. And the Lalaji used to say, that is the door, get out. Okay. So the normal idea was that this won't work, right? After COVID, Lalajis, after a lot of tier 1 developers, big developers started adopting some level of solutions, and they used to meet them at much of these conferences. They used to say, okay, it might work, बुलाओ उनको दोबारा, क्या बोल कर गए थे, एक साल पहले बात करते हैं, right? Over the last, so those 2 years were really, really hard when it comes to adoption. Like if I'm pitching to 100 developers, 1 or 2 Lalajis would adopt, right? And we primarily work with mid-sized developers. So you are not interacting with the promoter -1, which is possibly taking the majority of the decisions when it comes to your tier 1 developers. You're directly interacting with the promoter, right? But over the last 1 year, if I'm pitching to 100 developers, almost 70 of them are either showing crazy amount of intent to adopt or are adopting. I'll tell you what were the insights that we were able to unlock when we were interacting with all these Lalajis now. One, we realized that now all these mid-sized developers really want to adapt to tech, and they want to understand what it can potentially unlock. But you cannot go to these people with a cookie cutter approach saying that, hey, these are these 5 things that this product will unlock for you. It will solve for efficiency, it will solve for scalability, it will solve for comfort, it will solve for all of this. You really need to understand what that particular mid-sized developer needs, right? You might have 5 things or 10 things that you want to pitch to that particular developer, but this developer is not going to cater to all of them. So we realize that when it comes to these developers, comfort is something which is not their primary motive because the volume is not so high, right? Efficiency is something that they want to understand, but the topmost thing that they want to unlock is scalability. So we went with that solution first, that, hey, use this platform, get the insights of what you want to build. You will be able to see a massive increase in your top line. And as you increase your top line and as you increase your GMV, as you launch more projects, then we will pitch efficiency. So we realized that, hey, we want to onboard developers today, which might be 100 crores, 200 crores of GMV, but have a potential to reach 1,000 crores of GMV in the next 3 years. And in those 3 years, our sales cycle is going to be that today we are going to pitch scalability. After 6 months, we are going to pitch efficiency. After 6 months, we are going to pitch how you can increase credibility, then efficiency, then comfort, and then sustainability. So that is a journey that we are following with Lalajis, these mid-sized developers, and understanding that that is how you are unlocking adoption. So like, just to give you an example, a couple of developers that we are working with, primarily helping them solve for scalability, and in order to unlock their top line, these guys, like one of the developers that we work with is in Pune. So they were selling 1 BHKs in Pune for 40 lakhs. Now the same 1 BHK they are selling for 70 lakhs over a period of 2 years, where the other competitors, which are tier 1 developers, are selling at a much lesser price. There's another developer in Haridwar, which is selling a 3 BHK low-rise apartment in Haridwar for 2 crores. The entire project is sold out. While a tier 1 developer in the same micro market is selling a 3 BHK for 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, or villas you can get in 1 crore. Just because of the fact that because of the platform, these guys are able to understand which niche to particularly target, how to position, which communication is working. And then they start getting deeper into the platform, they come to you and say, Kiar, what more can your platform do? And then we come in that, hey, we can help you with distribution, we can help you with efficiency. So that's how the entire adoption cycle goes.
Thanks, Rahul. I think it's all about how you are able to unlock the power of the data, and which is something I believe technology actually does to you if applied in the right manner. Karthik, in your case, how difficult it has been for you while getting your product adapted by the top company officials, the CXOs, the CIOs, the CTOs, or even the business owners. And now in the last 3 to 4 years, how you have seen those changes happening?
Right. So, first off, ours was a new concept adapted on an existing framework which was there. Right. So, our counterparts, actually, our counterparts from the residential side had paved the way for us to reach to developers and brokers primarily. So, to name a few, let's say the likes of housing.com and Magic Bricks and stuff, right? They had, what do you say, an immense presence across tier one and also across tier two, tier three developers as well, right? So that was there. So the platform adaptability with developers was not much of a challenge per se. But yes, their expectation was still with respect to the real estate, the residential bit. कि कितना lead आएगा मुझे? What is it that I'm going to be getting out of this? But that what do you say, the major communication message across which we had to convince them was that leads are already available on the platform. If it's now up to you to source the properties and get it back and take that to that particular brand across over there. So that is the core message which was which we were working across, and we were, what do you say, planning our marketing campaigns around for developers and brokers and the supply side, basically. And the other major counterpart is that of the retail brands. So for retail, everything has been offline till now. For any retail brand or any office space or any of those things, right? Till now, everything has been offline. The current practice is that they connect with their set of brokers that they work with. They tell them that they're looking for these areas, and that's it. They come across with property options, which may or may not be within the same lines as they had asked for to begin with. So, but over here, what we are doing is allowing them to put across all their requirements onto onto one particular site in a structured manner, so that there is no loss of data or loss of information to begin with. It's all going out in a structured manner to, let's say, the same set of details are being sent out to a developer and to a particular broker, so that even when the suppliers are sourcing properties, they have a yardstick to measure it against as to what is it that they're supposed to look at. So that was one pro thing which we were offering to the brands. But more importantly, right, again, going back to the point wherein we are just trying to widen the horizon and widen the network of these brands across over here. So right now, if they know 10 people, they'll be able to close 3 or 5 odd stores in a particular couple of months or something of those sorts. Now with their network reaching 50 to 100 odd brokers, they're able to basically close more stores, faster time to market, more revenue. So for a brand, for a developer and a what do you say, a broker, the number of leads or number of opportunities is what was the carrot for them, basically. But when it comes for a retail brand, it's basically faster time to market, faster monetization, and more revenue, basically. That's one bit. The other is a proper detailed reporting mechanism which we offer. So let's say a brand can have multiple users using the platform, and the business heads or people at the top, they have an access across their pan-India requirements, segregated region-wise, segregated sub-brand-wise. The users, the sub-users, he can monitor as to what is it that they've been up doing, what is it, like what, if there is a particular bottleneck, where is that particular bottleneck? They're able to identify that, they're able to act upon it. So these were the, basically, I again use the word carrot, which we had to give to the top management and the decision makers at retail brands. Because for them, putting up a requirement or their what do you say, store opening requirements or business requirements online was an extremely new concept. We've been able to do that, and we've got 108 odd brands with us.
Wow. So you have been a true enabler, I can say that. It's like
Precisely, yes.
that's what actually you were able to do
Yep.
through your business model. One last question I have for you, because we know that in India the listing platforms are not, I would say, regularized in a certain manner. So how do you ensure that whatever listings are coming onto your platform, they're checked and validated? Because somewhere we know that one of the key challenges of the real estate sector itself is transparency.
Okay, so the answer might be slightly crude out here, but yeah, whenever you look at any property options available on any of the existing platforms, right, quite a lot of them are bogus. The reason being, one guy siphons another guy's property or sources another guy's property. If I am putting up a detailed requirement of mine, if I'm sorry, a property listing of mine, another guy, you are also in the same line of business. If I've put across the entire details, you can access that.
That's
you
what
can
the
pick it
challenge
up.
with the consumer is.
Yes, that's the challenge of the consumer. So what we have made is one supplier, let's say if I'm a broker, one broker can't see another broker's property at all. Only the brand can put it in, and the brand's inflow or the brand logging in is only through us. It can't be that a brand has directly logged in and they have started using it. It won't be that way. So there is an restricted entry. Each what do you say, occupier or the one who's putting up a requirement is minutely curated, and what do you say, there is a verification that happens at that end, and we take a top-down approach again from here. So we get the requirements directly from the horse's mouth, basically.
Got it. Digvijay, coming on to you. So again, the same question, the challenges, what you would have faced or are still facing from the top management in terms of the technology adoption, and how much it has reduced to your earlier days, because I believe your organization is almost 9 years old now, to what pre-COVID was and today post-COVID, and especially in the last couple of years. So how has been your journey?
I think just adding to what everybody has already said, I think it's a common theme that for all prop tech founders, adoption in real estate is always difficult to come by, right? So we face the same thing at the start of our journey, right? Wherein we would get into detailed discussion, signing of the contract and everything. They would basically include a clause for using the platform for a month or so, free of charge, and then nothing happens later, right? This was a recurring thing which happened many, many times. But I would say that two things which have changed post-COVID or in the last 3-4 years. The first thing is the perception of the industry towards technology, right? Technology was always looked at something which is good to have, right? It's good to be on the platform or on the stage and show that my analytics look like this, right? But when it comes to actually selling, I just care about the money which is coming in and the customer, whether my sales guy is able to talk or not. That was the perception before. Post-COVID, the perception has massively changed. To be honest, and I might be wrong, but the CIO position actually you see in a lot more real estate companies now than what you saw before COVID, right? It didn't, and not to joke about it, but it used to be the IT head before that, right? Now you have CIOs, right? Who can actually, who drive the company towards a vision, right? So that actually has helped prop tech startups like us massively. Second thing that I would say is slightly a slight pivot that we have done. I've spoken about building the ecosystem, bringing all the tech stacks together, ensuring there is flow of information from each and every touch point and each and every stage, right? And that has helped us in pitching to the customers in the right way, right? It has helped us in two ways. For example, hypothetically saying, if I was pitching a marketing automation platforms, and I would say that I'll reduce your CAC by 33%, right? If I'm only in marketing and I'm only automating marketing, real estate is not e-commerce, right? You don't just get the entire transaction money in one day. It's a 5 years journey. It's a 6 years journey. Till the construction is completed, you don't get your full money, right? So till that happens, the 33% CAC that I promised you on day one hasn't actually realized, right? So anybody who's saying that, if they do not have an ecosystem view that as to how collections can also be managed and make sure they are happening on time, right? Even a month's interest can cost you a lot. That can take away the 33% CAC you're promising. If somebody is able to do that, that shows to the developer community that this person has, or this organization has a bigger understanding of the entire business, right? So it does two things to you. First of all, yeah, for the Cat A developers, they have all the tech stack, so easier for them to visualize the entire digital transformation journey. For the Cat B developers, they know that I can stay with this guy for a longer period of time. Even the first piece of technology that I can take with them, right? The second piece of technology need not be in isolation, right? It will be the continuation of the good work that we are doing, right? So the long-term value of the client itself has increased. And secondly, when they see the kind of knowledge that we have gained having worked in real estate for the past 9 years and bringing it about in each and every touch point, in each and every aspect of their business, conversions have become much easier, right?
So it is all about working as business partners along with the all the associates with whom you are actually working.
Exactly.
And solving their requirements. Okay. So Abhishek, I have got a different question for you, obviously. Any raise of hands I can have if anybody from this group is also a startup? Anybody from a startup ecosystem in this group sitting over there? Okay, so there are a couple of gentlemen also. So the question what I have is, and predominantly it is for all 5 of them, is how to really create or develop a scalable startup, because it is prop tech. We know that okay, it is very new, nascent. It is still in the developing phase. So if you can really throw some light on that.
Sure. That's a good question, actually. So unfortunately, what happens in real estate, right? Our portfolio sizes are pretty huge. And most of the technology guys, they have seen the success stories of all the other startups. So for us, the easier math that I've always seen in the pitch deck is 10 million into $1 into 1 year. Sorry, there ho gaya dekho mera 12 million ka se. So it really doesn't work like that, right? So that's the advantage. So you get one client, you actually see that kind of scale and you become very excited and say, okay, I've achieved my product market fit, which is actually not the case. So you need to be a part of that ecosystem to go. So what I advise most of the startups who come with technology to us is, I say, okay, let's try how this is actually going to be used, not the first year, but at the third year, right? You want to have that person coming back over and over to your platform over and over again. Else, nothing like, today it's not easy for somebody to build another UPI. Because every day for every touch point, I'm actually using UPI. So that's the kind of stickiness I have with the platform, right? So it is very essential for us when we look at a startup which says, you know what, I'm going to be part of this journey, like what Digvijay is also saying here, right? 5 years ke baad kya hoga? If I promise today coming, I'll give you 35% efficiency, but I'm actually realizing after 33 years, maybe the first 2-3 customers buy you up saying, okay, something is interesting here, let me try it out. And then they say, nahi yaar, it's really not working out. And after the second year, you're shutting shop, right? So it becomes very interesting for us to see how you're actually part of that entire process. That's the first thing that we look at. Second thing is it is not about your early success, but how much of the customers are actually dropping out from. So that's the second analysis that we do with our startups. And we say, okay, if these customers are dropping out, why are they actually dropping out? And that's the bigger challenge for me as an innovation lead as well, right? Because getting customers is not a big deal for me. Because unfortunately, I am a JLL, I get access to customers. It becomes a lot more easier. But I always look at seeing, how many of them have actually sticked on to the third year with my startup, right? That's the real value. That's when you're actually seeing how the user is using your product. I might look at it like saying, okay, I have a digital twin, I can see your entire portfolio, this is what I do. But the customer might be looking at it from a very different angle altogether, right? So that's something which we do. The third thing what we do is we advise our startups not to stop at the board level. We actually go down straight down to the last level. I'll give you one example. If one of us can go to this, I will not give the name, but it's on the neighborhood. It's a eatery. It's a completely sustainable eatery. You go there and this guy gives you only one tissue paper. And I've actually seen people sitting there in middle of their dinner and saying, you know what, I want another tissue paper. She says, no, I cannot give you. And this is not the owner of the store, but actually the person waiting the table. And he actually explains, because we are a sustainable brand, giving you one tissue paper actually helps us save so much. If for every technology, translates to not just the board, to the first level, to the second level, to the third level, at the ground level, if they start seeing technology as their friend, or if they start believing in that concept, that is when we have actually transformed, we've achieved a true product market fit, because nobody else can shake you up then. So that's what we strive to do with our startups. So that's what we say, early success is fine. It's very interesting because a lot of us are trying out new things in real estate. It becomes easier, but how do you drive these down is what is important. And that's what we offer to our startups in our program as well. And that's how I say, then you can actually build scalability because you understood kya karna hai.
So it's all about the customer stickiness, that okay, if you're having those customers, you're not losing out, then definitely you can really scale up from there. All right. So thank you, each one of you over here. I think we are just running out of time, and rather we are at time. And it was really nice to interact with each one of you, having different perspectives in your own business, in your own startups, and really understanding more from the side that, okay, while we are talking on PropTech, the efficiencies, what it is actually bringing in, the scalability, what we can really drive through this entire ecosystem is going to be enormous. And I think it is just the starting point right now, because there's a long way to be covered. And the way I said that real estate is still the one of the most unorganized sectors. So by the time it is going to be organized, the scale and volume of each of the businesses of what you guys are doing is going to be multi-X. So thank you so much once again. So thank you, audience, for being a patient audience. And we really, if any of you have got any of the questions for the panelists over here, we are much happy to answer. So I think then let's call it a day for this panel over here.
Yeah, let's call it an evening for this panel, because the day still is long with so many awards for the deserving award winners to be given out. For now, there is a big thank you that I need to tell each one of you for being so kind and for sharing all your experience and expertise with everyone seated over here. So big thank you to you. I'm going to request Mr. Samir Arora, if he's around, and this time he's going to walk with all the energy with which he presented. Can we give it out for Samir, and can we give it out for the panel over here, please? And thank them for their kindness in our very own unique, special way. Thank you. Thank you for coming back again. It's good to see you back. Yeah. And thank you. Congratulations for a successful session, right? That should have been displayed in the background because it was really good. And Mr. Bansal's been here forever, and we feel good about it. We feel extremely good about it. We feel proud about it, that we were able to get so much from you. Thank you. Oh, yes, yes. That's double the honor. So thank you. Audience, can we all put our hands together for each one of them who's come in here and shared, poured their heart and love out for all of us? Yeah, I think they deserve a big round of applause from each one of us, and let's thank them for opening up this encyclopedia of knowledge for all of us. Thank you. And a big thank you to Mr. Bansal for all his patience. Yeah, he deserves a thunderous round of applause, I think, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. May I request all of you to kindly come forward for a group snap? Wow. All of you in the front, please. Well, let's all come together as a group. What a gesture, Mr. Samir. Thank you. Thank you. And with this, we now come to the final segment of today's conclave, which is the Reality Plus Real Talk, the inspiring success stories, right? We all like to listen to stories, so we present to all of you the inspiring success stories of Reality Plus Real Talk. Thank you. Everybody's giving me a pat on the back, right? Nobody's saying, ye villa hai, le lo, ye ghar hai, ye le lo, right? I hope that's bigger. This is bigger. Yeah, so let me introduce the esteemed speakers of the session. Let's give it out for Dr. Pony M. Consaso, founder and principal architect, Oscar and Pony Architects. Pony M. Consaso has worked with internationally renowned architectural firm in New York City before joining her husband in 1996, ushering an era of diverse award-winning projects from institutions, technology parks, apartments, shopping malls to hospitality, luxury apartments, parks, institutions, hospitals, and luxury villas. Currently, she is designing the prestigious Telangana State Secretariat at Hyderabad. Can we give it out for Pony, please? Yeah. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I've been looking at searching for you in the audience, but yeah, you're right there. Welcome. Let's give it out for Suresh Heblikar, Chairman and Founding Trustee, EcoWatch, Kannada filmmaker, director, and actor. Yeah, and if you're smiling in the audience, you might just be cast in one of those roles. So EcoWatch was established in 1998 by Suresh, a noted filmmaker, and environmentalist with the objective of spreading the message of environmental conservation through relevant, focused yet diverse programs and activities. Let's put our hands together for Suresh if he's around. Yeah, you're here. Please come, sir. Yeah, can we give him a huge round of applause, please? And chairing this conversation will be Sapna Srivastav, editor Reality Plus and architect by qualification. Sapna forayed in the field of architectural journalism in the year 2006. That's quite some experience. As editor of Reality Plus, she is responsible to maintain editorial benchmarks and ideate new editorial products. Thank you, Sapna, for chairing this session, and thank you to the two stalwarts for joining this one as well. I would now request our session chair to take over the proceedings and all of you to join in too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit, for those wonderful introductions of our speakers and myself. And it's my privilege and honor to be with such accomplished personalities in their own field. So without further ado, let me start this conversation with our speakers, taking them back in time. Let me start with you, Dr. Architect Poni. You studied in USA. You were working with one of an eminent architects there. And then you shifted base and from New York City, you came to the city of Chennai. Mostly we have seen it's vice versa. People from Chennai go to New York City to work. So what prompted that shift from there to here?
I hope you all can hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm of a different bent of mind. Being an architect, I feel an architect is intrinsically a nation builder. So back in school, I had this inspiration to take up architecture, to become a nation builder. And being a nation builder, I unconsciously benchmarked my country to the best of democracies in the world. And the US happened to fit the bill. So I was just curious, let me go to the other side of the globe, find out how these democracies operate, what are the new methodologies in architecture, learn a lot from a Western civilization, and see what are the best value systems in terms of building technology, construction, and in a different scenario, how does the legal systems work there? What is the philosophy of the culture there? So I just thought of bringing back some of the good values that can be adopted in India. The reason I married Oscar, everyone thinks that I had this hot affair with Oscar. He's my college senior, by the way. I married him because he was the only man willing to come back with me to India. I have a strong sense of nation building, and that's precisely the reason why I came back.
Okay, fantastic. Strong sense of nation building. Same thing, something which is there in Mr. Suresh Heblikar. You had a fantastic career from 1970s in Kannada filmmaking as an actor, as a filmmaker, as a director. And then in 1990s, you became environmentalist. What prompted that change? From the world of glamour to environment. Yeah. I'll give it to you.
Hello, yeah. I happen to come from a town called Dharwad. And I studied in Dharwad. I did my economics. And I was under the influence of great economists called Nanjundappa. Then we had great number of poets and writers and singers in Dharwad, like Bhimsen Joshi, Mallikarjun Mansoor, Gangubai Hangal, Bendre, the great poet, Girish, number of them. And it had a lot of institutions like the Karnataka College, Karnataka University, Basel Mission High School, played a great role in the freedom fight of this country also. I had carried all these things in my mind when I came to Bangalore long back. I came into films not just because I wanted to become an actor or director or anything. When I was studying in Carnatic University, I happened to come across a professor who had come from France. His name was Professor K.G. Mahale. He used to teach French in Paris University. And he came to teach French long back in Dharwad. He came to teach French. And as soon as he came, he set up a film workshop. At that time, we did not know what workshop meant also. What is the meaning of a workshop? So I happened to see some of the films which are made in France, made in Germany, made in Japan, Czechoslovakia. They were such amazing films, the kind of films that we were seeing. Mostly Dharwad was a place where mostly Hindi films were shown. Although we had a Kannada theatre, we would rarely see Kannada films. But there was a world of difference in the terms of techniques of making films, telling a story, narratives, the style, and the reality situations, how they were brought on the screen, how they made an impact. So one such film was called The Wages of Fear. It was something about the Second World War, when about 4 youngsters from France, they did not want to join. It was a conscription, which meant that every person who attains the age of 18 must serve the military for 2 years. Germany had declared a war, and they did not want to join the war because they said, we have no enemies. We can't take the guns and kill people here. I feel bad because one was a writer, one was a poet, one was a painter. They said, why we take guns and shoot people unnecessarily? So they collect little money, they go to one of the most backward, small Latin American countries and spend 5 years till the war is over, and they come back. That is the story. How it was told is an amazing story. Wages of Fear. So this influenced me a lot. And Professor Mahale told me that India is such an amazing country with such amazing cultures and languages and history, such great poets, such great thinkers, that you will not get a place like this to make films anywhere. So you should make films, he told me. So this is how I started making short films and all that. Anyway, I stumbled into acting and direction later. But then the kind of lakes that I had seen, the kind of clusters of forests, clusters of trees, the grassland, the soil, the cattle, the trees. I would sometimes bunk the school and go and sleep under the tree and look at the sky and the glides. So those things did never leave me, my mind. And when I came to Bangalore is one of the most beautiful cities in Asia. I used to write frequently in Times of India, Deccan Herald, Indian Express. Deccan Herald came later, just about 25 years ago. But before that, I would write. And then there were forests, the Western Ghat forests. The Western Ghats are amazing mountains, and they are the second biodiversity hotspots in the world next to Brazil. Amazing biodiversity. Most of our medicines, most of our rainfall, most of our rivers, they all come from the Western Ghats. We have 65 rivers in the Western Ghats of South India. We have amazing Deccan Plateau, which is a grassland. We have about 43% of the carbon of the world, which is contained in the grasslands. But unfortunately, we think grass is a trivial thing. So we have wiped out grasslands, we have wiped out Western Ghat forests, and these are the things which went on affecting me. And then I would not even take more interest in films, poetry, literature, art, music. Nothing was, because the more I thought about environment, because this is a country of now today 140 crore people. Imagine, 100 crore, 140 crore. Then I realized we have 70% of the whole world, which is covered by oceans. 10% is covered by the ice. Only 20% of the land where 800 people of us are living. How do you manage? Where do you build your infrastructure, your big buildings, you have rivers, forests, everything only within 20%. And now we have global warming and climate change. And yesterday it was over in Dubai. About 190 countries met there. They discussed a lot of things. Yeah. And yet India said, then we need to have coal because we need to have development again. Yeah. We need to follow development. So this development is a thing which is which is, bothering me. What exactly is development? Is it the big buildings? Is it the big shopping malls? Is it development or is it the mind? We have lived in the small towns. This country has a mindset where millions of people have lived in the small cities and small towns. Only in the last decade, we have built big cities like Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, And unfortunately, we have studied that they are ecologically collapsing.
That's right. So I think what is common in both our speakers here is a strong sense of social responsibility, which prompted architect Pony to come back to India because she wanted to build India as per international standards, being a professional herself. For Mr. Heblikar, when he saw what's not happening right, the environment getting degraded around him, that prompted him to do something, take things in his own hands. But also, I would like to talk about challenges here, like we were talking about earlier, engineering college. There are still that mindsets of a woman being an architect, and then, people not able to recognize them as their leader. Or maybe when you narrated being in an engineering college and that was not very welcomed. We ourselves see that there are very less women on top management positions. So is that a challenge? How do we address it? We know there is a problem. What is the solution? One or two suggestions that you have?
Okay. I'll just narrate this very funny story. So I finished my 12th standard and I got an admit card from the National Institute of Technology in Tiruchirappalli. I don't know how many of you know where it is, but it's down south in Tamil Nadu. Went to pay my fees. The administrative officer said, "Look, have you come to pay fees for your brother?" And I said, "No, it's for me." And I can't tell you what a fit the entire college had. The principal went off in fits and he said, "Listen, women should only be educated to the bare minimum and then married off." And this is something I'm saying happened 30, 35 years ago. And I was so very, very humiliated and insulted that I had mustered up the courage to tell him, "Listen, what you're saying is against a constitution. And if you don't give me this admit card, I will take you to court. I will meet you in the Madras High Court because what you're doing is against a constitution." Now, I was able to say that to him and he buckled because remember, NIT Trichy is a government college end of the day. So what prompted me to say it was, A, I was very determined to get myself an education. It has to come from within you. B, my father was somebody who believed in the education of women, economic independence of women. I wish every father had that mindset. 3, it's a commitment that you have to make to yourself. The other story, this is what is called social conditioning. You tell girls, "Listen, you're a girl. Okay, do one BA, BSc. We'll get you married. You're better off as a wife and a mother." That is social conditioning. It happens to our country, in our country, day in and day out. And unfortunately, this seeps into the mind of women themselves. The best of male chauvinists in my book, I shouldn't say that, but it's something I experienced to the shock of my life, that a lot of women are socially conditioned this way and they pass it on to the future generations. And that shouldn't happen. And lucky, 30 years ago when I came back to India, I was pleasantly surprised. And today I'm even more pleasantly surprised because girls are now determining who they're going to get married to, what field they're going to get into, the kind of lives they want to deal. So what the point is, my generation, women had it a little more difficult. But as time is going on, I'm finding politicians are now encouraging women's rights. When I did the Telangana State Secretariat with my husband, Oscar, for the Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister of Telangana, the one politician who said that I'm going to give equal number of toilets for both men and women to reflect the demographics of India. He even constructed a creche for working mothers. So politicians have also decided that women are dominating at least a vote bank, if not anything else. But the fact that unless you have women and men working shoulder to shoulder, this country cannot progress. This is something I learned in the US. If you go to the US, I don't know how many of you have been educated in the US and have worked there. You cannot tell an American woman, go there, sit there, this is your job. You'll get sued. Why? Because European women have made the effort of demanding for their rights, standing up for what is good for them. Unless we women in India stand up and demand those rights, we're going to be shunted to one corner. And like I said, that is changing. Today, I am on the panel of academic panel for thesis, reviews, external panel. I find that in an architectural design class, 70% are women, 30% are men. But the sad thing is, you're not going to find a lot of these women coming back to practice. Why? Because then you give birth and they tell you, listen, you're the mom, stay back. So the point I'm trying to give in to the young girls of our generation is that you have to be economically independent. If a country like the United States, you want to come up to that level of progress, men and women have to join the labor force. I didn't say it. Christine Lagarde, the former finance minister of France, after a lot of studies of economics of different countries, she has come to that conclusion that unless men and women work shoulder to shoulder in the labor force, the country cannot progress. Our own prime minister has put in, programs to get women to, come out, get educated. But the point is, finally, it's up to women.
That's right. I think three things. One, social conditioning that has to change. Second is determination from women themselves that they want to be taken seriously. And I think, as you mentioned, that the laws are there, even the government is now favoring them. So I think these all things hopefully should make a change. They are already making a change. And, we are going to, I'm sure, see a lot of positives. Again, similar question to you, Mr. Hebelkar. When you became an environmentalist, you started your own EcoWatch NGO. What were the challenges that did you face? Because at that time, people still, I don't know how much aware they were about environment protection. So what were the challenges you faced?
No, we had major, campaigns in the Western Ghats when the government wanted to put up a nuclear power plant in Karwar. So I studied that nuclear power plant in the forest was never set up anywhere in the world.
Right.
So we carried it to the politicians, and then we convinced Ramakrishna Hegde, who was the chief minister at that time. He believed us. I mean, he was convinced, and he wrote a letter, I think, to the prime minister saying that the environmentalists have convinced me that this should not be taking place here. Because nearly 30 years ago, when a nuclear power plant, Chernobyl there was a big accident, and even today people are suffering due to, cancer and other things. And that was a time when we could gather, thousands of people within a day. In a small town like Karwar, 10,000 people came just in one day. So we convinced the people, we convinced the farmers, we convinced areca nut growers, we convinced the the women there, the students, they all followed us. So there was a big campaign, and then we tried to have another campaign with Shivram Karant, who came and sorry. And then to save the Western Ghats, because the Western Ghats, as I said, was it is a mountain biodiversity hotspots.
Were you taken seriously? Like
No, what
by
I'm saying
people?
is, you asked us about the awareness. That we found that awareness was at a very low level.
Yeah, correct.
Even today, awareness is at a very low level in our
Right,
society.
right,
But you see in the papers that the lakes are being encroached and somebody is
Right,
planting a tree and all.
What
Just
are your
by planting a
suggestions?
tree, you
How
cannot.
do we increase this awareness?
That is
Your
why
two suggestions.
we have to introduce the subject of environment in the schools. The children should learn during the formative period between 8 to 14. Then they will carry that message, whatever they become later. Now, unfortunately, I have seen a lot of engineers, they're speaking, they were saying, one engineer was saying, a senior engineer, sir, we saw a lot of river water is going into the sea, and it is, it's a waste. I said, the sea is a waste? I mean, sea is not a gutter. Sea is not a, something. Sea is a live, ocean. About 80% of this, 70% of the world, which gives food to 60% of the world's population, and it gives the seasons, the rains, everything comes because of that. So we have to create awareness about environment. For instance, especially when you are holding this real estate now, this focus, because in India, we are building major cities. Like as I said, Bangalore was a beautiful city about 15 years ago. We had all the lakes, we had the grassland, we had clusters of trees. We had a lot of grass, we could see a lot of butterflies, we could see, because these are things people will say, what is a butterfly doing?
Right, right.
This is a biodiversity. And if biodiversity goes, humanity will survive only for 50 years, according to the great experts.
Correct. So as an environmentalist, I think you feel awareness. is
Another thing I
something-
just want to tell you that big cities, big apartments, big shopping malls, big infrastructure, it is to be considered with a pinch of salt. You have to do it only when it's extremely necessary. A British geologist once told me, you have to take the groundwater like a fixed deposit. Unless there is an emergency, you should not use.
Right.
But today, Bangalore, there is no water. Our groundwater level has completely depleted. We have the river water from Kaveri, which is the only source of drinking water, water for irrigation, water for industries, the only one source.
Right, right.
And lot of our forests in the Western Ghats of Kodagu has been destroyed because we are carrying transmission lines, we are carrying roads, we are putting up homes, we are putting up, cottages, we are putting up so many things. We have to be very, very careful about it.
Correct.
Secondly, the small cities get influenced by big cities. Because I see whenever I go to other cities, they say we have to live like Bangalore. We have to have a style like Bangalore, hotel like Bangalore, houses like Bangalore, car like Bangalore, food like Bangalore. So this is how the big cities, in Bangalore, we have wiped out more than 250 lakes. There were so many lakes, people were drinking water from it. Alsur Lake till 1980, people in the neighboring areas were drinking that water. So these are and TG Halli water. About 25% of the Bangalore's population was given water from TG Halli Lake. Today, there is not a drop of water which you can drink from that lake. Because we are all fascinated by big things, by infrastructure, cars and mobile phone and towers, shopping malls. So these are things, because we have to understand India, 140 crore people. Millions of them are still poor. 50 crore people still live below poverty line. And there are many of them are educated. They will not suffer. They will not tolerate if only certain people live well and become rich and prosper. They will stand, because this is a note because I have studied economics.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the ISAC also, the club member of the ISAC. So I keep studying the socio-economic impact of the, the development of India. So we have to be careful. We have to create beautiful cities.
Right.
I'm not saying don't create infrastructure.
Let me get architect Poni's thought on this. As an environmentalist, Mr. Hebilka says the biggest problem is the awareness.
Yeah.
And the biggest solution to that problem is to catch them young. Right from the schools, let's get them aware about what environment is, how we can, and what should
I'm
be
just
done.
telling you, we have beautiful grassland in Bangalore.
Yeah,
5,000 acres of grassland.
that's
which
completely.
absorbs water so that Hazargatta Lake is surviving today.
Yes, yes.
But a local MLA says, sir, it is only grass, it is not of use. He says,
Yeah, and
it is containing carbon. It has a lot of beautiful animals, micro
I
life.
think a lot of our policy makers also need education in this. Pony, let me come back to you. What Mr. Hebilka said, we need development, of course. We are a developing country. We need infrastructure. We need housing. We are still short of, millions of houses for our citizens. We need buildings. We need industries. We are a developing country. How do we balance, as Mr. Hebilka said, a lot of grasslands, isko hata do, wo bana do. How do we balance development, which is necessary, with protecting environment, which is again necessary?
Okay, this is a very, very good question. I'm going to go back to my American experience. Now, in European countries, there are laws. You do not build in these areas because those are natural grasslands, natural forest reserves. You do not touch it because they do a study of groundwater. They do studies of water resources and how the biodiversity actually helps in, protecting these natural resources, which is so important to a city or a metropolis to survive. For example, the water in New York City actually comes from the Catskill Mountains. And the Catskill Mountain area is so beautifully protected. There are strict laws. Of course, like in India, you do have greedy developers and they have an electorate. That's the difference between India and the US. Our electorate should have the mindset to fight corrupt lawmakers. The problem is our laws are fantastic, but the application of that law is so very polluted. Why? Because there's a politician who got into a certain seat of power. Now he needs to harvest money. What does he do? Build. Just build. Because then you can create real estate assets, which, one can glean money out of, can be commercially viable. Why does he need this money? Because he's got to feed the electorate come the next elections. So it's a vicious circle. And what happens is, as professionals, I mean, sir also will also agree with me, we're all stuck in the middle because it's our taxpayers' money that goes to take care of the electorate, come elections. So there are two ways of doing this. I completely agree with you, sir. You need to bring in environmentally sensitive lessons. In the US, there is a subject called environmental sciences, and it's taught at the UKG, pre-KG, first grade level itself. So there's a small child telling me, because I do have friends educating us on, why we need to preserve mountains. Why? So that should come up in the primary school level itself. Second, there's something called civic society. Unless civic society makes a lot of noise, it percolates to the electorate and then percolates to lawmakers. Third, we need to have intelligent, good lawmakers who have the good intention of, creating a good society, protecting natural resources. So the lawmakers is where the problem comes in. You need to bring in people who are A, educated, B, who are globally aware of all these issues. And of course, right now we do have a fantastic central government which has brought in a lot of policies which are very good. But percolation of that policy at the grassroots levels is simply not there. So I have a suggestion, and this is something I've been talking to politicians about. We need to build net zero countries. The Dubai consensus, which that got over like a couple of days ago, there were 2 or 3 takeaways from that. And one is by 2050, all countries should have net zero strategies and have a zero carbon footprint. The other thing is that we need to triple our renewable energies from fossil fuels to, renewable energy sources. I mean, there are so many other things like this. I mean, basic parameters were these two. So until and unless we bring in these lawmakers who are sensitive about these issues, the country really cannot go forward. And mind you, India lives in its villages. Trust me, I do work not only in urban areas, but I also do a lot of campuses which are coming up in different villages. And that movement has to start from the village itself. How they're doing it, I don't know. I have an idea. Either you get our women, more and more women to be educated, more and more women as lawmakers. Maybe it will change. It's just a suggestion. The other suggestion is that government actually give tax credits to contractors, to industrialists who actually use in sustainable technologies in their trades or industry, wherever they are linked in. So if you tell people there is a commercial viability in you following a green practice or a sustainable practice, then people will start, responding to it very, very easily. And this is happening in all of the European countries. There are tax credits. I wish, there were politicians here to listen to this.
But yeah, uphill task, two solutions that you mentioned, both very difficult. One is the policy makers, educating the policy makers, getting the right people on top to, implementation. We have the laws. but getting them implemented in the true sense of what they stand for is one bigger problem. And second, you mentioned about the civil society, taking up the causes. Mr. Heblikar has taken that cause as a private citizen. He saw what was happening and he took it in his hand, started a movement, started an NGO around it. I think, but what you mentioned was involving women in our villages, because they are the ones who are the worst sufferers. They are the ones who travel kilometers of land to get water for their families. If we involve them, I think probably we can make a difference. A lot of good, talk about that. Now, both of you have accomplished a lot in your professional capacities. One accomplishment or one achievement that you are really proud of, Mr. Heblikar, out of all the accomplishments. One achievement, very difficult question, but one achievement that you would like to tell us about.
I can't think of an achievement as such, but there is a general awareness about environment which is growing, which I have seen now. Many people are. So recently we had for about 1,000 students from about 40, 50 schools. But a lot of students were aware about what was happening to the environment, which is a good beginning. And even among the government, bureaucracy and all that, people have started getting, educated about, preserving the forest. There is a man-animal conflict which is taking place because we have encroached the forests, habitats are lost, animals are coming in search of food to the cities. So these things are known to the people now. So this has to become now, as you say very rightly, that we have a lot of laws, but we are backward in implementation. If we implement the laws and if we take stringent actions against the encroachers or against people who falter on this, and then people will realize that, okay, we should not make mistakes. Thirdly, we are a tropical country, subtropical country, with great Himalayas, with great mountains of Western Ghats. We have a lot of grasslands. These are enough to mitigate the global warming which is taking place. A lot of people talk about unnecessary big technologies. There are no big technologies to bring down the global warming because it has taken 200 years since the Industrial Revolution began in the Western countries. The Western countries who got economically advanced, they were responsible for global warming, whether they were aware or not. But today we have reached a stage where it is very difficult because one of the biggest icebergs of the world has melted in Antarctic.
Yeah.
And it is rushing into the Atlantic Ocean. The European countries are scared that whether they will be able to grow their wheat or not. Another thing like Egypt and south of France, Italy, many of these Mediterranean countries who like to eat pasta, right? I'll just give you one example. Italians told McDonald's, America, they wanted to set up the hotels there. They said, our dogs also will not eat your food, McDonald's. Leave it to us. We want our wine. We want our music. We want our pasta. So pasta they are not getting because they are crying because the temperatures have gone up. So they are not getting the yield properly. So we are also recently, you see, this is an integrated environment is not just what is happening here will just end here. No, it will make an impact on the surrounding regions.
That's right. Right.
That is why we have to carry this message to the whole world. This is very important. Youngsters, especially in the Western countries, like 15, 16, 17, 18, they are getting aggressive about putting up their values of environment to the society, to the politicians, which we should do. And another most important thing is, see, Bangalore, Mysore, people who live in Bangalore know it. They go to Mysore in 2 hours. Earlier, it used to take 4 hours. But there are hundreds of hotels where you eat this madur vada, where you eat dosa, where you eat idli. You look at the cattle, look at the beautiful green fields, look at the villagers. So most of the people have no business today because 6-lane roads have been built. You are going instead of 4 hours, you are going in 2 hours, but killing this business.
Yeah.
And then by widening the roads, putting more cars, you not only require more petrol and diesel, you also require rubber to run, your tire and tubes. So we are spoiling the Western Ghats by growing rubber plantations in the Western Ghats. And then we are destroying a lot of communities who were harvesting these products like tamarind, like gooseberry and all that. We have wiped out these trees. So those people are coming into the big cities. So these are happening all around the world.
The biggest achievement for Mr.
So
Heblikar, I
that's what I'm
think that-
saying. You develop small cities.
Yeah.
Let the real estate people also take interest in the smaller cities. Build beautiful things like shopping,
Yeah.
whatever it is. By keeping the grassland,
Yeah.
keeping the soil, keeping the shrub, nothing is waste.
Right, right.
God has given us, nature has given us wonderful everything. If we maintain that, you don't require more money, more technology to
Right.
mitigate the global warming.
Right. I think that's your achievement in terms of creating awareness. I think the kind of awareness that you are creating in your capacity, we need more people like you. Again, Architect Pony, again, out of all your accomplishments that you have achieved in these years, one that stands out for you.
Okay, the one, actually I have three, but then I'll talk about the one that's closest to my heart. I'm the first woman in Asia to ever design a state secretariat. And that was the Telangana State Secretariat in Hyderabad. We used all of the sustainability principles, finished 10 to 12 lakh square feet complex in just 2 years. I worked with a very intelligent state government, and as usual, I was the only woman there. Of course, I worked along with my husband, Oscar. So that is something that I'm very, very proud of. Second, I'm also doing the Gaganyaan Space Center in ISRO Sriharikota, the Prime Minister's office. So that's something I'm very, very proud of. And the third and last one is that I have been a pioneer for women's technical education in India. I opened the floodgates for.
I think we should give a big applaud for these
Thank you.
achievements.
Thank you. So to open the floodgates for women to be engineers in premier engineering institutes like the NITs. So I feel very good about it that I've contributed to education.
We feel good about that too. So we are in the last month of the year. So before I close this panel, what's your wish list for New Year? Mr. Heblikar, what's your wish list for New Year in one sentence or in one word?
We'll have good films, I think a good society, because we should not lose hope. Because on hope, the world survives.
Hope, yeah.
Yeah, the people of the world are trying to do something in COP, that is trying to reduce the global warming and
Right,
climate
right.
change, because that affects the whole life. It affects
Correct.
agriculture, it affects production, it affects building,
Yeah, correct.
It's
So
only
Mr.
those-
Heblikar's one wish for next year is to continue to believe in the good of human being. Continue to be positive and be hopeful that we
We
are
are
going
working
to.
actually, at the moment, we are working in the peri-urban areas. We are developing lakes, we are planting trees, we have taken government schools
Okay.
and cleaning them up. So this is what the people also should do it, because ecologically, big cities are collapsing.
That's right.
We are drinking contaminated water. We are eating contaminated vegetables. Let me be very frank about it. It's
Agreed.
because we don't know, big cities, we don't know what's happening where. Children do not know where they are getting their drinking water from, how the vegetables are grown. In the smaller cities, we have good human relationship, good law. We do take care of the lakes, take care of soil. This is how the country will be
That's
much
the
better.
wish list of Mr. Heblikar, that let's take care of our country. Let's take care of our environment. Pony, your wish for New Year.
My God, I have a huge list, but the top of my list is that I wish I get the opportunity to design a net zero satellite city for any of the great metros in our great country. Number one. Number two, I wish the women of India, much, much better prospects. We should outdo men in our achievements. Number three is I would like India to work very hard to be a net zero country in 2030 itself. Why wait for 2050?
That's correct. Thank you so much. I think that on that wish list, and we hope all these wishes come true for both our speakers. Thank you so much. Wish you all the very best, and thank you to our audience for listening to us so patiently. Thanks, Mr. Heblikar, for being here with us. We need more people like you. Thanks, Architect Pony. We need more women like you to inspire other women to achieve what you have
For
achieved. Thank you
opening the
so much.
floodgates for all the women and inspiring them. And I love those examples from Mr. Heblikar on the Bangalore-Mysore highway and the way New York protects the environment, but we don't do that. So more for India and more power to each one of you. I would request Sapna Srivastava to kindly present a token of gratitude to our eminent speakers and for all of you to join in, to put in a big round of applause and thank them in our very own unique way. Thank you, sir. You've been, yeah, a little bit of smile will make it look better. Like the Bangalore-Mysore highway, yeah. Thank you. And thank you, ma'am, for those masterpieces that you've been crafting, curating, and creating for the world. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sapna, for all those wonderful words that you write. Check. Yeah, a group picture. And thank you, Sapna, for all the wonderful words that you write and for all the wonderful words that you have had to share with all of us today on the mic. Thank you. Thank you to each one of you. Thanks to all our speakers of the day as well for making this edition of Reality Plus Conclave 2023 South so exciting and thought-provoking. We thank the awesome audience too for being with here today and sharing their queries. We will now take a short break to give this hall, the entire space, a makeover for the soon to be presented Reality Plus Excellence Award South 2023. I would request everyone in the audience to kindly just move outside for a bit. And yeah, at 6:45 on my watch, 7 p.m. sharp, we all come back here to meet the eminent dignitaries and witness an awesome evening of felicitations. Let's have the promo, please. And I'm going to see you on the other side. Look at your watches. If you're coming beyond 7 p.m., you are missing everything. Thank you.
People are born to show the world which path to choose in crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries and raising the bar. It takes days to develop a vision and months to make it a reality. Knowing the picture of 1,000 words and that every word is a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping you properly informed of the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions.
And do remember to tag us on our social media handles, which is RP Reality Plus on Facebook and Twitter. And on Instagram, we are a little different, which is RP_reality. A lot of you on Instagram as well. So RP_reality, that's where you have to be. So yeah, let's begin with a brief introduction of what we are, what we do, Reality Plus for all of you. And let's have a look at it on the big screens, please. Check it out. Awesome, fantastic. Reality Plus. Can we give it out for them, please? They've been a wonderful, wonderful host today. So warm and full of love and affection towards all our partners and all the stakeholders, the eminent speakers as well. So yeah, let's move forward with the. So this was the brief snippet of what Reality Plus does and what it looks like, what our latest initiatives are. And to know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Reality Plus, and she's so kind, so warm, welcoming that she would love to have a conversation with you and address anything and everything that we can help you out with. And we also take this opportunity to thank all our partners one more time. Can we give them a huge round of applause as we give it out for Conclave partner, Aris Uniturn Real Estate Solutions Private Limited. Realty partner is Satwa Group. Co-partner, Provident Housing Limited. Cornerstone LIC Housing Finance Limited. Construction technology partner, R-Dash. Technology partner, Propacity. PropTech partner, Absolute CX by Insomniac. Event associate partner, Basic Home Loan, IKEA. Digital partner, Real Latte Ventures LLP. Automobile partner, Mark Land, Jaguar Land Rover. Authorized retailer for Karnataka. Industry partner, Naritco. Can we give them a roaring, thunderous round of applause along with our business media partner, BW Business World Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and the event organizers, the Team Reality Plus. Thank you to each one of you because each piece came together to be a cog in the wheel and which is helping all of us move, run, fly in the right direction, right? So thank you, and thank you to this lovely audience as well, because you are the snippet which makes everything complete and makes this puzzle look extremely beautiful. So let's come to the awards presentation and we'll proceed to the dazzling evening of the 15th Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2023 South that will showcase the exemplary work done in real estate of South region selected by distinguished eminent jury panel. The felicitations will be presented by the industry experts across various categories for their exemplary performance and their contribution towards the respective sector and overall the industry as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the red carpet walk of our winners. Let's first see what the eminent jury has to say for all of us. Let's have a look at the AV, please. Fantastic. Many thanks to our eminent jury panel for their time and their expertise for making all these things happen. I have a humble request for all the winners and the jury members for today to please remain with us until the end of the event so that we can have a group photo or photo op at the end of the event, please. So once you receive your prize, your accolades, and all the appreciation that we give to you, it's a humble request that you stay back till the end of the event so that we can all the winners together can click a photo together and make it even more dazzling. Right, so I'm going to begin with the first category, but before that, I'm going to invite on stage Namrata Kolar, partner, co-head real estate, Cyril Lamachand Mangaldas, to kindly come forward to do the honors. Can we give it out for Namrata Kolar, please? All of us together. And also put your hands together for Mr. K. Srinivas, Regional Head Marketing, Karnataka, LIC Housing Finance Limited. It's wonderful and amazing to have the two of you over here, please. Can we clap loudly, please? Yeah, this is the beginning. And trust me, we have a long way to go, but with your energy, we can make it really happen. So if you're all set, We're going to begin with the first category. I'm going to request you to go to the other side. Leaving the center, you can go to any side of the stage, right? If you come towards me, absolutely fine. If you go to the other side, it's absolutely fine as well. So yeah, we're going to begin with the first category. And before we begin with the first category, I want all of you to put your hands up in the air, clap loudly for all the nominations today. Yeah, for all the nominations, because even if you're in the nominations, it means you've done something extremely well. And if you have won it, you've done beyond just being well, right? So let's check out the first category, please. We've had a very good start, but I realized that only if your name is called out, you clap. I think everyone is a winner out here, so you clap anyways, right? So let's put our hands together for the winners. Asset Homes Private Limited, may I call upon Architect Akhil Shivraman, Senior Architect, Asset Homes Private Limited, to receive the award, please. Please come forward. Congratulations, well done. Let's also put our hands together for Pacifica Companies for Pride Towers. And the winner to receive the award, I'm going to invite Mr. Manoj Barai, Director, Business Development, Pacifica Companies. He's not around, but let's clap and let the applause reach out to him. So let's give it out to the table. I'm assuming you're all from Purvankara Limited for Park Hill. And let's invite Anil D. Kumar, Executive Vice President, Sales, Purvankara Limited. First in the table list and first in the winning list as well. Just a coincidence. Thank you. And thank you for doing the honors and congratulations for winning the award. Let's have a look at what the next category has in store for all of you. Let's have a huge round of applause and invite on stage Jagmohan T, Deputy Director, Casa Grand. Well done, Team Casa Grand. And we're going to move on quickly and very happily to the next category on the screen. Let's give it out to Ranjit Kumar M, Manager Marketing, Urban Tree Infrastructure Private Limited. Big round of applause for Ranjit, please. Ranjit, congratulations to the entire team and well done. We're going to move on to the next category and see what it has for all of us with glowing eyes. Senior Living. Team Manasam Senior Living, may I have you on stage, please? You have been fantastic, phenomenal for the work that you have done in this sector. Senior Living Housing Project of the Year. Winners. Very, very unique and very, very noble as well. Thank you. Ma'am, you're looking good with everyone. The photo has come out well, and the gentleman is going to give it to you for sure. More importantly, the smile is perfect, and congratulations for the award to your team. You're doing something great and something different. And what's coming up next? It's like a suspense story, right? What's next? Let's look at it, please. Luxury Project of the Year can be given out for Sunaina Kohli, Senior Vice President Sales and Marketing, and Miss Manik Nangia, ABP Marketing, Phoenix Mills Private Limited. Congratulations. Good to see you. It's Mr. Malik. Mr. Manik Nangia. Congratulations. Phoenix Mills, do congratulate your entire team on our behalf. And we wish you more success in 2024 as well. And let's also put our hands together for Jayesh Avasti and Saurabh Jha, Sales Manager, Luxury Spectra Constructions Private Limited. Are koi tali bajao. What's up in the next category? We are done with Luxury Project of the Year, and it keeps getting bigger, better. What's in store for all of us? And let it unfold in front of all of us, please.
Next up is the category of Residential Complex of the Year. And the award goes to Sri Ram Properties Limited for Sri Ram Park 63, Chennai.
Chennai, and winning it in Bangalore. Let's give it out for Raghav Vora, Senior Vice President and National Head Sales, Shriram Properties Limited. Come on, Bangalore, we can all be a little more kind and a little more generous. बहुत ही बढ़िया, उम्दा. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. So the next category is in the space of ultra luxury lifestyle project of the year. And what is in store for all of us? Let's see.
The tide trend of luxury housing. We have the award for ultra luxury.
Yeah, when it comes to ultra luxury, sometimes it takes time, but it's always good to put your hands up and give it out for Vijay KS, Head Sales, Anil Kumar, Head CRM, and Jagdish, AGM Projects, Divyashree Developers. Congratulations, Team Divyashree. Yeah, you've been phenomenal as well. And you all know what's coming up next. It's the Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to
Notch ahead is the design project of the year, and the award goes to Assets Property Group for Assets 38 and Bunyan.
Design Project of the Year. Let's give it out for Sunil Parikh, Executive Director, Assets Property Group. कैसे धीरे धीरे आप लोग ताली बजा रहे हो, और जब खुद का नाम आएगा तब बोलोगे यार किसी ने ताली नहीं बजाई. अभी भी और जोरदार हो सकता है.
Yeah, and the award goes to L&T Realty for Wagering Boulevard.
Can we give it out for Raj Mohan, our Head Sales, Marketing and CRM, and Juma Malik Dutt, Senior DGM Architecture, L&T Realty, please. All of us, give them a big round of applause, please. On the next one, we have winner in the most environment friendly. May I humbly request Team Mahindra Life Spaces Developers Limited to kindly come onto the stage, please. Yeah. For the entire team, let's give it out, please. Congratulations, Team Mahindra Life Spaces. We are extremely proud of you, and it's a privilege, right? It's an honor. So well done, and congratulations to your entire team. And this time, we're going to move ahead and go to the themed project of the year. If you've been a part of any of the themed projects of the year, then look at the AV. And if you've not been, still look at the AV, because there is no other option, no better thing happening right now at the Taj MG Road. Let's check it out. What's happening on the screen? Let's give it out for Team Provident Housing Limited. May I request them to kindly come on stage, please, and join us for this big moment where we are all happy for you. Team Provident Housing Limited. Give it out for them. Well done, well done. You've all been phenomenal. Let's also give it out for Samudra Infracon Private Limited. I would like to invite Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited. I'm so sorry. Sumadhura Infracon Private Limited. Let's give it out for Spurti K and Satvik Gunda, from Sumadura Infracon Private Limited. Congratulations and well done. Congratulations, team Sumadura. Can we give it out to them, please? I think they deserve a thunderous round of applause for walking down and winning that little piece, that little masterpiece, which they're going to showcase to everyone in the world and be happy and proud about it. So let's give it out to the one more category, which is in the space of Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to
Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to Pacifica Companies for Aurum Villa.
So from Team Pacifica Companies for Aurum Villas, I'm going to invite Mr. Manoj Barai, Director, Business Development, Pacifica Companies. Are koi tali bajao. So looks like Mr. Manoj Barai and team are not here. But let's clap, क्योंकि हम सब दिल के साफ हैं, दिल के अच्छे हैं, और अभी भी छोटे-छोटे प्यारे-प्यारे बच्चे हैं. Let's clap, let's give it out to them with enthusiasm and tell them how wonderful they have been, as have been the two of you. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Can we give it out to them? They've been generous. They've sparked, ignited the first set of awards, and they've set the tone, the tempo for the remaining awards. And I'm sure it's going to be equally energetic, enthusiastic, with more and more of you winning in more categories. To invite, yes, to give away the next set of awards, I'm going to invite Dr. Satish Rajendra, Senior Executive Director and Head Facilities and Asset Management Services, Knight Frank Private Limited. Dr. Satish Rajendra, let's give it out to him. And let's also make some noise and let's be generous to welcome Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry President. Let's give it out for Ramesh Chandra Lahoti. Thank you, gentlemen. And we welcome you to the stage. And with your welcome, we begin with the next category, which is on the big screen.
Honoring the project that is meeting all heads together is the award for the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to Phoenix Mills Private Limited for Phoenix Kesaku. And Satwagro for Image Tower.
Phoenix Mills Private Limited. Let's give it out to them and invite Sunaina Kohli, Senior VP Sales and Marketing, and Manik Nangia, AVP Marketing, Phoenix Mills Private Limited. Congratulations for bagging another one. You have no idea how happy we are for you and doubly proud of you. So there should be a double applause for this one because this is a double bonanza for Team Phoenix Mills. Smile a little more because this is your second one for the evening. Doesn't get better than this one. Well done, Ms. Kohli, and well done, Mr. Nangia. Thank you. And yeah, we have also got Satwa Group for Image Star. So let's give it out for Mr. Mahesh Khaitan, Director, Satwa Group. Congratulations. I am very curious to know the next category because it is in the space of most environmental friendly commercial office space. I don't know. I would love to go and visit this office once I know which office we are talking about. And once you know which office we are talking about, you should visit as well. Let's have a look at it, please.
Our next award is for most environment-friendly commercial office space. And the award goes to Divyashree Developers for Divyashree Decorate B2.
So let's put it out and let's give it out for Divya Varadan, AVP Procurement, and Pratibha GM, Commercial Leasing, Divyashree Developers. Congratulations. The environment is proud and grateful to you. Thank you. All of you, yeah? Sustainability, environment, we all speak about it. There is someone who is pioneering it and winning it in style. Well done. So keeping up with the popularity of plotted developments, what's coming up next? I have no clue, but you will get to know soon as well.
Keeping up with the growing popularity of plotted developments, we have the award for Plotted Development Project of the Year, and the award goes to Goyle and Company, Haryana Grove, for Arctic Nirvana 2.0, 3.0. And Swamitwa Grove for Swamitwa Floresta.
Just by looking at on that big giant LED screen, these projects look so good. I feel like buying one or investing in one in all of these properties. So for each one of you seated over here, I think you are all fantastic, brilliant and phenomenal. Clap for yourself यार. मतलब आप लोग सब एकदम धुरंधर हो इस इंडस्ट्री के. आपका सबका काम देख के बहुत गर्व महसूस होता है और लगता है कि देश आगे बढ़ रहा है. Yeah, for now, let's give it out for Haryana Group, and I'm going to invite Team Goyle and Company to come forward, and it's a big, big team, and we are all proud and extreme gratitude, and we are grateful to you. Please come forward. Give it out to them, please. आपको भी उन पे गर्व महसूस होना चाहिए. उम्दा, बहुत बहुत बढ़िया, धमाकेदार, मजेदार, शानदार. And now it's time also to put an applause, to give an applause, to have our hands up in the air for Swamitwa Group. And I'm going to invite them to kindly join us on stage because they are winners as well. Let's clap and let's give it out to them, please, as they walk down the aisles. They've taken time to come till here, but that doesn't mean we don't give them time to give them an applause. Well done. Congratulations. Very curious for the next one as well, which is best selling project of the year. Let's have a look at it.
Understanding the buyers is the foundation of effective selling. Our next award is for Best Selling Product of the Year, and the award goes to Elegant Builder and for Elegant Tranquility.
May I request Mr. S. Rajesh, Director, Elegant Builders and Developers, to kindly come on stage to receive the award, and to each one of you over here to give him an applause, which he and his team so thoroughly deserve for being the best-selling project of the year. Congratulations. The next category on the big screen for all of you. Congratulations, Team ADCO, and congratulations, Gaurav Gupta, Managing Director, ADCO Projects Private Limited. Can we give it out for Gaurav Gupta, please? I hope all of you are having a good time. I definitely am, in terms of learning and getting to see so many categories and know that there is so much more to do in life. There is so much more to learn from each one of you. As all of us present integrated township, Project of the Year.
Next winner for the category of Integrated Township Project of the Year and the award goes to Brigade Grove for Brigade Orchard.
Brigade Orchards, one of those beautiful properties. Let's give it out for Smarajit Mishra, Marketing and Strategy Head, Brigade Group, Pradeep DGM, Brigade Group, and Rohan Shah, co-founder, Realote Ventures LLP. Can we all give it out for Brigade Group, please? Brilliant, Brigade Group. The Integrated Township Project of the Year. Extremely well done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to the Builders and Developers category. What's coming up first? Let's have a look at it on the giant screen, please.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, proceed to the Builders and Developers category. First up is the Developer of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Shriram Property Limited.
Please do join me in welcoming, in congratulating Mr. Raghav Vora, Senior Vice President and National Head Sales, Shriram Properties Limited. Thank you, Raghav Vora, for creating those masterpieces along with your team. And it's now time to celebrate the Developer of the Year commercial category. What's happening here? Join me to welcome one more time Mr. Mahesh Haithan, Director, Satwa Group. Give it out for the team. Everyone's just pouring in for this one. And I think this is the biggest team which has come today evening. Can we give it out for Mr. Mahesh Khaitan, Director, Satwa Group, and his team, please? Thank you. Thank you for walking in as a team and for shining as a team. We'll move to the next category and what's in store for all of us. Let's have a look at it on the screen, please.
Now is the excellence in customer service. And the award goes to Century Real Estate.
And I'm going to request Pradeep Srinivas Rao, Senior Vice President, Strategy, Century Real Estate, to kindly come forward to receive the award. Not around? Not around? You're going to come and receive it on his behalf? Please come. Let's give it out for her, please. Yeah. And for Team Century Real Estate. Excellence in delivery, a very critical category. And I'm sure all of us are excelling in it. But who's walking away with the award with glory?
And satisfaction. Degree Down Center, building number 7.
Come on, all of you join in. Srinivas Krishna Reddy, Vice President Projects. Vijay Patil, GM Commercial Leasing. Divya Priya, Senior Manager Planning. What a team. And what a winner. Congratulations. The stage is all yours. And so is the limelight for all your hard work, your belief, and your execution. Now, brands and branding is very weird and very creative and very funny in its own way. But at the end of the day, you are known as one of those brands which is fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to whom? Let's have a look at who's growing fast. Rapid. Please join me in welcoming Srini Gopalan, co-founder and chairman of Yasha Saraf and Yasha Saraf co-founder, Aries Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited. Can we give it out for Aries Uniturn team, please? Very well done. The fastest growing realty brand of the year. And we are all making notice. Heads are turning. Everyone's making note of what you are doing, where you are going, and how fast you are growing. I love those smiles. All of you looking brilliant. Continue to grow and continue to make us proud. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations. Developer of the year, luxury. Yeah, that's the category. Developer of the year, luxury. Who's walking away with the accolades?
Next is the developer of the year, luxury. And the award goes to Sumatra Infracon Private Limited.
Team Sumadura Infracon Private Limited. Let's give it out for Spurti K and Satvik Kunda. It's a double bonanza, double celebration for today evening. Spurti and Satvik. Sumadura, we are so happy for you. Elated, jubilant. Yeah, can we all join in? It's my humble request to each one of you seated over here at Trinity, Taj MG Road. Put your hands together. It's good. It's good to be positive. It's good to be energetic. And it's good to applaud. Okay, I'm going to now move on to the next category, and it is in the space of Architect Awards and Interior Design Awards. Can we have a look at that category on the big screen, please?
We now proceed to our excellent, which is
Phenomenal work and phenomenal accomplishments. The list is big and wide. Architect Dr. Miss Pony M. Consaso and Pony and Oscar Rahul Architects. Let's give it out to them, please. They deserve all the happiness, all the accolades, and the applause that we give to them. Oh, well done. Next in line is the category Architectural Design of the Year in the commercial category. What's it saying? Rohan Karve, Director, Urban Frame Private Limited. May I request you to walk the aisles and come down here to receive the award. Rohan, are you around, please? Can we give it out for Rohan, please? Rohan isn't around. Rohan is right here. Rohan, your moment of fame. Everyone's looking at you, watching at you as you walk down on the stairs, up the stage. Shake hands and receive what thoroughly is yours. Okay, may I request Gautam Azad, celebrity numerologist, founder, Numero Bay, to kindly come forward and join our esteemed panel to do the honors along with them. Gautam Azad, celebrity numerologist. Yeah, I'm going to come and meet you one-on-one as well. Right, and we're going to change a few numbers for us, for the city, and for the country as well. Can we give it out for him, please? Because he's going to do the honors along with the other two. यार बोला कब से यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, मुस्कुराते हुए photos खिंचा रहे हैं. Let's all be kind and let's applaud them and keep the energies going. What's coming up next? Let's check out on the screen, please. I'm going to request Gitika Jain, Director Design, and Abhishek Jawar, Director Client Solutions, DSP Design Associates, to kindly come forward and receive their award, please. If you walk down this side, it's very difficult to spot you. If you walk down the center, it's absolutely good. So yeah, let's clap for them. Let's clap for Team DSP Design Associates. I think they haven't been able to make it in person over here. But yeah, we're all going to clap and tell them congratulations in our very own unique and creative manner. The Architect of the Year Award. Yeah, that's a very good category as well. Let's see who's walking away with this one. Raghavendra U. Hegde, Director, Urban Frame Private Limited. Are you around? Congratulations, Raghavendra. You're the first one whose name has been revealed on the AV. Pioneer in your own unique way. Architect of the Year Award. Taking all of this a notch forward is the emerging interior design firm of the year. And the award goes to and to walk the path of glory, let's give it out for architect Akhil Shiv Raman, Senior Architect, Asset Homes Private Limited. जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं, please. Next category भी देख लेते हैं फटाफट. Let's see what's in store for all of us. Can we play the AV, please? DNR Highline. Let's give it out for Anup Nayak, the founder, and then Kavna J. Mahadesh, Associate Director, Urban Frame Private Limited. Can I have both of you come forward and receive your award, please? Well done. Congratulations, Team Urban Frame. You've been fantastic. And I've been made to understand that Mr. Ramesh Chandra Lahoti has to say bye to us. Yeah, we're not going to ask you where you're going, but we're going to say thank you to you for the fact that you came here. And let's give it out for Mr. Lahoti, please. Yeah, he's been very kind. Thank you for your kindness, for your valuable time. And we are extremely grateful to you for doing the honors. Yeah, so we're going to move on to the next category, which is on the big screen for all of you right here. कैसे बनाते हो आप ये सब, ये मैं आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में किसी किसी के पास ही होता है हुनर जो आपके पास है. Let's give it out for the extremely talented architect, Dr. Miss Pony M. Consaso, Pony and Oscar, Rahul Architects. Congratulations, congratulations. Keep roaring, keep rocking. What's in store? What's up next? Yeah, Bengaluru. दिलों को थाम लीजिए, धड़कनों को रोक लीजिए और स्क्रीन को देखते रहिए. Congratulations, Arun Kumar Sharma, Kriti Ayappa, Director Operations, Urban Frame Private Limited, Arun Kumar Sharma, Head Interiors Designer. Can we give it out for this wonderful, fantastic, brilliant team, please? Well done, Kriti Ayappa, and fantastic work, Arun Kumar Sharma. Congratulations, yeah, on bagging this one. And I'm sure all of us over here are happy and elated for your win. Gautam, I'm going to thank you for doing the honors. Sir, you'll have to stay away for some more time. But can we give it out for Gautam Azad, please? जरा और जोर से यार, तभी वो आके बताएंगे कि कौन से numbers missing है. Gautam, thank you. You've been phenomenal as well. And to join so on the dais would be Devina Bajpai Pandey. I'm going to request ma'am to kindly come forward. Head Realty Business Finance Karnataka, Goa and Coimbatore, HDFC Bank. Let's give it out for Devina Bajpai Pandey. कितना energetic, enthusiastic introduction था और आप लोग सब, come on, give it out. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's good to see all of you over here. And it's good to see what's happening on the screen next. May I request all of you to put your hands together and welcome Team Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत होना चाहिए इनका. Swagat. Let's do it. Come on, all of us together. Team Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited. Look in the front. Smile. Little more. Thank you. And keep smiling because it's time to welcome Architect Kishore Mano, Principal Architect Sudarshan Upunda, Content Strategist, and Architect Apurva Sharma, Senior Architect Zaita. Team Zaita के लिए तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ उनका स्वागत होना चाहिए. देखते हैं big screen पर what's happening next. Let's have a look at it, please. Give it out for Team House Bay Consulting as they walk the aisles towards glory. House Bay Consulting के लिए जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं, please. It's a big team. You got to run in. We can't wait. The excitement is too much to welcome you on stage. This is the biggest team that we have had today evening. and your smiles glorify your presence on stage and the award that you're going to receive right now. बहुत बड़ी टीम है यार, जरा जोरदार बड़ा धमाका होना चाहिए इनके लिए, आवाज भी उतनी होनी चाहिए. हाउस बे कंसल्टिंग, Property Consultant of the Year award. Look in the front towards the camera and now smile at the count of 1, 2, 3. You look good. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thoroughly deserving, extremely professional, and great teamwork to come in sync and to come in suited, booted, and in style. Thank you. What's happening next? Dekhte hain in front of all of you.
Championing design innovation, best interior design for commercial, and the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultant Private Limited.
Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited. दौड़ के आ जाओ यहाँ पर. आप लोगों को पता था आप लोग और जीतने वाले, तो गए क्यों वापस आप? Let's clap for them. Let's give them a big round of applause because this is one more feather in their cap, the glorious cap. Well done. तालियां. The next category is one of my favorite categories. Yeah, being a branding and marketing person myself, I would love to have a look at this one. Who's walking away, who's shining and being spectacular in the space of branding and marketing awards. It's happening on the big screen live out here at the Taj MG Road.
We now move on to branding and marketing awards. The first category here is for the master awarding the marketeer of the year, and the award goes to Mr. Viren Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, Monthly Developers.
Can we give it out for Mr. Virendra Singh Su, Chief Marketing Officer, Monthly Developers? Congratulations. Perseverance and hard work, everything coming together, culminating into this award for Team Monthly Developers. Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. That's up next. Who's got the best campaign? Let's have a look at it, please. Come on, let's give it out. Yeah, this is an era of digital marketing, and if you have a campaign of the year, I think it deserves all the applause. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए Smartjeet Mishra, Marketing and Strategy Head, and Pradeep, DGM Brigade Group. Next time you're doing a digital campaign, involve me in it. Yeah, I think I'll do a decent job. Together we'll walk away with the next award next year. Yeah, let's give it out for Brigade Group, please. Innovative Marketing Concept of the Year. Innovative Marketing, yeah. That's coming up for you.
Next is the Honorable Award.
Team Mahindra Life Spaces Developers Limited. मतलब नाम लिया उससे पहले they are here. ऐसे होना चाहिए. All of us together. Come on, let's give it out. Team Mahindra Life Spaces Developers Limited. थोड़ा सा और आगे. A step more. Little smile. Little more. Yeah. Now you look brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for being so quick, so prompt, and running in to collect your award. What's the next category for all of us? It's coming up just for you exclusively.
Ventures for Century Novels.
Let's give it out for Rohan Shah, co-founder, Realty Ventures LLP. Vikas Nair, head of marketing and communication, Century Real Estate. Sunil, AGM, Century Real Estate. Let's keep clapping. Let's welcome them with style, with oomph, and with some excitement, with some energy. Oh, you look like twin brothers. Are you? You're the younger one, right? You're the older one. सामने देखो, इस वक्त मेरे तरफ मत देखो. दोनों भाई कैसे एकदम आइडेंटिकल लग रहे हैं एकदम. बट अवार्ड किसी तीसरे ने पकड़ लिया. बहुत बढ़िया. साथ में हैं ये लोग सब. हम साथ साथ हैं. If it had a version in the real estate sector, I think it would be this one, which is Team Century Real Estate. But now let's move on to the next award, the next category, and let's look at what it has in store for all of us on the big screen. Home is a feeling. Yeah, Brigade Group, Smartjeet Mishra, Head Marketing and Strategy. Well done, well done. This is a triple, right, for today, the third one for today. Am I lucky for you? Take me along or give me a house. I'll automatically come along. Can we give it out for the Brigade Group, please? Smartjeet Mishra, Head Marketing and Strategy, walking along with the team. Team Brigade Group. Now, we spoke about the digital marketing campaign. We spoke about project launch of the year. It's now time to put your hands together for the print campaign of the year. Print, आज भी चल रहा है, दौड़ रहा है, चमक रहा है.
Our next award symbolizes magnificent. This award is Print Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniac Digital Private Limited for Northern Sky Property.
Let's give it out for the team. Bhavya Trivedi, Neha Roy, Priyanka Bopudi, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. The print campaign of the year. Award winners for today evening. They're all coming from behind over there. And they have all been phenomenal. Well done, well done. Can we all give them a big round of applause, please? Thoda aur, little more. It'll keep you awake. Little more, little more, little more. I promise you, once your name comes, I'm going to give it back to you. Yeah, you'll all clap. Everyone will clap for you as well and cheer for you. Yeah, that's how you cheer. Look at the camera. Don't blink and smile. Thank you. Well done. What's happening next? Advertising Agency of the Year. Which agency is it? Who's
We now proceed with our
winning it?
category, which is Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Realty Ventures LLP.
Ah, I finally heard someone in the audience. I am sure you are pleasantly surprised and happy for them. For Rohan Shah, co-founder, Mayank Vora, co-founder, Asadullah, VP Business Development, Jai Gala, Business Head, Realty Ventures LLP, and the entire team which is walking up to receive their award. Congratulations, team Realty Ventures LLP. For the next one, I don't know how many more awards this team is going to win, but I wish you more success with anything and everything that you do. So who's winning the next category? I've already spilled the beans and given you a hint that this team is walking away with a lot of glory today. What's the category and who's winning it? Let's have a look at it, please.
Next winner, Experiential Marketing Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Brigade Group for Brigade Showcase.
Smarjeet Mishra, for your team, I'm going to build a small little house over here on this stage. Yeah. Congratulations. How are we going to take all the awards back? Kuch help chahiye to batana, please. Marketing and Strategy Head, Brigade Group, Smarjeet Mishra. Pradeep, DGM, Brigade Group. Rohan Shah, co-founder, Real Latte Ventures LLP. We have requested movers and packers, Marjeet. Movers and packers will help you ship your awards. Yeah, yeah, please, all of you. Yeah, you all deserve to be together. Where is Chote Bhaiya? उनको भी बुला लो. कहाँ पर रह गए? इस बार फोटो पे. Very nice. Can we clap loudly for Chote Bhaiya and Bade Bhaiya over here? Congratulations. And we are now going to move on to the next category, which is Prop Tech Awards and Co-working Awards. They've been in since COVID or maybe beyond that.
AI Application of the Year. And the award goes to Inkers Technology Private Limited.
And to receive the award, let's give it out for Manish Giri, co-founder and COO, Inkers Technology Private Limited. Well done, Manish. Well done to your team as well. Well done to Inkers Technology Private Limited. Great work and continue to do well in the future as well. What's happening in the next prop tech category? On the screens, please.
We have now an Prop Tech Entrepreneur of the Year.
Let's give it out for Amit Kumar Agrawal, CEO and co-founder, No Broker Technology Solutions Private Limited. And let's welcome him with pomp and with all the love and happiness. Congratulations. Oh, yes, please. So Amit isn't around. The team is going to come forward. No Broker team is going to come forward to take this award. Congratulations. It's always teamwork. PropTech Property Portal of the Year. Who's walking away? Who's getting this? Who's bagging this one? A prestigious one as well. What's happening?
That's making all its is the award for Prop Tech Property of the Year. And the award goes to No Broker Technology Solutions Private Limited.
Team No Broker Technology Solutions Private Limited. I'm going to request you to kindly come back one more time because you have bagged another one. Congratulations. Well done. Next category, we are going to roll on and check out the AV on the big screen, please.
Exciting field in tech-driven architecture. And our next award for the evening is called Prop Tech Architectural Firm of the Year. And the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
Let's put our hands together. Let's welcome Gitika Jain, Director Design, Abhishek Jawar, Director Client Solutions, DSP Design Associates. Please come forward to receive your award, please. Glorious. The rest of the team hasn't been able to come and join, but yes, they deserve all of it together. We're going to move on to the next category, which is going to roll down on the big screen for all of you. What's happening? Let's give it out for Bhavya Trivedi, Mano Yadav, Utkarsh Chaube, Digvijay Chauhan, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ स्वागत कीजिए इस टीम का PropTech Innovative Solution of the Year Award. Thank you. Thanks to each one of you for being so kind and for being so innovative. That reminds me of the next category, and it's a special one as well. Let's have a look at it, please.
Taking a notch ahead, we have a category of group.
Amazing creativity. Office becomes awe and fists. Wow. And give it out for Matthew Parambil, Senior National Director, Sales. Rahul Sethi, Senior Vice President, Sales. Rupankar Saha, Community Manager, Operations, Office Space Solutions Private Limited. Whoever came up with this name has done a creative, innovative job. We are in awe of all of you, and we wish you more awesomeness in the next year and years to come. The next category is the Enterprise Workspace Provider of the Year. And what's coming up on the screen is for all of you. Surprise!
Is Enterprise Workspace Provider of the Year, revolutionizing the co-working community with technology. And the award goes to 315 Work Avenue.
Can we invite the team from 315 Work Avenue to kindly come forward as we all put our hands together and cheer for them, congratulate them for their feat, for their work, and tell them a big, big thank you for making a difference to the society. Congratulations, team. So may I request Mr. Prashant Kumar, Senior Partner, Fox Bundle Solicitors and Advocate, to kindly come forward and join our dignitaries on stage to give away the next set of awards, to present the next set of awards. Prashant Kumar, are you around, please? May I request you to kindly come forward and join them. Can we give it out for Prashant, please? Prashant, please come forward. Join them, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming forward. The next category is Managed Office Space Design of the Year. Who is winning this one?
Next, we have Excellence in Design, Managed Office Space Design of the Year. And the award goes to Office Space Solutions Private Limited for Genpact, Hyderabad.
From Hyderabad with love in Bengaluru, Matthew Parambil, Senior National Director, Sales. Rahul Sethi, Senior Vice President, Sales. Rupankar Saha, Community Manager, Operations, Office Space Solutions Private Limited. Give it out to them. Let's roar, all of us. Congratulations. Let's have a look at what's happening in the next category, please.
The best among the best of the category is FM Emerging Brand of the Year. And the award goes to Casa Grande Property Private Limited.
May I request Sundaresh, AVP Sales, Casa Grande Prop Care Private Limited, to please come forward to receive his award. Sundaresh, are you around, Sundaresh? On the left side, walking in closer to the heart from the left, coming into the center. It looks like a hockey game, right? From the left to the right into the center. Sundaresh, congratulations. You actually look like Dhanraj Pillai as well. No wonder you're a genius. Congratulations. Now, the next category is all about making a difference. It's in the space of CSR Excellence Awards. Let's see what's happening on the screen, please. Congratulations to both the teams. For now, I'm going to invite Vinod Dangi, Head of Digital Marketing, Sobha Limited, to please come forward and receive the award on behalf of everyone. Let's give it out for Vinod Dangi, Head of Digital Marketing. Congratulations, Vinod, and congratulations to the entire team of Sobha Limited. Also from the house of Hiranandani for Rhyme for Earth. There's nobody who's walking in here because they're not present over here, but we can all clap for both the teams and congratulate Team Sobha. Also give it out for Team House of Hiranandani. Vinod, congratulations. Put your award up in the air. Yeah, let everyone clap for you. That's the way you all walk back. What's coming up next? Let's see. Let's have the AV, please. Next. Congratulations to this team, and I'm going to request Ramanamurthy, AVP Operations, and Dhana Seelan, DGM, CRRM, Casa Grande Prop Care Private Limited, to please walk forward as we all congratulate them and applaud them for their feat, for their accomplishment, for their awesomeness. We're now moving on to the next category. What's the category? The final category. That's what I feel like. But we'll come to know in some time. What's the category, please?
We now move on to very exciting and final category of digital achievement outstanding form by reality question. Reality students also helping people so reality plus
I am also going to request Sapna and Tripti to kindly come forward to join our eminent panel to give away the award to Naveen Dhanuka, co-founder, CEO and MD, Harris Uniton RE Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations, Naveen. And thank you, Tripti. Thank you, Sapna, for joining in and doing this honor along with the remaining awards. Yeah. Naveen is very, very happy. I don't have to ask him to smile, but I would have to ask you and request you to clap because Naveen is happy. We are all happy for him as well. What's happening in our next individual achievement category? Let's have a look at it on the screen, please. Yeah, stay away here, please. And we're going to have a look at it.
And the award goes to Mr. N. Subramanian, founder and MD, Elegant Builder and Developer.
Let's give it out for the gentleman, please. Mr. M. Subramanian, founder and MD, Elegant Builders and Developers. Put your hands together. It takes ages to get a lifetime award. Therefore, it's called as a lifetime award, which means consistency, perseverance, hard work, sincerity, patience, and belief of overcoming obstacles one after the other to keep shining irrespective of what happens. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. You're an inspiration for all of us. What's happening in the next AV? Let's have a look at it, please. Malana, congratulations. Chief Executive Officer, Provident Housing Limited, Sustainable Business Leader of the Year Award. Malana, I'm going to request you to say a quick hello to the audience, please. You can use my mic, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know that you wanted a break, so you just gave this mic to me. So yeah, environment and sustainability is the responsibility of everybody in here and everywhere else. So it's just I've been given this award. Thanks for that.
Thank you for the break as well. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations, Malana. You know, leaders have a very good sense of humor. And if you have a good sense of humor, you might just go on to become one. Fantastic, Malana Saslu. Can we give it out for him, please? Yeah. Talking about environment and walking the talk are two different things. Well done. Now we are celebrating dynamism and what's happening next on the big screen. Let's have a look at it, please.
Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Kushal Ramesh, partner, Manasam Senior Living.
Can we all put our hands together for Kushal Ramesh, partner, Manasum Senior Living. Young Achiever of the Year Award. We have two sides of the spectrum, a Lifetime Achiever and a Young Achiever Award. Kushal, how does it feel to be winning this one? And how would it feel like to be winning a Lifetime Achievement Award 40 years later or maybe 20 years later?
This is just the beginning, right? I'm sure we both should meet for a lifetime achievement and after 40 years. Maybe you'd be sitting there and watching the same. Thank you so much, everyone, for the same.
Thank you. And we are hoping you're going to throw a party for this one because we all are very happy for you and extremely proud of you, your accomplishments as well. That was Kushal Ramesh. Can we give it out for him, please? Yeah, it takes a lot to be a young achiever and it takes a lot to motivate, to acknowledge someone who's won an award. So all of us together, we can put our hands together for Kushal Ramesh and put your hands together. All of you hands up.
for this one. Let's clap loudly. I'll tell you the reason why. Put your hands up, both your hands up in the air. All of you. 3, 2, 1. Let's give it out. This is the last award for today evening, and you've all been brilliant. You've all been kind. You've all been energetic. What's happening? In the last category is Chief Sales Officer of the Year. And the award goes to... Already, अरे क्या confidence है? क्या भरोसा है आपकी टीम को आपके ऊपर, और आप भी यहीं खड़े थे. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. Congratulations. Well done, Chief Sales Officer, Ares Uniton, Nari Solutions Private Limited, co-founder as well, Sanchit Gupta. Very rarely we see a co-founder who comes from a sales and marketing background. But yes, the Chief Sales Officer. Sanchit, over to you, please.
Thank you, everybody. I would just like to say that this is a very humbling experience for me. So thank you. And in sales, it's all about the teamwork. So I would like to give it to my team. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations to you, to your team as well, for doing extremely well. With this, we come to an end of a scintillating evening. A special thanks to each one of you who's come down here, to the jury members for their time and their expertise, and for being here with us today to present the awards. Thank you to each one of you for doing the honors, for being here and taking out time, energy, effort, and those radiating smiles of yours. To all the winners of the 15th Reality Plus Excellence Awards 2023 South, congratulations to all of you. Let's have a huge round of applause. Zordar taaliyan gadgadahat ke saath hum sabko karenge dhanyawad. And I'm going to now request all the winners and the award presenters to come on stage. The award presenters, all the winners, to kindly come on stage, and we're going to have a group picture together. Sab aa jao, fatavat daud ke aa jao, and grab your favorite place in the photo so that we can click you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up this very incredible evening. Thank you all for taking out time from your busy schedules to join us today to make this evening a special one, a spectacular one. Your participation and presence has made this evening extra special. And I would like to say thank you. We hope you have enjoyed the time with all of us. Please help yourself with dinner and have a wonderful evening ahead. This is Ankit Piplani, the Big A of Anchoring, honored to be a part of this magnificent, spectacular celebration with all of you with Reality Plus. Cheers. Bye.